Hello friends. This is Fiction Quest. How are you all? So in this video, we will see what if Naruto fell in love with Orihime Inoue and got massive harem. But before we start, if you want more amazing stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Also, if possible, share this video with your friends. Now without wasting any more time, let's begin the story. Naruto anxiously in his seat at the academy, waiting. Soon, he would have to do the bunshin, and he knew he couldn't. He started sweating. I'm going to fail again, he thought miserably. Uzumaki, Naruto? Oh shit. In Naruto's mind, Naruto looked around. He seemed to be in a sewer, with a cage in it. There was what seemed to be a tall, 6'3" man with hollow red eyes and blood-stained fangs, scalpel-sharp claws, and black hair with red highlights hanging over his eyes, and 9 long tails. He stared down at Naruto. I see you are having some trouble. Naruto looked up at the man. Who are you? The almighty Kyuubi. Kyuubi roared, sending out waves of visible energy in the form of foxes. Naruto's sweat dropped. Right. Kyuubi face-faulted, then straightened up. Listen, I may be the king of demons, but that's only by birth. I'm actually a nice, sweet, gentle guy. Anyways, I noticed you needed some help with just about everything relating to ninjas. I'm going to help you. I don't know any jutsu aside from the ones you know, but I'm a master of taijutsu, and can help you with speed, strength, healing, endurance, slightly better chakra control, etc. etc. All you have to do is peel off that. He gestured to the middle of the cage, seal, alright? Naruto looked at it. He then smiled. Alright. I'm gonna be the ultimate ninja. Datbeo. Kyuubi winced. Kid, that is really annoying. Oh, and by the way, when I come out, call me Arashi. Naruto vigorously nodded, then tore off the seal. Back in the real world, Naruto shivered, then started walking down the steps to Iruka and Mizuki, and made a few seals. Clone jutsu. He yelled. Nothing seemed to happen, but then, Naruto's blonde hair grew some red highlights, his teeth grew into fangs, and he grew to about 5'4". Then, 5 clones popped into existence. Iruka nodded. You barely pass, as it took a while, but you made the most clones. And, if I may ask, why did you find it necessary to use a henge? Naruto looked confused. A henge? I'm not using a henge. Iruka tapped Naruto. His eyebrows rose. You're right. It's not a henge, it's actually a solid transformation. What is a solid transformation? Naruto asked, fearful. Iruka handed him a mirror, which Naruto looked at. He froze up. Arashi. What? You have to admit it looks hot. All of the girls are looking at you now. Really? Sweet. Naruto thought. He whipped around to see a ton of girls looking at him. Naruto looks nice, I suppose. But he'll never compare to Sasuke-kun, Sakura thought. Wonder if he's single. Ino pondered. Naruto-kun. Hinata thought, gaping at him. She then fainted. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Later, Naruto stepped out of the room, wearing his new, shiny Hite 8. He grinned, then stumbled a bit as he shrunk down. Sorry kid. You can only look like my demonically handsome self by using chakra. Naruto snorted. Demonically handsome. Then, he heard Sakura's name be called for a team, then his, and he crowed with victory. Then, he heard Sasuke's name be called, and he ed. Not the Teme, he thought. The Uchiha? No, I'd be more worried about the girl. She doesn't seem very nice. And she is completely flat. Not to mention rather ugly. Naruto then was forced to turn his head by Arashi. Now that girl looks hot. Nice hair, already developing chest, cute eyes. What the hell? Why'd you take over my body? To show you a better choice of mate than that pink-haired freak. She's a fangirl, Naruto, and not even yours. Well, why is Hinata better? I just said all of the reasons, kid. Besides, she's at least neutral towards you. Which is better than you could hope for with the flat-chested. Hey, don't call Sakura-chan a. Will you two shut up? An unknown voice yelled. Naruto blinked. Who are you? He thought. Just come into your mind. I need to talk to you. Wow. I'm starting to hear voices in my head, and they aren't mine. Datbeo. Weird. I wonder what else is going to happen in the future. Naruto had no idea what would happen in the future, and not the distant future. Many great things would happen to him, with many surprises, tragic events, and much, much more. Much, much more. Naruto looked at the tall figure in front of him, wearing a long cloak with red flames on it and having yellow hair. Arashi grinned. "Hey, Minato," he said. Naruto's eyes widened. "Minato Namikaze? As the fourth Hokage? Awesome, you're my idol," Naruto exclaimed, beaming. Minato chuckled, ruffling Naruto's hair. "I know all about you, son," he said wistfully. Naruto's jaw dropped, and he pointed a finger at Minato, stuttering. "I'm your son," he screamed. Minato nodded. "It's not polite to point, Naruto." Naruto sheepishly put his finger down, and Minato cleared his throat. "You see, while Kyuubi-san gives you far better strength and chakra, he has chakra control that is almost as bad as yours. However, I am a master of chakra control, can actually teach you taijutsu forms instead of using brute strength. Oh, and did I mention I actually know ninjutsu, unlike the Kyuubi?" Naruto grinned. "Awesome," but Arashi snorted. "Please. He can learn ninjutsu and taijutsu, but you can't get brute force without tons of training. You can't learn taijutsu or ninjutsu without lots of training either, Kyuubi-san." "I already said I want to be called Arashi." Naruto watched the two argue for what seemed to be an eternity. Finally, Minato turned to Naruto. "Anyways, Arashi and I have reached an agreement you can use both of us for battles." Naruto grinned. "Cool, however, Naruto, you shouldn't rely on us like a bloodline. Doing that will be your downfall, just like with the Uchihas." "Well, I can tell Kyuubi has given you chakra like that of a low Jonin, so I'm going to teach you a jutsu that requires little to no chakra control, but is infinitely useful." Naruto started drooling. "What is it? Tell me, Dad, tell me." "Dad. I always wanted to be called that by my son," Minato thought momentarily. Then he snapped back to reality. "It's called the Shadow Clone Jutsu. It makes solid clones that can use jutsu. And when they're dispelled, they give you all of the information it learned." He then made a seal. "Just make this seal, and you'll create a shadow clone." Naruto furiously nodded, then made the seal. "Thanks, Dad," he said, fading into the real world. Minato smiled. "I wish you were here, Kushina." Real-world Naruto made a seal, and 20 copies of him popped into existence, and they started walking around. Iruka looked stunned. "Naruto?" Naruto grinned. "This shadow clone jutsu works really well, huh?" Iruka blinked. "Shadow clones? Hinata, could you check him with your Byakugan to make sure they're shadow clones?" Hinata's eyes widened. She was literally being ordered to check out Naruto. And who was she to not follow orders? She blushed, then said, "Okay, Iruka-sensei. Byakugan." She looked at Naruto, trying to both not look and look at his privates, while examining him. She turned off her Kekkei Genkai before she got a nosebleed and nodded feebly. "Well, his clones are solid, and seem to have chakra pathways." Iruka nodded. "So they are shadow clones. Congratulations, Naruto, you've just mastered a B-ranked Kinjutsu." Naruto grinned. "Awesome." Iruka smiled in reply, but was actually stunned. How Naruto even learned such a jutsu existed was beyond him. And to make 20 clones, each with a 20th of his chakra, and not be tired. Incredible. Unimaginable, almost. But he smiled, watching as the other team's Jonin came in and picked the new genin up. He then walked out to do some paperwork, smiling. Later Naruto was thinking, considering his team's Jonin instructor hadn't come yet, "Oh, I know, I'll place her so it'll fall and hit his head." "That's pitiful, Kit. How about you use those rubber bands to shoot kunai at him?" "Son. That would be disrespectful, and you could kill him." "Yes, Dad." "Good." Just then, a man walked in through the doorway. He looked at all of them. Kakashi. Minato thought. Who? My old student. Somewhat dull, depressing, and depressed after his friends Obito Uchiha and Rin died. I can't see why he'd be sad when an Uchiha died. Naruto, Obito, and Itachi were great ninja. They both wanted what was best for the village, and were very kind. Well, okay. Kakashi looked at the 3 remaining genin, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and simply said, "I'll meet you on the roof." Sasuke grunted, Sakura nodded, and Naruto nodded as well. He then leapt out of the window, and swung up onto a brick sticking out a bit, then used that to go onto the roof. Kakashi was already there, reading a book. An orange-covered book. Minato seemed to radiate disappointment. Kakashi got over his depression by reading adult books. Couldn't he have just gotten a girlfriend or something? Naruto chuckled. Kakashi turned to look at him, then turned back to his book. When Sasuke and Sakura arrived, he closed the book. Alright, so, why don't we introduce ourselves? Name, likes, dislikes, dreams, and hobbies. Why don't you demonstrate, sensei? Okay, I'm Kakashi. I have no intention of telling you my likes or dislikes, my dreams. And I have many hobbies. You, Pinky. I'm Sakura, my likes. Giggles, my dreams. Turns to Sasuke and giggles, my hobbies. What about your dislikes? Naruto's sweat dropped. Okay, now you. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. There are many things I hate, and not many I like. Okay, Naruto, I want to do something that'll help you. You see, I'm going to permanently partially fuse with you, about 10 to 15%, so you'll have better chakra control and stuff. Oh, and I'm going to talk for your introduction, so you don't make a fool of yourself. Okay, Dad. All right, you blondie. Naruto stood up and cleared his throat, then noticed he was slightly taller and more muscular. I'm Minato Namikaze. My likes are making new jutsu, Rin, Obito, Kakashi, and Kushina-chan. My dislikes are Orochimaru and people who attack my village. My dream is to raise my son well, and my hobbies are being the fourth Hokage. Kakashi's visible eye widened. God, how could I have been so stupid? Naruto is Minato's son. Weirdo. Sasuke thought. What the hell, Baka? You aren't the Yondaime. Naruto gingerly rubbed the growing lump on his head from Sakura, completely missing what Kakashi said except for the field to go to for a test tomorrow. When Kakashi left, Naruto stood up to go also, but Sasuke stopped him, grabbing his arm. Naruto. You were always the dead last, but you still managed to use a B-ranked Kenjutsu. How? Naruto looked at him. Sasuke. You may be the rookie of the year, with elemental jutsu, above average taijutsu, and good kenjutsu, but I have the most chakra out of any academy student. Needless to say, Minato was still speaking. So, I will be able to perform more ninjutsu than you, but you are still the second best in our team. Sasuke growled. Second best. Naruto nodded. Kakashi, you, me, Sakura. Sasuke stopped himself from attacking Naruto as he realized what Naruto was saying. Sakura then was about to yell at Naruto, but then realized he was right. I have always prided myself on being better than Naruto, but Naruto has so much chakra and can do a non-academy jutsu, while I barely have genin level chakra and can only do the academy 3. She then noticed a stray tear was going down her face, and she hurriedly wiped it away. Naruto then left, and Sasuke, leaving Sakura alone. The next day Naruto got up, yawning, then started to boil some water for ramen, and got out some milk. When everything was ready, he slurped up about a third of the noodles, then was about to drink some of the milk before some chakra pushed it out of the way, spilling it. What was that for? Naruto said. That milk expired 5 days ago, son. Yeah, we wouldn't want you getting sick on your genin exam. Naruto smiled, nodding. Thanks guys. He then leapt out of the window, running towards the field. He was third to arrive, and yelled at for being 119 minutes late, but who's counting? Kakashi arrived a minute later, and Sakura started screaming at him as well. Kakashi ignored her, saying, sorry, but a black cat crossed my path, so. Yeah. Anyways. He said, taking out 2 bells, you 3 have to get these bells from me. Whoever doesn't get a bell fails, and is sent back to the academy. Oh yeah, and if you fail, we'll tie you to that. He gestured towards a tree stump, and we'll eat lunch in front of you. Naruto sighed as Sakura exclaimed, so that's why we couldn't eat breakfast. Ready. Go. Kakashi simply said. Sakura and Sasuke dashed off, leaving Naruto in the center of the field, looking around. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Naruto? Aren't you going to hide? I don't see any reason to. Really? Kakashi said from behind him. You shouldn't let your opponent get behind you. 1,000 years of death. He yelled, poking Naruto in the butt. And Naruto turned into a cloud of smoke. A shadow clone? He thought. Then, it revealed Kiba, screaming and rubbing his ass as he was sent flying. Frickin' pervert, he screamed. Kakashi straightened up. Kiba. Sorry. Kakashi-san. Kakashi whipped around to dodge a gentle fist strike from Hinata. Kurenai-sensei said our test was to find your Icha Icha Paradise book and destroy it. I like that girl, Hinata, already, Minato said, and he seemed to smile in Naruto's mind. Why don't you ask her out instead of that pink-haired girl? Naruto shrugged. I never thought of doing something like that. Kiba and Hinata kept Kakashi on the defensive, with claws and gentle fist. Naruto smiled, then quietly crept up behind Kakashi. You shouldn't let your opponents get behind you, Kakashi-sensei. He then leapt at Kakashi, then grabbed him, pinning his arms to his sides so he couldn't do any jutsu. Then, he made the shadow clone seal, and all of his clones smashed fists into Kakashi, who fell, unconscious. Shino then stepped out and grabbed Kakashi's book, flipped through it, shuddered, and used his books to shred it apart. Thank you, Naruto-san. Hinata nodded. Yes, thank you, Naruto-kun. Naruto grinned. Don't mention it, Hinata-chan, he said, smiling and taking Kakashi's bells. Hinata flushed red. Hinata-chan. He called me Hinata-chan. He called me Hinata-chan. He called me Hinata-chan. She thought happily. She then fainted. Kiba sighed, picking her up. You just always have to faint around Naruto, don't you? He muttered, walking away, with Shino not far behind. Later Kakashi woke up to see Naruto, grinning and holding out two bells. Well, I have to say something to you guys. Naruto, you deserve to become a genin. Sasuke. Sakura, you should probably go back to the academy. What? Sakura screamed. Sasuke looked angry, but only grunted. Well, the whole test was supposed to be about using teamwork to try to beat me, but you didn't use teamwork at all. But, Naruto actually managed to surprise me and beat me, and used teamwork with Kurenai's team. Sakura looked devastated. Kakashi seemed to smile. Don't worry, I know someone that you can apprentice under, both of you, and you'll be able to be considered genin if you can pass their tests. Sakura perked up. Who? Sakura stared, transfixed at the sight before her. A tall, purple-haired woman with a rather large bust was licking a dango and a kunai. So, you're the gaki I'm supposed to train, huh? Anko whispered, grinning like a maniac. I sure hope Sasuke has it better than I do, Sakura thought. Sasuke looked in awe at all of the cuts, scars, and holes in the man in front of him's head. Ibiki then replaced his bandana. I've been tortured, battered, beaten, and pushed to the point of death, Uchiha. I've had to murder more people than I could count. And I'm going to train you, and if you can least Chunin level. Sasuke nodded, showing a rare smile. This man shall help me kill you, Itachi. Kakashi and Naruto were walking along, when Naruto decided to ask him something that had been bothering him for a while. Hey, sensei? Are you going to personally train me? Kakashi stopped crying over his book, and turned to Naruto. No, Naruto. I've got something even better. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What? The two then stopped at a barbecue restaurant, and Kakashi stepped in. When Naruto hesitated, Kakashi dragged him in. There, Team Kurenai was eating. Kakashi smiled. So, do you agree, Kurenai? Kurenai smiled. Of course. Of course what? Do you agree what? Tell me, Naruto complained. Kurenai laughed. Kakashi didn't tell you, Teams 7 and 8 are combining, so we'll have 2 Jonin, and you 4 Genin. Hinata's eyes widened. I'm going to be on the same team as Naruto-kun? Naruto grinned. Alright, this is awesome. Naruto got up, brushed his teeth, and happily walked over to the training field. He ignored the looks he got from most villagers, walking peacefully. After a few minutes, he arrived earlier than everyone except Shino, who simply looked at him from behind his glasses. Naruto then sat under a tree, smiling, waiting. Naruto. Hey! Wake up! Naruto groaned, waking up as Kiba yelled at him. Then, Akamaru apparently thought he wasn't awake, so he leapt at him, licking his face, drenching it in saliva. Then, his eyes turned from a happy, nice cerulean to the color of a frozen lake that you could see water under. He looked at Akamaru. Stupid mutt. Minato hissed, shooting a tiny amount of killing intent. Akamaru yipped, then hid behind Kiba. Hey. What the hell did you do to my dog? Naruto's eyes changed back to normal. He looked confused, or at least, more confused than normal. I don't know what you're talking about, he said truthfully. Kiba growled, then leapt at Naruto, until Kurenai hit him, so he fell onto the ground. First, we're teammates, so we shouldn't fight. Second, that was called killing intent, she said. She turned to Naruto, which is usually only learned by Chunin level or higher ninja. Naruto stepped back, looking insulted. Are you saying I'm not Chunin level? He said indignantly. Kurenai smiled. This kid's kind of funny. He'll certainly be able to make Shino and Hinata a bit happier. She turned to look at Hinata. He's making Hinata happier just by being on this team. She then turned back to Naruto. No, I'm saying I'm surprised, she said. Flashback. Kurenai looked through all of the files on the new genin, stopping on Naruto Uzumaki. She raised an eyebrow. Taijutsu. Low genin genjutsu. Non-existent ninjutsu. Low genin. Kenjutsu. Non-existent intelligence. Genin chakra control. Low genin. Chakra level. Low jonin. Hokage-sama. I think you have a typo here, Kurenai said, pointing to the chakra level. Hiruzen looked at it, laughed, and said, You're right, and then took the file, and wrote something else. Kurenai took it again. Chakra level. Mid-jonin. She sweat dropped. Flashback end. Naruto grinned. Kurenai couldn't help but smile as well. Anyways, we're going to work on chakra control by doing an exercise called tree climbing. But I can already climb trees. Naruto whined. Naruto-kun. I think she means without our hands, because I was already taught how to do that, Hinata shyly said. I was also taught how to use chakra to climb trees, Shino said. Kiba snorted. Well, I wasn't. Kurenai smiled. Good, then you and Naruto will learn how to. She then walked over to a tree, and started walking up it, to Naruto and Kiba's shock. She smiled again. You have to apply chakra to your feet to walk up the tree. If you use too little, you'll fall. If you use too much, you'll break the tree's bark. Naruto grinned, then ran at the tree, and jumped at it, feet first. Kurenai's eyes widened. Naruto, don't. You have so much chakra on your feet it's not just visible, but green. Naruto stuck onto the tree for about a second. Then it exploded. Naruto-kun, Hinata worriedly screamed, running towards him as he started making odd noises. But he wasn't yelling in pain. He was laughing. That was freaking awesome, he crowed. Kurenai's sweat dropped. Minato chuckled in Naruto's head. Well, Naruto, did you do that on purpose, or just to show off? Why would I do that on purpose? You just said it was awesome. Well, it was. Actually, that was kind of my fault. I had a little theory that if I added enough chakra to Naruto's limbs, he'd be able to be more of a heavy hitter and the blows would really hurt. We're trying to climb trees, not decimate the forest. Hinata looked at Naruto as he seemed to be in conflict with himself. Maybe he's dazed from chakra exhaustion. I'd better check. Byakugan. She gasped. Naruto? She whispered. Naruto looked at her. What? Why do you have 3 different chakras? Naruto swallowed. He had to come up with an excuse, and fast. Because I'm just awesome like that, he said. Good idea, son. Acting stupid. Thanks, Dahei. Kurenai was very surprised. Hinata, use your Byakugan to check his 3 chakras then. Hinata swallowed, suppressing a blush. Well, he has one that is so concentrated it's dark green. That would be mine. Minato thought. The second one is a very, very dark blue, which means it is at least Jonin level. Hinata continued. Mine. Naruto smugly thought. And there's one that is just, well, blood red. And there is so much, it's like there is a pocket dimension in Naruto-kun. Hinata exclaimed. And mine. Urashi said. Kurenai's eyebrows rose. Mid-Jonin level. Right. More like mid-god. But she didn't remark on it. Well then, Naruto, I think I know what your problem is. You have so much chakra, it's like trying to shoot a whole watermelon out of a garden hose. Naruto chuckled. She smiled hauntingly. Laugh now, Naruto, because we might have to apply a certain chakra inhibiting seal on you to make your chakra control better. Naruto smiled. Okay. So do you apply it to my stomach? My arm? Later? Naruto stumbled back to his team, legs close together, obviously in great pain. Why up there? He said in his mind. Nice going, Arashi. Minato chided. Arashi remained silent. Hinata saw Naruto coming up the hill, and tried to wave to him, but then noticed his odd way of walking, and put her hand down, already knowing where the seal had gone. Hey, Naruto. Why the long face? Kiba said happily. Naruto looked at him painfully. Just. Don't ask. He muttered. He then walked to another tree, and cautiously tried again. This time, he fell off. Naruto, I'm going to remove the seal, and now I will control the chakra instead of Arashi. Arashi snorted as Naruto's rear glowed, then Naruto felt infinitely better. Thanks, Dad. He then tried again, with great success, managing to get all the way to the top. He cheered while Kiba boasted he climbed a higher tree, and Hinata and Kurenai smiled. Great job, Naruto. Hinata thought, blushing. Naruto then leapt off of the tree, landing on his feet in one hand. Kurenai smiled. Well, that should be enough training for one day. How about we all go and get some barbecue? Kurenai said. Sounds great. Kakashi said from behind her. Kurenai's eye twitched. How long were you here? She asked darkly. Kakashi shrugged. Before all of you were. He said simply. Then, he was sent flying as Kurenai punched him into oblivion. Team 8 sat at a booth, talking happily and eating, except for Hinata, who was a bit shy from just sitting next to Naruto. Kiba and Naruto seemed to be trying to see who could eat the most without puking. Kiba won, but then puked, barely missing Hinata, and hitting Shino. Kiba tried to stammer out an apology while Kurenai attacked him and Naruto started howling with laughter. Hinata weakly smiled also, while Shino's bugs slowly ate the vomit. Shino sighed, then got up. I really must be going. My father is going to be teaching me a new technique today, and he left. Kiba cleared his throat too. Yeah, me and Akamaru are gonna be trained by my mom also. Anaranai could say anything. Kurenai looked at the two while Kakashi walked in, dazed. Well then, since Kiba and Shino are gone. Hey, Kurenai. Kurenai turned. Anko? What are you doing here? She asked. Anko grinned, then pulled Sakura from behind her. This little Gaki was tired from training, so I decided to bring her here, she said, grinning. She then sat down next to Naruto, squishing him in between her and Hinata. Hey! Can't a kunoichi get some sake around here? She roared at the waiter. Anko-sensei. I can't breathe. Naruto choked out. Anko whipped around, smashing her breasts into Naruto's face, smothering him more. And who's this lil Gaki? She said, grinning and pulling out a kunai. She slowly cut Naruto's face, then started licking it slowly, tasting the blood. You taste good. She purred. Hinata angrily looked at Anko while Kurenai sighed. Anko then cut Naruto again, close to his lip, and started licking him and kissing him. Hinata then was flooded with jealousy, and was about to use gentle fist on her when Kurenai pulled Anko away. Anko. Kurenai said menacingly. Anko pouted. What, you have to admit he is cute. I love those whisker marks, and he kind of looks like a lil Yondaime, huh? She said, pointing at Naruto. Kurenai leaned towards Naruto, examining his face. Well, I suppose he kind of looks like Min. Hey, Kurenai, Kakashi said, slapping Kurenai on the back and making her kiss Naruto. To their shock, Anko started laughing. I knew it, Kurenai. You do like younger boys. She crowed, rolling on the floor with laughter. Kurenai flushed redder than Hinata ever had. What, are you kidding me? I do not like young kids, she stammered. Anko grinned like a lunatic. Then why do you just kiss him? Kakashi pushed me. What, a Jonin can't move out of the way of a simple push? Anko laughed. Kurenai growled, and Anko cheerily smiled. Well, I'm going to leave the Gaki with you for now. See ya, she said, shining away. When she left, Kurenai awkwardly turned to Naruto. Sorry, Naruto. She said. Yeah, sorry. He mumbled back in reply, looking away purposefully. Kiss her again. What, kiss her again? I could tell she liked it, Arashi said. You sick pervert. Well, if not her, ask the pink-haired girl about that Anko. She seems really interesting. Hinata turned to Naruto. His face kept on contradicting, switching to different emotions. Naruto. She thought. Sakura looked at Naruto, thinking. Come to think of it, he kind of looks like the fourth. Weird. And, he does kind of look nice. She thought. But he doesn't even compare to Sasuke-kun. Shanaru. Inner Sakura yelled. Naruto uneasily scratched the back of his head. Are you alright, Sakura? He asked. Sakura was surprised. Yeah. Wait, why didn't you call me Sakura-chan? Naruto shrugged. A few people told me some reasons not to like you. Besides, I can't really see you much, so it's pointless liking you. Sakura blinked. Naruto not liking her was like her not liking Sasuke. She stood up, then walked away, wondering at Naruto's maturity. Hinata smiled inside. Yes. I know have a better chance with Naruto, she thought. Kurenai cleared her throat. Well, we have D-ranked missions tomorrow, so get ready for them. She then stood up, and walked away from the table before she turned to the two. Oh, and Naruto? You might want to get some new weapons, and new clothes. Naruto swallowed. I don't think I can, he said. Kurenai raised an eyebrow. Why? She asked. Well, most shop owners don't allow me in their shops. Really, only old man Ichiraku lets me in his ramen shop, which is why I only eat ramen. Kurenai scowled, then came up with an idea. She was aware of Hinata's crush on Naruto, and would kill, or at least badly injure, to get to spend time with him. Well then, you can go with Hinata. No one would dare to refuse the Hyuga clan heir. Well, as long as Hinata agrees, she said. Naruto turned to Hinata, showing his greatest puppy dog eyes ever. Well, Hinata, he pleaded. Hinata flushed slightly red, then nodded, not trusting her voice. Naruto grinned. Great, he said, running out of the restaurant, grabbing Hinata's hand to drag her around. Kurenai smiled, then brushed her lips as they shivered with a phantom tingle. So, Hinata, where should we go to get clothes and weapons? Naruto asked. Well, I usually buy weapons at Tenten-san's parents' shop. Naruto turned to her, grinning, his eyes a deeper blue from the shadows of night. Great, lead the way, he said, and Hinata nodded, walking quickly so she could get ahead of Naruto and he couldn't see the blush on her face. They walked for about a minute, until they arrived at a modest-looking shop, with a few lights on in it. Naruto walked in, then looked around. On every wall, there were many different weapons and blades of all kinds. Naruto looked around in wonder, then tried to touch the tip of a sword. Don't touch that, a girl yelled, grabbing Naruto's wrist. Naruto turned to her. Who are you? He asked. I'm Tenten, she said. Naruto looked her. Well then Panda-chan, I need to buy some shuriken and kunai. Tenten's eye twitched. Panda-chan, she thought. She then reached to strangle Naruto, but Naruto ducked down to look at a sword. Wow, this is awesome. Did your parents make this? He asked. Tenten blinked. Actually, I did, she said. Naruto grinned even wider. Wow, you actually made this incredible sword? He asked, feeling the edge. He winced slightly as his finger was cut. I'll get a bandage for that, Tenten quickly said, getting one from the counter. She then grabbed Naruto's hand. Her eyebrows rose. The cut, it's gone, she exclaimed. Naruto looked at his finger. Huh. I suppose it is. Arashi, why'd you heal it so fast? I felt like it. Deal with it. Naruto sighed, then turned to Tenten. Well, anyways, I need some shuriken and kunai. Tenten nodded, then got 2 different boxes, and handed them to Naruto. That'll be 80 ryo, she said. Naruto nodded, then handed her some coins. Thanks, she said. Naruto smiled, then walked out of the door with Hinata. Well, see you later, Panda-chan, he said happily. Tenten nodded, smiling. Later, after Naruto went to the clothing store, Naruto walked out of the store, carrying the boxes of weapons and some bags of clothes. Well, thanks Hinata-chan, he said, hugging her goodbye. Then, when he turned from Hinata, his eyes turned an icier blue and he sunshined away. Hinata blushed. Hinata-chan? She thought happily, running to her home. Naruto arrived at his apartment, stumbling around. He looked around in dismay. There was graffiti on the walls that said things like, "Die, demon," and "One day, we will kill you." Minato scowled. "Damn villagers," he muttered. "Anyways, I'm going to teach you the Shunshin. So prepare to pull an all-nighter." Naruto groaned. The next day Kurenai, Kiba, Shino, and Hinata were training on a field, with Kiba sparring Shino, and losing, and Hinata being taught how to walk on water by Kurenai, when all of a sudden, Naruto shunshined over to them, looking extremely tired. "Dude, what did you do last night?" Kiba said, pointing at Naruto's tired, bloodshot eyes. "I learned Shunshin no Jutsu." Naruto mumbled. Hinata was gaping at Naruto. She didn't know until then what clothes Naruto had chosen, but she had to admit, they looked unbelievably handsome, in her opinion. Naruto was wearing a long-sleeved black cloak with a hood, and it had a red and orange flame. Or maybe it was a wave design on it, and a kanji for Naruto, or maelstrom. There was a small red spiral on the back also. Underneath, he had a burnt orange and white shirt, and black and orange pants. The clothes also accented the fact that Minato's fusing with him made his face more angular and his hair slightly longer. Hinata continued to stare at him, completely missing what Kurenai said. "Hinata? Hinata?" Kurenai said. She turned to Naruto. "Wow, he does look like the Yondaime." She ideally thought. "If he was my age, I'd definitely want to be his girlfriend." "Did I just think Hute?" Naruto then walked to the two Kunoichi and Kakashi. "So, what's our first mission, Kakashi-sensei?" "We are doing a whole bunch of D-ranked missions, like painting, gardening, and catching a certain cat called Tora," Kakashi replied. Naruto groaned. "D-ranked missions? Those are lame. At least let us do AC-ranked," he whined. Kakashi sighed. "Naruto, as new genin, you can only do D-ranked missions, and they are useful for training, and don't have any chance of hurting you." Naruto sighed, but nodded. "Well, when do we start?" he asked. "Get this damn monster off of me." Kiba screamed as Tora viciously bit and attacked him and Akamaru. Hinata giggled a little as Tora leapt into her arms and started purring, and Shino remarked. "Kiba, you do realize you were just beaten in combat by a cat, right?" Naruto grinned. "I think I could get used to D-ranked missions." Naruto and his team had completed many D-ranked missions in the past 2 weeks, but honestly, Naruto was getting a bit bored. "Okay, very bored." He sighed, watching as his team and his shadow clones painted an old, crumbling building. Naruto looked around, then made more shadow clones, and said, "Okay guys, start painting." One shadow clone snorted. "You aren't the boss of us," he said. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Son, they're your clones, not your slaves. They have your exact personality," Minato said. "Oh." Naruto cleared his throat. "Guys, let's just paint the thing, so we can get a better mission." The clones looked at each other, then nodded. They all picked up paintbrushes, and within 15 minutes, the whole place was finished. Naruto grinned, then dispelled all of the clones. "Hey guys, can we go and get another mission now?" Kurenai sighed, then pointed towards the building. That had tons of bubbles, dripping spots, bare spots, and we were told to do a double coat. We're going to have to start over. What? 4 hours later finally finished, the 6, Naruto, Kakashi, Kurenai, Kiba, Shino, Hinata, walked to the Hokage's office. Hiruzen smiled. "Oh, you're done?" he said. He pulled out a stack of bills, handing it to them. He then smiled. "We have another mission available, you know. How about retrieving Tora again?" he said, pulling out a file. "Hell no. I am not getting that insane cat again," Kiba screamed. "We want a higher ranked mission," Kurenai sighed. "We are only rookies. We can only do D-ranked." "Well, actually, I have a C-ranked mission," Hiruzen started. "We'll take IT," Kiba yelled happily, "and a low B-ranked." Kurenai and Kakashi looked at each other. "What are the C and B ranks descriptions?" Kakashi asked. Hiruzen adjusted his papers. "Well, the C-ranked mission is an escort to Wave, and the B-ranked is a delivery mission." Kurenai raised an eyebrow. A delivery mission? From where? She asked. Hiruzen smiled weakly. The dango shop. Kiba looked confused, while a look of horror dawned on Kurenai. The dango shop? In this village? Why is that a B-rank mission? Kiba asked, Akamaru barking. Well, if you accept the mission, you'll learn, the third said. Kiba grinned. We'll take it, he exclaimed, grabbing the file before Kurenai could intervene. Hiruzen sadly smiled. Well, I want 1 stick of Anko-flavored dango, 1 stick of Mitarashi flavor, and 1 chadango. Yes, I got those from Wikipedia, he said, trying to warn the kid. But Kiba didn't even notice. Well, let's go, Kiba happily said, walking forward, until he hit his head on a pole. Naruto gingerly skirted past him, grabbing the file, and walking outside. The others soon followed. So, where is the dango shop? Naruto asked. Well, there is the one right next to here, Kakashi said. Naruto turned to see a large dango shop. Are you kidding me? There's a dango shop right here, and it's a B-ranked mission to retrieve some dango, Naruto said. He then stormed in, and ordered the dango. When he got it, he walked out of the shop. He looked around. Seriously, there's no danger Dango. Anko tackled Naruto to the ground, then attempted to grab the dango. Hey! This is for the Hokage. Naruto yelled, wincing slightly as a stick of dango brushed his face, scratching it enough to produce blood. Oh no! Naruto started bleeding. Kurenai wailed. What's wrong? He can heal way faster than any of us, and it's not even a deep scratch. Kakashi replied, slightly amused. Kurenai stared at him like he had just said he was a girl and lesbian. Let me rephrase that he is bleeding, while holding dango, around Anko, she screamed. Kakashi paled. Oh crap. Anko started licking her lips eerily, then pulled out a kunai, slowly lowering it to Naruto's face. Naruto swallowed, then flickered and vanished. Anko straightened up, looking around. Where is that kid? She screamed. Hinata looked timidly at Anko, who was screaming and waving around a kunai. Damn, Naruto is lucky. Kiba chuckled. Actually, Anko-senpai is in the torture and interrogation department of Anbu, and is known for being rather sadistic and morbid, so I feel somewhat sorry for Naruto-san. Shino quietly said. Kiba swallowed. So, you're saying that she is a crazy lunatic torturer that is interested in Naruto? Basically. Kiba grinned. Kinky. Then, he was hit on the head by Kurenai. This is serious. This mission can now be considered an A- ranked, at least, for whoever is holding the dango. Which is currently Naruto. Kiba started laughing, then was hit by Hinata. Don't laugh. Naruto-kun might be seriously hurt, she said, barely stuttering. Kiba gently rubbed his head. Geez. Just because I laughed a little BT about your boyfriend doesn't mean you have to hit me, he muttered. Hinata eeped, and flushed red. With Naruto was crouching behind a tree, holding a kunai close. He had heard the entire conversation, and wondered why Kiba had called him Hinata's boyfriend. I get the feeling Hinata-san likes you, Naruto. Minato said. I mean, she's always fainting or blushing when being near you, talking to you, or touching you, and Kiba did call you her boyfriend. Yeah, you should ask her out, kid, Arashi said happily and stupidly. Well, I guess. There you are, Gaki. Naruto leapt up into the air as Anko charged at him, her coat flapping in the breeze, revealing her rather large assets. Naruto flipped backwards, dodging a kunai aimed for his face. He then started running up the tree, and Anko leapt towards him, grabbing him in a bear hug and pushing her breasts in Naruto's face. She then pulled out a kunai, smiling evilly. Let go of me, Naruto screamed. Anko pouted. Oh, come on. Just about every boy your age would love to be in your position, she said, licking Naruto's face. Naruto squirmed in her grasp uneasily. Most guys except maybe Sasuke, but I get the feeling he's gay, Naruto said. Anko chuckled. Well, almost all guys, she whispered, tightening her grip on the kunai, and lightly stroking Naruto's face with the dull side of it. She then turned to blade slightly, and brought it down. Don't touch Naruto-kun. Anko turned in shock, only to be hit 4 times in rapid succession by gentle fist, by Hinata. She fell, then looked at Hinata, growling and coughing up blood. She then smiled. Fine, Gaki. See you later, she said, casually moving aside a flap of her jacket. Naruto shuddered. I hope not, he said. Anko just winked at him, then shunshined away, laughing. Naruto panted, then grabbed Hinata in a hug, to her shock and pleasure. Thank you. Hinata-chan, he said. Hinata feebly nodded, trying not to faint. Then, the two shunshined to the rest of their team. Are you all right? Kurenai exclaimed, grabbing Naruto and checking him all around for any injuries. I'm fine, Kurenai-sensei, Naruto said, a bit uneasily. Kurenai nodded, then realized she had touched Naruto, and nervously looked away from him, while Kakashi cleared his throat. Well, let's deliver the dango to the Hokage then, he said. Naruto nodded, then started going up the stairs to the Hokage's office. The others soon followed. Well, here's the dango, Naruto happily said. Hiruzen chuckled, then handed them each it. It's a check, Naruto. Higher-ranked missions can't be paid in cash, so, you'll have to open a new account in a bank. Naruto nodded, then opened his mouth to say something, then closed it. Is something wrong, Naruto? Hiruzen asked. Well, I don't know how to, and, well, I doubt the bank will even let me in. Naruto said sadly. Kurenai was fuming inside, and was about to say something, when Hinata spoke up. Well, Naruto-kun, I could help you, she said. Naruto grinned. Awesome. Thanks Hinata. Naruto happily said. Hinata smiled in return. This is great. Hinata and Naruto will go to the bank, they'll talk, maybe flirt a little, and then they'll become great friends and in the future, boyfriend and girlfriend, and they'll live happily ever after. Kurenai thought, smiling. Hokage-sama? Could we possibly also take the C-ranked mission? After all, the only injury that came on a B-ranked mission was a scratched cheek for Naruto, and that has already healed due to him. Kakashi said. Kiba looked at Kakashi. Him? Kakashi swallowed. By him, I meant. A medic nin friend of him, he said. Shino didn't believe him. Well, okay, Kiba said, Akamaru barking. Kakashi released a breath he didn't know he had been holding. Anyways, you can take the C-ranked mission tomorrow. Have a good night's sleep, alright? But it's not even 6, Naruto said. Hiruzen's sweat dropped. Oh, he said lamely. Well, don't you have to go to the bank? He demanded. Naruto chuckled. Right. See ya grandpa, he yelled, dragging Hinata with him as he ran. The rest of his team followed. Hiruzen smiled, then sighed. I really need a replacement, he thought, looking in a mirror, feeling his many deep wrinkles and the bags under his tired, dull eyes. Naruto and Hinata had just gotten out of the Hokage tower. Naruto grinned, then turned. Well, let's go, he said, starting to run. Naruto? The bank is the other way, Hinata said shyly. Naruto turned slowly. I knew that, he said. Hinata smiled, then she turned, walking the other way. Naruto followed, only to realize she had frozen. Naruto looked into her eyes. Hinata-chan. Is something wrong? Naruto asked. He waved a hand in front of her eyes, then turned to see what she was looking at. He raised an eyebrow. What looked like a mini Hinata with longer hair and a thinner face was walking towards Hinata. Hiyashi-sama requested to see you, Hinata. The girl said. Hinata nodded. Yes, Hanabi Imouto. Hanabi bristled. I have told you many times to refer to me as Hanabi-san. Imouto? Wow, Hinata, I didn't know you had a younger sister, Naruto said happily. Hanabi just grabbed Hinata's hand and roughly dragged her along. Come now, Hinata. You have no time to spare for these commoners, Hanabi said icily. Naruto growled. Hey, I'm not a commoner, I'm the greatest ninja ever, and the future Hokage, Naruto yelled. Hanabi turned to him, her white eyes dull. I doubt that. You're pathetic, weak, and useless, just like Hinata, she said, simply and coldly. Naruto just stared at her back as she started walking away, but then his eyes changed color, one icy blue, the other fiery red. Take that back, Naruto, Minato, Arashi yelled. Hanabi turned in amazement. Naruto was radiating all three of his chakras to the point of which they were visible. What is this power? Hanabi thought. Naruto then made thousands of shadow clones. Apologize. Naruto screamed. Hanabi started slowly retreating. Then, in his hand, a weird chakra appeared, that started spinning rapidly. Then, it turned into a sphere, except it was out of control, and releasing rings and jets of sheer chakra. Hanabi identified it instantly. A Rasengan, the A-ranked jutsu created by the fourth Hokage. But how could he have learned such a jutsu? She then looked at Naruto's face, and his cloak. What if he was related to the fourth? She thought. Father will want to know about this. Alright, I'm sorry, Hanabi said. Naruto snarled. I don't care if you insult me. Apologize to Hinata. Naruto yelled, pointing towards Hinata, who was cowering in fear. Considering the chakra radiating from Naruto was enough to shatter the asphalt of the street they were on, and break the windows of nearby buildings, Hanabi decided to do as he said. Hanabi turned to Hinata. I'm sorry, Hinata, she said quietly. Hinata swallowed, nodding. Naruto smiled, his chakra receding. Then he fell unconscious. Later Naruto then slowly got up. He looked around, noticing he was in his apartment. Here, Naruto. A voice said, handing him a plate of food. Naruto grinned. Thanks, he said, starting to devour the food. The voice chuckled, then opened some blinds to light up the dark room. Naruto turned to the until then unknown person. It was Kurenai. Naruto blinked in surprise. Well Naruto, while you were unconscious, I got Kakashi-senpai to take you home, and I made an account for you. She handed Naruto a card. This has all of the information you need to know, she said, smiling. Naruto grinned even wider, and hugged Kurenai, to her surprise. Thanks Kurenai-sensei, he said happily. Kurenai smiled. You're welcome, Naru-kun, she said. She then stood up, and waved goodbye. Well, wake up nice and early for our next mission, okay? She asked. Naruto nodded furiously, smiling. Kurenai smiled in return. Then when she closed the apartment door, she clutched her head, groaning. I just called my pupil Naru-kun. She thought. She started walking down the hallway. I really need to get a boyfriend. Interesting. So you are saying the boy may be a descendant of the Yondaime? Well Hiyashi-sama, he used the Rasengan, and that was only known to the Yondaime. It isn't in any scroll. And, Hiyashi-sama, he also had 3 chakras, which could be a bloodline. Hiyashi stared into the distance thoughtfully. What do you suggest we do, Hanabi? Hanabi blinked. Father is asking me of my opinion, she thought. Well, Hiyashi-sama, if having 3 chakras is a bloodline, it would be useful to integrate him into our clan. As if we had larger chakra reserves, and the Byakugan, we could become the most powerful clan in all of the known world. Hiyashi thoughtfully nodded. He then straightened up. Well then, I'm going to attempt to convince Hinata to seduce him, and try to arrange a political marriage. That is excellent, Hiyashi-sama, as she is not only in his age group, but also happens to be affectionate towards Naruto-san. Hiyashi smiled. That will make it all the easier, he said. Then his eyebrows furrowed. Naturally, Hanabi. You know that if Hinata fails, I am counting on you to fulfill the mission I will be giving her for her. Hanabi nodded, and an unbidden smile crept onto her face, naturally. Naruto had just awakened, and was feeling rather hungry, so he decided to go and get some ramen. Shunshin no jutsu, he yelled. Hey! Some people are trying to sleep. Yano. Sorry sir. Naruto yelled to his landlord. Shunshin no jutsu. Naruto whispered. Shun shining to Ichiraku's. Ayame was cleaning the counter absent-mindedly. It's about time to open, she thought, looking at the clock. She sighed. I wonder where Naruto is. I haven't seen him in a while. Hey Ayame. Ayame screamed, jumping into the air. She looked at who said that. Her eyes widened. Naruto. She breathed. Naruto was far taller, and most of his baby fat was gone. He was far more muscular, and his hair was longer, and it hung over his hitate. She kept on staring at him, until Naruto snapped his fingers in front of her. Are you okay, Ayame-chan? He asked. Ayame nodded, dumbfounded. What will you have, Naruto? She asked. Naruto grinned. I'll have 7 large miso ramens, and 5 large beef ramens. Ayame's sweat dropped. Yeah, that's Naruto all right, she thought. She walked back into the shop, then got all of the bowls, struggling to keep them up. She slowly walked towards Naruto, then tripped. Shadow clone jutsu. Ayame blinked. All of the bowls were caught by clones of Naruto, who had caught her. Naruto grinned. That was close, huh, Ayame-chan? Ayame smiled. She was in Naruto's arms. Son, do you know how many girls are attracted to you? Minato thought. You're going to have a harem soon. Naruto gently let go of Ayame, then his clones carried all of the bowls to the table, and Naruto started devouring all of them. Ayame looked at him, puzzled, for a few minutes, then spoke up. So, Naruto, you've really grown, huh? She asked, trying to find out what had caused his growth. Naruto grinned. Yeah, he exclaimed. So, why haven't you been around? She asked. Naruto shrugged. Training, missions, you know. Ninja stuff. Ayame nodded. Naruto grinned. And today, I'm going on another mission. AC ranked. Ayame's eyes widened. AC ranked? But don't new genin only get D ranked missions? She asked. Naruto grinned even wider. Yeah, but my team is awesome, so we get higher ranked missions. Ayame smiled wistfully. Once upon a time, she had wished she could have become a ninja. However, she had an unfortunate condition rather like Lee's, so she couldn't. Naruto then looked at the clock. Well, I got to go. See you, Ayame. Naruto yelled, leaving behind a crumpled stack of bills. Keep the change. Ayame picked up the bills, then assorted them into the cash register. Naruto. Ayame thought. Hokage Tower, Naruto. Kurenai impatiently thought. Then, a figure burst in through the door, wearing a long black cloak with orange and red. Well, you know. Sorry I'm late. Naruto casually said. Kakashi sighed. Well, Naruto, we have a C-ranked escort mission to wave. Kiba got excited. Who are we escorting? A princess? A movie star? Well, if we were, this mission would probably be a B-ranked, right? Naruto said. Then, a man stepped into the room. His clothes were slightly ragged, he was wearing thick glasses and had a gray beard, and was holding a sake bottle that was almost empty. His bloodshot eyes scanned the room. Great. I've got 2 little girls, one runt with a dog, a weirdo with bugs all around him, and... Oh, you two must be the Jonin? He said, extending a hand to Kakashi and Naruto. Naruto and Kakashi exchanged glances. Oh yeah, and I'm Tazuna. And I'm a genin. Naruto said coolly. The woman standing next to me is the other Jonin. Tazuna stepped back a bit, then took off his glasses, cleaned them, and looked again. Oh. He said flatly. He then walked out of the Hokage office, leaving the others to follow him. Good luck, Naruto. You might just need it, Hiruzen thought. Later Naruto and his team, along with Tazuna, were walking along the road slowly, looking around for any traps. It was a scorching hot day, without even a single cloud in the sky. Naruto looked ahead at the road, then motioned for the others to stop. Guys? Yeah. Naruto pointed. What's a puddle doing in the middle of the road on a day like this? He then threw a shuriken at it. A hand made of water grabbed the shuriken, then threw it back at Naruto, who kicked it aside, with his dad's help. He looked at it oddly as the puddle formed into 2 men. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed. The Demon Brothers. 2 B-ranked missing nins. Then, in the blink of an eye, he was shredded by a gauntlet on one of the brothers' hands. He smiled. Guzu, get the woman. Don't hurt her though, we might be able to sell her to some brothel. One said. Guzo smiled beneath a mask. All right, Maizu, he whispered, running towards Kurenai. While you're at it, get the girl too. Maizu yelled, running towards Kiba and Shino. Guzo leapt at Kurenai, swinging his gauntlet menacingly. Kurenai tried to move, but to her horror, she was being held down by metal wire. She tried to make some seals to do a genjutsu quickly, but Guzu was too close. She closed her eyes, screaming. Then, she heard a piercing scream as well, and opened her eyes. Naruto had kicked Guzu in the shin hard enough to shatter it, then he punched him in the nose hard enough to break it. Guzu's nose, not Naruto's. Naruto spun to a halt on the ground, then ran at Guzu again, and kept on battering him and letting him skid off of the ground. He finally let him go, and ran at Mizu, who was clearly about to beat Kiba and Shino. Hey, ugly. Mizu and Kiba looked simultaneously, and Naruto, possessed by Minato, grabbed Mizu, flipping him into the air. He then made some shadow clones, and they all started kicking him into the air, and they jumped off of each other too to keep on battering him until they were over 200 feet in the air. Then, all of the clones grabbed Mizu, and started spinning in midair, heading towards the ground at an unbelievable speed. Naruto Namikaze Barrage! Naruto yelled. Then, the cluster of people crashed into the ground painfully, and all of the clones dispelled, leaving Mizu, who fell, bleeding and unconscious. Holy shit! Naruto's head whipped around, then he smiled, relieved, and his eyes turned back to normal. Kakashi! I thought you were dead, he said. Kakashi smiled. That was a replacement. A man who can perfect the Academy 3 is a better ninja than someone who can badly use 100s ranked techniques. Kakashi said. Naruto smiled. And you can do both, no doubt. Hey! We thought you were dead. Kiba snapped. Kakashi laughed. Well, a jonin like me doesn't die that easily, he said. Naruto? Hinata shyly asked. Naruto turned to her, smiling. What, Hinata-chan? He asked. Well, why did you say Naruto Namikaze Barrage? She asked. Naruto paled, swallowing. Well. He mumbled, trying to think of an excuse. Well, it's just that the fourth was a hero of mine, he said, pleading that she would buy that. She didn't. Naruto, then why would you have named it Naruto Namikaze Barrage, instead of Minato Namikaze Barrage? She asked. Naruto slowly retreated as Kiba ganged up on him too. Yeah, why did you name it that? Kiba said. Naruto tried to stammer out an answer, but then, Kakashi said something. Tazuna-san. Those two actually attacked us. That means this mission is at least B ranked. Why did you only pay for a C ranked mission? Tazuna fell to his knees. You see, my country has been robbed by a man called Gatu, who is a shipping magnate, and we have almost no money, even to build the bridge I'm supposed to build there to ship things into our country without Gatu noticing. I couldn't pay for a B or higher mission. He begged. Please, help us. Naruto walked to Tazuna and helped him up. We definitely'll help, he said, grinning. I don't want to go back to Konoha until we finish this mission. Tazuna's tear-filled eyes looked at Naruto. Thank you, he said quietly. Naruto smiled, then helped him up, and grinned. Well, let's go, he crowed. Kurenai sighed and followed, along with the genin. Kakashi was still standing there, suspicious. B or higher, he thought. Later Naruto and his team were quietly heading towards a half-built bridge on a small boat, which then went into a small village. They then hopped off of the boat. Sure is misty around here, huh? Naruto said. The team started walking into a forest, and Tazuna was yelling about having to go to his house now. Naruto looked around, then was taken over by Arashi, and threw a kunai, pinning a small rabbit. He picked it up, examining it. Why do you make me do that? He asked. First, rabbit meat is very good. Second, it's a white rabbit. Why would a rabbit be white in the middle of the spring? Unless it's a trap. Naruto yelled, tackling Hinata to the ground just as a large blade flew at their heads and embedded itself into a wall. Naruto growled, looking up. Kakashi's eye widened. Zabuza Momochi. He breathed. Naruto grinned. Who's he? He asked, still on top of a blushing Hinata. Kakashi readied a kunai. He is an S-ranked missing nin from Kurogakure. Don't attempt to fight him, only Kurenai and I have a chance of beating him, Kakashi said. He put a hand to his hite-8. And I will only have a chance of beating him, using this. And he pulled up the forehead protector to reveal a Sharingan. Ah, I get to see your Sharingan already, Kakashi? I'm honored. Zabuba whispered. He made some seals. Hidden Mist stepped back. Protect Tazuna. He's probably his target, he yelled. Then, a thick, white mist surrounded the area again. Zabuza was silently heading towards Kakashi, when he heard some laughter. Well, okay dad, shadow clone jutsu. That voice was from the blonde boy, so he can use shadow clones, meaning he has relatively high chakra reserves. Then, his mist was blown away completely momentarily, and he saw the boy, standing next to a man who was also blonde, and impossible, he thought. But just to check, he released the jutsu. His jaw dropped. Minato Namikaze was standing beside the boy, and he was menacingly holding 3 triple-pronged kunai in each hand. He stared at Zabuba eerily. "Why were you attacking my son and his team?" Minato said quietly. Zabuba swallowed and stepped back. "Oh shit, I was attacking the strongest Konoha ninja ever's son," he thought. He made some seals quickly. Water Dragon no Jutsu. Maybe that'll distract him long enough to escape. Minato simply shoved his hand in the dragon, and it exploded. Zabuba stumbled back. "Oh boy," he thought, making more seals. "Grand waterfall," he yelled, causing water to shoot towards Minato. Minato backhand slapped the water, and it fell apart. Zabuba stumbled back. "Haku, where are you?" he pleaded. He then had an idea. "Water prison no jutsu," he yelled. Then, all but Minato, Naruto, and Tazuna were covered by a sphere of water. Minato sighed, then threw the kunai backwards without even glancing at them, and within moments, all of them were freed. "Damn Hirushин," Zabuza thought, panicking. Minato slowly walked towards Zabuza. "I'm afraid it's time for you to die," he said softly. Then, a needle flew through the air, hitting Zabuba in the neck. A figure leapt down, grabbing the body. "There is no need, Yondaime-sama," the ninja said quietly, "but thank you very much for weakening him for me." "Hunter Nin," Minato acknowledged. Then, the Hunter Nin vanished. Then, Naruto fainted, and Minato looked at him for a few moments. "Looks like the Hirushин took too much out of him. Well, sleep well, Naruto," and he popped out of existence. Naruto woke up, to see bandages wrapped around him, and his cloak removed. He looked around to see the rest of his team looking at him intently. "What?" Naruto said weakly. Hinata spoke up. "Well, Naruto-kun, Kakashi-sensei told us that you summoned the Yondaime Hokage, who used a technique only he knew," she said, dropping to a whisper. Kakashi took over. "Naruto, just tell us the truth, all right? I already know, but the others might as well," Kakashi said. Naruto sighed. "Well guys, you see, I'm kind of the Mom? Who are those guys?" Naruto turned to see a short boy wearing a hat pointing towards him and the other ninja. The woman next to him smiled. "There are some strong ninja here to help Grandpa, Inari," she said. Inari sighed. "You know they are going to die, right?" he said darkly. Kiba growled, and Akamaru yipped. "Oh yeah, you little squirt. We're the greatest ninja ever," he barked. Inari snorted. "Right," he said, walking away. Kiba mumbled something, but Naruto looked interested. "Ma'am? Why is he like? Well, that?" he asked the woman. She sighed, looking at a picture on a wall. "Well, you see, he used to have a surrogate father a while ago, called Kaiza," she said sadly. She brushed her fingers on the poster. "He was a great man, and Inari was so happy around him, but one day, She sniffed, brushing away a tear, and Tazuna continued. "He was put to death by Gato," he said. Hinata's eyes were watering at the tale. Shino looked a bit disturbed by the news. Kiba looked deeply moved also. "Isn't that terrible, Naruto?" Kiba asked. When no one responded, he turned. "Naruto?" Inari was crying in his room, sobbing and weeping. "Kaiza! Dad!" he cried. Then, he felt a hand on his shoulder, and he tensed up. He slowly turned, to see Naruto looking at him sadly. "Hey," he said sadly. Inari turned angrily. Naruto was silent for a moment. "I know how you feel," he said. Inari turned to him again, furious. "You do not know how I feel, no one does," he screamed. Naruto looked at him. "Really, you lost your dad, but you have your mom and grandpa," he said. He looked up into the air. "I had nobody. I was an orphan. And to make things worse, I was hurt by all of the villagers, let into almost no stores, and it was all because of something I couldn't control." He lifted up his shirt and molded some chakra. "You see this?" Naruto said, pointing towards the seal on his stomach. This holds the nine-tailed fox, the strongest demon in existence. Everyone hated me for it. Inari trembled, avoiding Naruto's gaze because he thought he might be angry and want to take out his anger on Inari. Look at me, Naruto said. Inari shivered, then looked into Naruto's eyes. To his surprise, they were filled with compassion and happiness. But then, I found friends, and kept trying to be a great ninja. And even though I can't see him, I know who my dad is, and I learned that the Kyuubi is actually a really nice guy, he said, smiling. Inari, I found people precious to me, and I want to protect them, no matter what. Even if I have to be sacrificed and give up my dream of being Hokage, I will always protect them, he said. Inari wiped away some of his tears in shock. That sounds almost like what Dad said, he thought. Naruto then smiled again. All right, Otuto? He asked. Inari fell silent, then, he hugged Naruto. Yeah. Ani. Inari said, smiling as well. Naruto smiled, then led Inari downstairs. Naruto grinned at all of them. Come on guys. If we're gonna beat Zabuza again, we have to train harder, he said. Kurenai sighed. All right then. We'll work on another useful exercise that improves chakra control. Naruto grinned. All right, he exclaimed. See you later, Inari Otuto. He called out, shun shining away. Kurenai smiled, then she got the others to follow her outside. She sweat dropped. Naruto, was it really necessary to use Shunshin no Jutsu just to get out of their house? She said. That jutsu can use a lot of chakra. Naruto's eyebrows rose. It can? He asked. Kurenai then remembered. Well, for people with average chakra reserves, yes. Now, Hinata, grab onto Naruto's hand, Shino, grab mine, and Kiba, grab Kakashi's. We're going to Shunshin to that nearby lake. She commanded. Naruto nodded, and Hinata slightly blushed, before grabbing Naruto's hand. She looked up into the sky, remembering what her father had said. Flashback. Say. Hinata stammered. Seduce. Hiashi finished. He looked sternly at Hinata. You are capable of doing this, correct? He asked. Hinata nodded, flustered. Of course, Hiashi-sama. Flashback and Hinata was thinking about that memory, and how to accomplish that, when they all suddenly appeared at the lake. Kurenai turned to all of them, handing out some papers. I need you to channel your chakra into these papers, she said. The genin took the papers, then channeled their chakra. Shino's crumpled up, Hinata's turned wet, Kiba's crumpled to dust, and Naruto's split into looked at their papers. Well Shino, you're in luck, because Kakashi is also a lightning affinity, she said happily. She walked over to Hinata. Hinata, we're right next to a lake, so you can easily use your new water affinity, which Kakashi also has knowledge of. She walked to Kiba. Kakashi knows some earth jutsu, she said. She then looked at Naruto's. Naruto, you seem to have a wind affinity, and Kakashi can't use wind jutsu, and neither can I, she said. Naruto looked crestfallen. Son, don't feel bad, I know a wind jutsu, and I can give you hands-on training, Minato said. Naruto grinned. Thanks Dad. He thought. He then looked at Kurenai. So, Sensei, what am I supposed to do? Well, Shino and Hinata already know it, so you and Kiba are going to learn water walking, she said. Kiba laughed. Actually, I know water walking. It was one of the things my dad taught me before he left. Naruto looked at him. Your parents had a divorce? He asked. Kiba snorted. No, my mom scared my dad away. Naruto, you're really getting the hang of it, a clone of Kakashi said. Naruto mumbled something that wouldn't be allowed to say on this T-rated fanfiction, and Kakashi laughed. The real Kakashi was currently working on teaching Shino how to manipulate lightning chakra, and another clone was talking to Kiba and showing him inner decapitation technique. Kurenai was talking to Hinata. Hinata, because you have very good chakra control, I'm planning on making you a genjutsu specialist, she said. Hinata blinked, then smiled a little. Yes sensei. Kurenai interrupted her. However, I am also going to get Kakashi to teach you a few water ninjutsu, just in case you fight someone who can break genjutsu easily. Hinata nodded again. She then whispered something. What was that, Hinata? Kurenai asked. Hinata pressed her index fingers together nervously. Well, Who is going to teach Naruto-kun? She asked. Kurenai smiled sadly. I'm sure he will find some way to learn wind ninjutsu, Kurenai said uncertainly. Naruto had just shunshined away to an isolated part of the forest, where his dad was talking to him. Alright son, I want you to take a kunai, and channel chakra through it, Minato said. Naruto did that. Minato smiled. Now, grind your chakras together to make a sharp edge of wind chakra. Naruto did that, and the kunai started glowing blue. Now, slash at that tree, from about an inch away from it. Okay, he said, swinging the kunai. The tree then had a 2 or 3 inch deep cut into it. Your chakra extends and sharpens the blade, so it can be used as a kind of surprise attack, because they'll just try to dodge it by about an inch, but then get cut. Naruto smiled. So is that the jutsu you were going to teach me? He asked. No, every element can do that. I'm going to teach you a jutsu called Verdant Mountain's Violent Wind, Naruto grinned. Does that like, shoot a huge blast of air at someone? No, that's called Great Breakthrough. Does it cut them in half with some kind of wind blade? No, that's Blade of Wind, or Wind Cutter. Does it shoot some bullet of wind that tears them to shreds? Will you let me say what the jutsu does? Minato roared. He sighed. Verdant Mountain's Violent Wind allows you to throw shuriken and kunai without touching them. For example, if you had thrown a whole bunch of shuriken at someone, and they all missed, you could use Verdant Mountain's Violent Wind to shoot them all back at him or her, from different angles, speeds, and you wouldn't have to touch them, he said. Naruto grinned. Awesome, he crowed. However, it requires good chakra control, better than you currently have. Naruto looked crestfallen. But, I know how to improve your chakra control a whole ton. Naruto grinned. How dad? Walking up a waterfall. Naruto yelled, looking up at the top of a huge waterfall. Yes, as it combines walking on water with tree climbing, and requires you to adjust instantly if you put your foot on a rock, or if the current gets stronger, and you are vertical, so it adds more to the challenge. This ought to give you high chunin, maybe low jonin chakra control. Naruto grumbled, then ran at the waterfall and tried to put his feet onto it. He fell, getting soaked. He sighed, then removed his clothes, except for his underwear, and tried again. He managed to get one foot on, but only for about a second. He growled, then leapt up, and applied chakra to his feet, and took a careful step forward. It was rather hard, he realized, to climb a waterfall, as the shifting water meant you had to constantly shift your chakra. He tried to take another step, then fell again, yelling. He climbed out of the pool, drenched, then tried again, and again. After 10 minutes of struggling, he made it halfway, then cheered, pumping his fist into the air. Then, he fell. Naruto. Somewhere, sometime later Naruto edged softly, then woke up quickly, his head darting around. He saw a girl picking some plants up, and then she turned to him. Naruto noticed she was extraordinarily pretty. Oh, so you're finally awake? Good. Could you pass me that blue plant next to you? She said softly, but cheerfully. Naruto turned his head, and picked the plant out of the ground, handing it to the girl. So, what's your name? She asked. Naruto smiled. Naruto Uzumaki. What's yours? He asked. Haku. The girl said softly. Naruto smiled. Haku looked at Naruto's face. A Hite 8? Are you a ninja? She asked. Naruto grinned, nodding. Yeah. I'm only a genin, but sooner or later, I'll be a chunin, then jonin, then Hokage, he crowed. Haku smiled. Well, you seem rather ambitious, she said. Naruto chuckled. Yeah, I guess. So, Haku, what's a girl like you doing here? He asked. Haku smiled. I'm actually a boy, Haku said. Naruto snorted. Yeah right, he said. Haku raised an eyebrow. Why don't you believe me? Haku asked. Naruto gestured towards her. No boy has a chest that big, and your face looks more like a girl's than a guy's, he said. Haku almost blushed. Oh, all right, I'm a girl, she said. Naruto's grin faded somewhat. Why did you pretend you were a boy though? Unless you have some other secrets, Naruto said suspiciously. Haku felt a bead of sweat roll down her neck. Why would I have secrets? She stammered. Naruto looked into her eyes. Haku. He said. Then, something gleamed in the corner of his eye. He turned, and picked up something. A needle. What is this? He demanded. Before Haku could respond, Naruto's eyes widened. You were that hunter Nin, he exclaimed. Haku swallowed. Naruto-kun, I don't want to have to fight you, she said. Haku-chan, I don't want to fight you either, Naruto said. They faced each other calmly and quietly, then lunged at each other. Haku started throwing senbon, needles, at Naruto, who took out a kunai and deflected most of them. A few stuck in his legs, but he kept running at Haku anyways. Haku then threw some shuriken at Naruto, who again blocked them. Haku started backing away, but then Naruto charged his kunai with chakra and sliced at Haku. Her clothes tore at mid-torso, but she was unhurt. She backed away slowly and cautiously. Naruto then leapt at her, and swung the kunai again. This time, it hit her arm, and caused a small cut. I don't want to kill you, Naruto, she yelled. Naruto grinned, then leapt back, and charged some shuriken with wind chakra, and threw them. Haku leapt backwards, only for her shirt to be cut again. She scowled. Are you trying to fight me, or undress me? She yelled at Naruto. Naruto laughed, then ran towards Haku again, kicking and punching. Haku either dodged or blocked the blows, trying to get the upper hand. Naruto smiled again. This is fun, huh Haku-chan? Naruto asked happily. This is all a game to him. Haku thought. She then had an idea for how to get the upper hand. Maybe it was a little bit unorthodox, but it should work. She ran at Naruto, and kissed him, hugging him. Naruto's eyes flew open, but then he responded by kissing her back. Haku was about to make the seals for 1,000 flying water needles of death behind his back, but then, her hands faltered, and she decided just to continue to kiss him. After all, a shinobi could die any second, and he does seem nice, she thought, still making out with Naruto. She broke away from Naruto slowly, and slightly reluctantly, and decided on something. Naruto-kun? She asked, slightly looking up at Naruto. Naruto slightly tilted his head to look at her. What is it, Haku-chan? He said softly. Haku bit her lower lip, then decided to just take his hand and lead him into the woods. With Naruto's team Kakashi and Kurenai were training their students, when all of a sudden, they heard some screams and of ecstasy. Kurenai looked up in alarm. What was that? She exclaimed, alarmed. Kakashi shrugged. If I had to guess, 2 people are having sex. The male seems to be rather large, and has a whole ton of stamina. And we probably should get the kids away before they ask what it is also, Kakashi said calmly. Kurenai sighed. Hinata, Kiba, Shino, let's go somewhere else to train, she called out. And a topless Naruto was resting peacefully next to a sleeping Haku, who was covered by Naruto's cloak. Naruto smiled uneasily, looking at her. Wow, he thought, like he didn't believe what he just did himself. He smiled, however, and laid down next to her, slowly stroking her hair. He continued to wait by her side, until she woke up after about an hour, and looked at him, smiling. Naruto smiled too, but slightly sadly. Haku-chan. That guy, Zabuza, probably needs you know, he said softly. Haku responded by hugging Naruto. I know, Naruto-kun, she said sadly. Naruto smiled. Well, at least we'll see each other again, at our next battle, right? He said. Haku smiled. I suppose, she said. Naruto smiled. Well, I'm going to try to convince my team that you are actually good guys, and not to fight. Could you try to convince Zabuza too? He asked. Haku nodded. Naruto grinned. Great. Then we should be able to not only complete the mission, but also maybe get you guys to join Konoha. I'm sure Gramps won't mind, he said cheerfully. Haku smiled. Of course, Naruto-kun, she said, removing Naruto's cloak and getting dressed. When fully clothed, she turned to Naruto. I'll see you soon, she said simply, shining away. Naruto smiled nodding. Naruto then got up, and was struck by what seemed to be a piercing migraine. Or at least, he wished it was just a migraine. You idiot, you had sex with the enemy, when you were TWEL. That was incredible, Kit. You made it at the age of TWELV. If your mother knew about this, she would have a heart atta. I am so proud to call you my host, Naruto groaned, and walked to Tazuna's house, dealing with Minato and Arashi bickering and yelling at Naruto, who was miserably clutching his head. He soon arrived at Tazuna's house, and was attacked by Shino, Kiba, Kurenai, Kakashi and Hinata. "We thought you were dead, dude." Kiba, "So you are finally back." Shino, "Naruto, you shouldn't have run away like that." Kurenai, "Yeah." Kakashi, "Naruto-kun, you're safe." Hinata, Naruto smiled feebly. "Yeah, I know. Sorry I was gone, But Kiba was sniffing the air. "Hey, Naruto. What? Why does your body smell like it has an excess of hormones and has the smell of a female?" The room fell silent, and all eyes turned to Naruto, who was sweating nervously. "What?" he squeaked. Many thoughts were running through some of their heads. That was Naruto. God. Kakashi thought. I didn't get Naruto's first? Hinata thought, almost on the verge of tears. If that screaming was Naruto and the girl, that means Naruto has a huge. Kurenai thought, blushing and avoiding looking at Naruto. Naruto nervously looked at the floor, then cleared his throat. Anyways, you know the Hunter Nin and Zabuza? Both are alive, and the Hunter Nin is actually really nice. Naruto said. She is probably asking Zabuza not to fight right now, he said cheerfully. Then, his eyes widened in horror, and he clamped his hand over his mouth. Kiba started laughing. You had sex with the Hunter Nin? God. I can't even imagine how ugly she must have been to want to have it with you, he said. Naruto grew angry. Well, she was better looking than any girl you'll ever have sex with, if you ever get laid, Kiba. Naruto retorted. Kakashi sighed, then grabbed Naruto and placed him on a stool, and a clone of his grabbed a furious Kiba. I want you to explain everything, he said sternly. Naruto swallowed. He got the feeling he would be in for a long, sleepless night of interrogation. Kakashi looked at Naruto seriously, then sighed. So, this, Haku, was the Hunter Nin, and she is going to try and convince Zabuza not to fight, he said. Naruto nodded. Kakashi smiled. Then we shall meet him, and kill him. Naruto looked alarmed. Why? He cried out. Kakashi looked at him. He is a missing nin. Everyone wants him destroyed, he said. Not me. Not Haku, Naruto said. Kakashi looked at him darkly. Naruto. He said slowly. Naruto growled. You aren't going to touch him or Haku-chan. He snarled, standing up. They then heard a door slam, and a small sob, and Naruto turned to hear footsteps that sounded like they were going away from him. Naruto sighed, then stalked off outside. Hey Naruto Ani. Inari said happily. Naruto smiled sadly. Hey, Inari Otuto. He said, continuing to walk into the woods. He walked for what he guessed to be about 20 minutes, then sat down, looking up into the sky. Hinata was crying sadly, clutching one of Naruto's jumpsuits that she took from him, when her door opened, and Kurenai sat next to her. She put a hand on her shoulder. Hey, Hinata. Hey, Naruto-kun. Naruto turned, smiling a little once he saw who it was. Hey, Haku-chan. Hello, Kurenai-sensei. Hinata said stiffly. Kurenai sighed, hugging her. What's wrong, Hinata? She said. What's wrong, Naruto? Naruto sighed, staring up into the sky, which was now dark, but not black. It was almost sunrise. Well, Haku-chan, it's about Hinata, he said. Haku nodded. She also loves you, I assume? She asked. Naruto nodded sadly. I want to stay as her friend, and I want her to be happy, but, well, she seems to be happiest around me, and... Haku put a finger to his lips, silencing him. Well, I know a solution. Well, Kurenai SS Sensei, it's about Naruto. Hinata said sadly. Kurenai nodded slowly. You wanted to be his, but he is with Haku, she said understandingly. Hinata nodded, tears still going down her eyes. Kurenai smiled uneasily. Well, there technically is still a way, she said. Simultaneously, both Hinata and Naruto perked up. What, they both said. Kurenai and Haku smiled. The Clan Restoration Act, they simultaneously said. Naruto looked confused. Huh? Haku smiled. It's where you take multiple wives to revive a clan, she said. Naruto flushed red. But, would you really accept something like that? He sputtered. Haku nodded. Well, Naruto, I'm flattered you'd ask for my opinion, and yes, I would accept that. That Hinata girl seems to be rather nice, and besides, she said, crouching next to Naruto and kissing him on the cheek. A threesome sounds really kinky. She purred. Naruto blushed even darker red. Hinata flushed red instantly. PP polygamy, she said in amazement. Kurenai smiled. Well, that's the only thing I can currently think of, she said. Hinata looked down, pressing her fingertips together. I'm not sure father would approve, she said nervously. Oh, lighten up. I'm sure your father wouldn't mind too much, Kurenai said, sounding more confident than she was. Hinata was silent for a few moments, then blushed and smiled. Naruto smiled, then looked at the sky. Well, I should probably head back, he said. Haku nodded. Well, I'll see you soon, Naruto-kun, she said, shining away. Naruto nodded, then started walking back. Well, son, I think I'm going to now teach you Verdant Mountain's Violent Wind, Minato said. Naruto grinned. Great, he said happily. Minato chuckled. This is going to be somewhat difficult, I'm afraid. Minato said. First, this is probably going to be the first jutsu you have ever used with seals. Naruto sheepishly nodded. Well, it actually only has one seal, but it is a B-ranked jutsu. Minato continued. First, throw some weapons around. Naruto shrugged, then took out some shuriken and threw them at a tree. Good. Now, make the snake seal, and use that seal to focus your chakra. Naruto nodded, then made the seal, concentrating and building up chakra. Now, try to move the shuriken around. Naruto nodded again, and the shuriken wiggled slightly, then slowly came out from the tree. Naruto grinned. You can experiment now, son. Naruto grinned, watching as he made the 6 shuriken fly around, spinning and accelerating at his will. They then started encircling him also. Naruto looked in awe as he controlled the shuriken and made them encircle him. This is both an offensive and defensive jutsu, as you can use some weapons to block attacks, and use others to attack enemies, then retract the weapon and use it again. With enough chakra control, you can actually use weapons while they are being controlled, to make them especially deadly. Unfortunately, you don't have that kind of control. Naruto chuckled, then heard a yell. Naruto-kun, Kurenai called out. Over here, Kurenai-sensei. Naruto yelled back. Kurenai ran over to him in relief. There you are. We've been looking for you for a while, she said. Naruto nodded. Anyways, we are going over to the bridge, because we suspect Zabuza will be there, she said. Naruto grinned. Okay, he said cheerfully. Good thing I've trained then, huh? So, what have the others been learning? Kurenai smiled. Well, Shino learned about lightning chakra and created a jutsu called Suicidal Lightning Bug, along with being able to shoot pure lightning chakra. Kiba now knows Inner Decapitation and Earth-style Wall, while Hinata knows a weak genjutsu called Hell Viewing Technique, and a water ninjutsu called Violent Water Wave. Naruto grinned. Awesome, he crowed. Kurenai looked at him. What about you, Naruto-kun? Naruto grinned. Chakra control, channeling wind chakra into blades, and a really cool B-ranked jutsu, he said happily. And how did you learn those? Kurenai asked. Naruto swallowed. Haku taught me. He improvised. Kurenai sighed. Well, come on, Naruto-kun, Kurenai said. Naruto chuckled, then started following. Kurenai turned her head towards him. Is something wrong? She asked. Naruto smiled up at her. Oh, I'm just finding it odd how you have been calling me Naruto-kun, he said, breaking into a run towards the house. Kurenai's eyes widened, and she tried to stammer something, but just shook her head and followed him. All right. Once we are at the bridge, everyone get ready for a possible fight, Kakashi said seriously. Does everyone have their supplies? Yes, along with some special drugs for my insects, Shino said quietly. Yes, and I brought some medicinal cream, Hinata said. Yep, and some soldier pills for Akamaru and me, Kiba exclaimed. Yeah, let's go, Naruto exclaimed. Later Naruto and his team arrived at the bridge, which was covered in dense fog. Naruto spotted a shadow far away from them. Zabuza. So, do you want to have a truce then? Then, the whole team was struck with a terrifying killing intent, and a whistling sound was heard. Kakashi swore, then leapt forward, revealing his Sharingan. The mist cleared a bit to reveal Kakashi and Zabuza pushing on both sides of the giant decapitating knife, and Kakashi was losing, seeing as the blade was slowly advancing towards him. "I'll take that as a no," Naruto mumbled, taking out a shuriken and adding wind chakra to it, until it appeared to be a large, white shuriken, which he threw at Zabuza and Kakashi. Kakashi ducked out of the way quickly, while Zabuza stumbled, then was cut a little and fell back. Naruto grinned, until Zabuza collapsed into a puddle of water. Kakashi leapt back towards Naruto. "That was awesome. Sorry I almost hit you, but how did you dodge that?" Naruto asked. "Saw a bit of it reflected in the corner of Zabuza's eye." Kakashi mumbled. "Look out," he yelled, shoving Naruto back and being hit by a large dragon of water, which Zabuza walked up to and stuck his hand in, turning it into a large sphere, with Kakashi trapped inside. "Water prison technique," Zabuza said coldly. Then, his eyes widened, and he was pulled waist deep into the ground by Kiba, but the sphere didn't release its hold. Then, little streaks of yellow shot at Zabuza, and he screamed as parts of his torso were fried, courtesy of Shino. He snarled, then used his free hand to throw some shuriken at Hinata. "Violent water wave," she cried out, shooting the shuriken away. Zabuza's eyes widened. "What have you been teaching these kids, copy ninja?" he muttered, throwing his sword at Shino. Then, he stumbled back, having been hit in the stomach by Naruto. Naruto looked up into his eyes, then multiplied into a dozen Narutos, who all leapt back and threw shuriken at Zabuza. Zabuza snarled, then pulled his hand out of the water prison and disappeared. The Narutos got into a ring formation, armed to the teeth with kunai. "Nice try." Naruto's eyes widened as Zabuza appeared in the center of the ring and swung his sword, turning all of the clones to smoke, leaving only the original. Zabuza roared, swinging at Naruto, who quickly raised two kunai with wind chakra to block the blade. Zabuza chuckled, using only one hand to slowly overpower Naruto. "Nice try, kid, but you're no Jonin," he said curtly. Naruto grinned. "Yeah, but he is." Zabuza turned and quickly dodged a Chidori from Kakashi, then froze. Or rather, he was forced to freeze. He looked up, to see that he was bound to a tree, and the woman Jonin was stepping out of it with a kunai. "Genjutsu," he thought worriedly. He then bit his lip hard enough to break the illusion, and started making seals, while Kakashi did the same. "Grand waterfall technique." Both yelled, sending a huge blast of water at each other. The attacks cancelled out each other, and Zabuza made some water clones, while Kakashi did the same. "Damn Sharingan." Both muttered. "Hey! Stop copying me," Zabuza and Kakashi yelled. "Yeah. Go sensei." Naruto yelled happily. He turned, smiling. "Awesome fight, huh Kiba?" He blinked. Kiba wasn't there, and neither was Shino and Hinata. "Guys." He turned again to see two people fighting each other, and a weird structure that appeared to be made out of ice. "Ice? Haku!" he yelled, running towards the large dome of ice. "Naruto, I need some assistance," Shino called out. Naruto turned quickly to see Shino fighting a man who was throwing kunai around. "Coming!" Naruto yelled, running towards him. The man grinned. "Oh, fun. Another victim," he said insanely. He then revealed some wires in his left hand that were attached to the kunai. The man made a seal with his right hand that resembled half of a tiger seal, and the wires started glowing. He swung the wires around. "Razor wire technique," he screamed, aiming the wires at Naruto. Naruto leapt above one, only for his right pant leg to be slit open, and he got a shallow, 3-inch laceration on his leg. Naruto rolled over to Shino. "How is he doing that?" he panted. Shino shrugged. "I'm guessing he is a wind user, and is infusing those wires with wind chakra. He can whip those wires around to block any and all attacks we attempt, so we cannot defeat him," Shino said. Naruto groaned. "Great," he muttered. "Piercing fang." Kiba yelled, smashing into a mirror, only to be deflected back. He ed, looking up as Haku threw some senbon, hitting him. "Kiba," Hinata said worriedly. She turned to a mirror. 8 trigrams 64 palms, she yelled, hitting the mirror. It cracked slightly, then repaired itself. Ah, don't worry, I'm fine, Kiba said, grinning. His face then grew serious, and he threw Akamaru a soldier pill. All right. Dual-piercing fang. He yelled, shattering a mirror. He turned to Hinata as the mirror started regenerating. Stay here, I'm going to get some help. He yelled, running towards Kakashi, Kurenai, and Zabuza. Hinata whimpered. Don't worry. A voice said. Hinata looked up to see Haku talking. I'm not going to hurt you, she said softly. Hinata still looked rather tense. I wish I could just dispel these mirrors, but Zabuza put a cursed seal on me that will paralyze me for forever if I disobey him, she said quietly. Hinata swallowed. Haku smiled sadly. So, has Naruto told you? Haku said. Hinata shivered. The ice was cold. Told me what? She breathed. Haku smiled. The clan protection laws, silly, she said. Hinata smiled a little. No, but my sensei did, she said. Haku nodded thoughtfully. Hinata fidgeted a little, to Haku's amusement. Is something wrong? She asked. Hinata shook her head. Well, could you tell me about Naruto? She asked. Haku raised an eyebrow. You've known him longer than I have, she said. Hinata flushed red. I meant, can you tell me about Naruto? She said, putting emphasis on the words. Haku looked puzzled for a moment, then realization dawned on her face. Oh, she said, smiling. Hinata turned an even deeper red. We're defeating Zabuza, and we're almost about to kill him, when Kiba ran up to them, yelling, Hinata's in trouble. Kurenai's eyes widened, and she ran towards Haku and Hinata hurriedly. Kakashi groaned as Zabuza took the upper hand again. Thanks, he muttered. Kiba swallowed. Sorry, sensei, he said. Kakashi swore. Just get Naruto or something, he yelled. Kiba nodded, then ran towards Shino and Naruto, who were frantically dodging all of their opponent's attacks. Hey, Naruto, Kakashi needs you, he yelled. Naruto nodded. Fight this guy then, he yelled, shining towards Zabuza. Kiba nodded, then yelped as 3 kunai were thrown at him and they stuck in his clothes, pinning him to the ground. Shino muttered something under his breath, then started to try and release Kiba. Zabuza swung his sword, clipping Kakashi on the shoulder. Kakashi yelled in pain, and Zabuza grinned, swinging again, only for his sword to be stopped by Naruto, who had grabbed his wrist and was holding a kunai to his throat. Zabuza then turned to a puddle, and Naruto stepped back. Alright Naruto, could you change into Minato-sensei again? Kakashi asked quietly. Naruto turned to him. Sorry, but I can't, he said, grinning. Kakashi swore. Then, they heard a deafening yell, and they turned and leapt in opposite directions, dodging another water dragon. Zabuza panted heavily, his chakra almost spent. But I still have enough chakra to kill all of them, he grimly thought. Then, he yelled in outrage. Dozens of Narutos were rendering him unable to move. He tried to shake them off, but when he shook them off, they kept on being attracted to him again, they just kept on flying back onto him. Naruto grinned. Verdant Mountain's violent wind, it allows me to fly straight back at you once you throw me off. Then, he heard a chirping sound, and he turned in horror. Kakashi was running towards him angrily, and lightning was gathered around his hands. Twin Chidori. With Kurenai was at the jutsu Hinata was trapped in when she heard them talking. Yeah, Naruto was really nice, and a real gentleman. Someone said, who Kurenai assumed to be Haku. And he really does like you, Hinata. Really? Hinata's voice said. Definitely. He's really considerate and nice. No wonder you chose to have a crush on him. Haku said. Oh, and whoever you are behind my mirror, you can come out already. Kurenai gasped. She thought she had been hidden perfectly. Haku smiled at her. Oh, I get it. You must be the Kurenai I've heard so much about, she said happily. Do you have a crush on Naruto also? Kurenai flushed red, and tried to stammer out something, but Haku interrupted her. I'm not sure he likes older women, but I'm sure he'll take you into consideration, she said, ignoring Kurenai's crimson blushing. Twin Chidori. Haku turned, and screamed, Zabuza. Naruto was panting, restraining Kakashi's arms. Kakashi had tried to stab Zabuza in the heart and liver, but Naruto redirected the attacks to Zabuza's shoulders, making his arms hang useless. Kakashi. Naruto whispered, struggling to keep Kakashi from killing Zabuza. Then, they heard an odd laugh, and Naruto turned angrily to see a man standing at the other end of the bridge, with hundreds of samurai behind him. Well well, Zabuza. It seems you have failed again, and we must cut your pay, he said. Zabuza snarled. Gatu. He muttered. The man fighting Shino and Kiba suddenly stopped. I'm not getting paid. That does it, I'm out of here, he muttered, shun shining away, to Shino and Kiba's relief. Oh, and in fact, we're also going to kill you, Gatu said. Zabuza snorted. And then, we'll take Haku and those other two girls and sell them to brothels, Gatu said. Zabuza's and Naruto's eyes widened, and they turned towards Gatu in fury. Actually, I might take the three of them to be my personal slaves. Die. Naruto and Zabuza screamed, running at Gatu. Kid, throw me a kunai, Zabuza yelled as the samurai ran at the two of them. Naruto's eyes were red with Arashi's chakra, but Naruto was still in control, and he threw a kunai, which Zabuza caught in his teeth. The two shinobi charged at the samurai, and started brutally killing them, Zabuza by kunai, and Naruto by simply smashing them out of the way with a Kyuubi chakra fist. Gatu gazed at them in horror as the samurai only managed to make small cuts on the two, and they continued to advance. He started backing away slowly, but then Naruto leapt up at him. You'll never touch Haku-chan, Hinata-chan, or Kurenai-chan, Naruto yelled, as white chakra started building up in his hand. Naruto swung his hand. Hurricane Claw. The air seemed to explode, as an enormous shockwave of wind blasted from Naruto's hand, slicing Gatu into bloody ribbons. The wind continued to flow from Naruto's hand, cracking the bridge, until Naruto's eyes turned blue again, and he fell from midair, panting. Then, he turned to see Zabuza. Coughing up blood, a short sword through his chest. Zabuza. Naruto and the others ran up to Zabuza, who was quite obviously dying. Haku ran to him, and a tear rolled down her cheek. Zabuza-sama, she whispered. Hey, Naruto Ani! Inari yelled, running to him happily. These thugs attacked me and my mom, and I beat them away, isn't that awesome? He fell silent seeing them gathered around Zabuza. Zabuza coughed up more blood, then turned to Haku, and struggled to lift an arm, and he tapped her on the neck, where a seal was. The seal faded away, and Zabuza smiled. Haku. I want you to go with these people to Konoha, all right? He whispered. Haku nodded, crying, and Zabuza smiled. Good, he whispered. His eyes then went dull, and Haku broke into tears, and Naruto hugged her sadly. He looked up into the sky, then turned to Kakashi. He tried to say something, but fell silent. Kakashi nodded. Let's go back to Konoha. Naruto looked out at the village from on top of the Hokage monument on his dad's head. A gentle breeze blew his hair into his eyes, and he pushed it back over his Hite 8. He sighed. I miss Team 8 already, he whispered. Flashback. 1 week ago. What? Naruto exclaimed. Kakashi sighed. I said, we're breaking up into Team 7 and 8 again, and Sasuke and Sakura are joining with us again. Kakashi said. Naruto groaned. Well, then what team is Haku-chan going to be on? He asked. Kakashi sighed again. She is being promoted directly to Chunin, he said. He reached into his pocket and pulled out 3 scrolls. Which reminds me I've recommended all 3 of you for the Chunin exams. Naruto raised an eyebrow. 3? Yes. Naruto yelped, leaping into the air to see Sasuke. However, he didn't look quite like Sasuke. For one thing, he was smiling a little. Also, he was wearing a long black cloak with the Uchiha symbol on the back. Finally, his hair was now dangling over his eyes, and didn't look like, well, a duck's ass. Naruto smirked a little, seeing as he was still a few inches taller than Sasuke. Hey, Teme. He said. Hello, Naruto-san. Sasuke calmly replied. Who the hell are you and what have you done to Sasuke? Naruto yelled, pounding Sasuke to the ground. Sasuke's smile stayed on his face. I am Sasuke, Naruto-san. I have just learned to control myself with the help of Ibiki Dono and Sai-sama, he said, still smiling. Imagine Sai's smile. You see, by having a level and calm head at all times, combat ability is enhanced. Naruto looked confused. Huh? He meant that by being calm, you fight better. A voice said. Naruto looked up to see Sakura. Only, at the same time, it wasn't Sakura. Sakura's hair had grown, and was now in a ponytail in the back, and she was wearing kunai and shuriken all over her clothes, which were now a lot skimpier. A black miniskirt, a purple shirt that showed her stomach, and fishnet stockings with black shoes. Sakura casually walked past Naruto and stopped a little bit past Sasuke. "That's a nice look on you," she said to Sasuke. Then, with a flash of light, there was a small cut on Sasuke's face, which started bleeding, and which Sakura licked. Naruto just stared in terror. Huh? Naruto leapt back, only to fall into the arms of Anko, who quickly kissed him. Naruto fell, dazed. "Wah!" he whispered. But then, Hinata, not to be outdone, quickly grabbed Naruto and kissed him as well, practically knocking him unconscious. Kakashi sighed, then turned to Shino. "Shino, I realize I cannot train you anymore, so I want to give you this," he said, handing him a scroll. Shino nodded in thanks. Then, Kurenai walked over to Naruto. "Naruto, after some persuasion, I managed to get this scroll for you. Use it well," she said. Naruto grinned. "Thanks, Kurenai-sensei." End flashback. Naruto smiled, then turned as Sakura ran up beside him, and then Sasuke shunshined over there also. "Hey," he said, smiling. Sakura nodded. "Hey, Naruto," she said happily. Naruto grinned. "Hey, Sakura." "Hey Sasuke," he said. Sasuke nodded in reply. Naruto turned to look at the setting sun. "So, are you guys ready for the Chunin exams?" he asked. Sakura grinned. "Definitely. When I was training with Anko-sensei, not only did she give me some strength and speed training, but she also learned I have excellent chakra control, and got me some medic ninja training," Sakura said. Sasuke nodded. "Ibiki-sama made me spar against Sai-sama every day for at least 2 hours, and taught me of my lightning affinity. Fortunately, lightning was useful for the torture techniques he taught me, as it can paralyze, numb, and cause searing pain," Sasuke said. Naruto paled. "Okay," he said, creeped out. Sasuke nodded, smiling. Naruto grinned, then frowned, seeing something down at the village. He made a seal. "Shunshin no jutsu," he yelled, vanishing. "That does it, you little." "Put the kid down," Naruto said coldly. The tall boy whipped his head around to see Naruto. "Who are you?" he said snidely. Naruto smiled, then flickered. Kankuro gasped as a foot slammed into the back of his head, and he dropped Konohamaru. After he skidded a few yards, and wiped the blood from his mouth, he turned to see Naruto towering over him. "So, what's your name?" Naruto said. Kankuro snorted. "Kankuro. What's yours?" he asked, as Temari slowly crept up behind Naruto. Naruto smiled. "Naruto Uzumaki," he said calmly. He gestured towards Konohamaru. "And the kid you were picking on is the Hokage's grandson." Kankuro swallowed. Then he grinned, as Temari swung her heavy, metal fan. "Kid, look out!" Arashi yelled. Temari's eyes widened. Naruto had extended his hand, and blocked the fan. With one finger. "That's impossible," she thought, looking closer. The tip of Naruto's finger was glowing with red chakra. Red chakra? But everyone has blue chakra. Except for green when dense or healing. Differently colored chakra means he's a host for a tailed demon. Naruto slowly turned his head towards her, and he was not smiling. He flicked his finger idly, and Temari gasped as a gust of chakra threw her back 10 feet onto her back. She panted, looking at him. "You aren't from Konoha. Why are you here?" he said calmly. Sakura sighed. "The Chunin exams." Naruto yelped, turning to look at her. "How did you get here?" "Sasuke shunshined me here," she said. "Anyways, all of the villages gather together to have the Chunin exams, so that some genin can become Chunin." Naruto sheepishly smiled. "Oh, right," he mumbled. Temari looked at all of them. "How did you not know about the exams? Aren't you at least Chunin?" she asked, confused. Naruto turned. "No, but I think I should be at least Jonin level by now," he said. Sakura rolled her eyes. "Maybe a specialized in combat Jonin, but you're barely even Genin level in other stuff," she said. Naruto grinned sheepishly again. Temari looked at him, puzzled, until sand started moving around her feet. She whipped her head around in alarm. Gaara! She exclaimed, sounding fearful. Naruto dryly looked up. Gaara! His eyes met the dark ones of the redhead above him. Gaara was silent, then killing intent started spilling out of him. Naruto smiled, but Kankuro looked terrified. Gaara only uses killing intent on people he knows will be good opponents, or that he is certain he will kill. He thought. Then, a flood of killing intent washed out of Naruto like a tsunami, making Temari and Kankuro stagger for breath. Gaara looked taken aback, and stopped, followed by Naruto. Gaara turned slowly, and sand started spinning around him. Kyuubi. He whispered. Shukaku. Arashi hissed. Then, Arashi stopped influencing Naruto as Gaara vanished. Temari whimpered, then ran, along with Kankuro. Naruto sighed. Hey, Sakura, when are the Chunin exams? Days later, Chunin exams. Naruto stared at the paper in front of him. He had just seen who Ibiki was, and it was no shock Sasuke was now so respectful. He grimly stared at the questions. How am I supposed to do this? He thought desperately. The object of this quiz is to cheat, Naruto, Minato replied. No, I bet the last answer is most important, Arashi yelled. Naruto gripped his head as the two adults clashed. Hinata looked at Naruto worriedly. Naruto? Do you need any help? She whispered. Naruto looked as the instructors scanned the room, and shook his head, smiling. It's okay, Hinata-chan. Don't worry, he breathed. Hinata nodded. Naruto grinned, then started randomly filling answers, waiting for the 10th question. After 45 minutes, Ibiki stood up. All right maggots, time for the T-neth question. You can choose not to take it and leave, or take it, get it wrong, and never get the chance to be a Chunin. That's unfair. One genin yelled. Ibiki slammed his palm on the table. I'm the instructor. I decide what's fair or not. He hissed. The genin mumbled something, then sat down. Raise your hand if you want to leave. Soon, tons of people started raising their hands, and their teams left. Naruto turned, and saw Hinata's hand twitch, so he stood up, and faced Ibiki. Ibiki raised an eyebrow. Yes? I'm not falling for any of this crap, he yelled. Even if you make me never become a Chunin, I'll be so freaking great, Gramps will make me Hokage instantly, believe it. Ibiki sighed. Well, does anyone else want to leave? No one raised their hands. He smiled. Fine. You all pass. Naruto blinked. What? The point of the question was just to see if you were brave enough to take the question. Ibiki replied coolly. Naruto grinned. All right. Then, 4 kunai attached to a piece of paper went over their heads. Introducing the strongest, smartest, sexiest kunoichi in the whole world. Sasuke began reading. Enko Mitarashi. Enko yelled, breaking into the room. Ibiki's sweat dropped. You're early. He said. Enko looked around. You're getting soft. Look at all of these teams. She exclaimed. Then, she saw Naruto. Gaki. She happily yelled, jumping into his lap, to his obvious shock. Ibiki's sweat dropped again. Just take them to the second part of the exams, later. Naruto stood beside his team as the other teams got either heaven or earth scrolls, signed consent forms, and Enko continued to cut, lick, and kiss Naruto. Well, here you go, Naru-kun. Enko happily said, passing him a scroll. Thanks. Naruto said dryly. He checked it. A heaven scroll. He smiled. So, Enko, which gate? Gate 12. Oh, and don't die, K? She purred. Naruto slowly nodded. Naruto then shunshined away, followed by Sasuke, who was holding Sakura to shunshin her also. Naruto looked at the number. This must be it, he said, stepping into the forest of death. He looked around. Alright guys, let's focus on getting an earth scroll then. He said. Sasuke and Sakura nodded, so Naruto started running into the forest. Sakura smiled, looking around. This won't be too hard. Enko-sensei made me train here before, she said. Naruto grinned. Great, Hold on. I have to go, he said, running away a bit through some bushes. Sakura sighed. Well, looks like Naruto hasn't changed a bit, she said. Sasuke shrugged. Soon, Naruto returned, grinning. Hey guy. Then, he was kicked in the stomach by Sasuke, and sent flying into a tree. Wah. He mumbled. Sasuke. Sakura yelled. Sasuke smiled eerily. What have you done? Naruto stood up, ing. I am Naruto, he exclaimed. Sasuke snorted. Yeah right. Sasuke said, still smiling. The real Naruto would have blocked that. Naruto growled, and in a puff of smoke, turned into a ninja from another land. Fine. He said, smiling. But, I'll still kick your A. Then, the real Naruto kicked him in the neck, knocking him unconscious. Sorry guys, but that guy's team distracted me. Luckily. He held up 2 scrolls. They had an earth scroll. Sasuke smiled again. Good job. He said. Yes. Good job, Kukuku. Naruto turned in alarm, only to be slammed into by a giant snake. Naruto. Sakura yelled worriedly. Oh, don't worry, he'll die quickly enough. The figure said. Then, a girl stepped from the shadows. Sasuke stepped back in a defensive stance, still smiling. The figure smiled also. Well, at least you have a pleasant attitude, Sasuke-kun, it said. So, who are you? Sasuke asked. My name is Orochimaru, she said. Really? I thought that was a mon's name. Orochimaru's eye twitched. That's because it is? With Naruto. Naruto was currently in the throat of the gigantic snake. Arashi. He yelled. I need some chakra. Fine. He said. And then, Naruto started glowing red, and he started grinning. Then, in a giant chakra pulse, the snake exploded into a bunch of blood and skin. Naruto grinned. Too easy. With Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke was holding his own with Sakura by using his sword and fire techniques, while Sakura tried to hit him from behind. Kukuku. Managing to almost tie with me with the help of only one person. You are even stronger than I could have hoped for, Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru purred. Then, Sakura kicked him from behind, and Sasuke made some seals. Great fireball technique, he said, shooting a large, white-hot fireball at Orochimaru, who retaliated by making his own signs. Great breakthrough, he yelled, shooting out a gust of wind that turned the fireball into a giant, blazing wall. Sasuke simply shunshined away to a tree, then clutched a small burn wound. Orochimaru smiled, then slowly walked towards Sasuke. Sasuke-kun. Die, stupid pedophile. Orochimaru turned, only to have a foot slam into his face. Naruto grinned, then leapt back, and dashed forwards again. Dad, Arashi. Then, he started glowing with visible blue, green, and red chakra. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. Naruto put his hands together in a seal. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Thousands of clones suddenly appeared, all still humming with chakra. Orochimaru grinned. Bring it on, idiot. He whispered. Then, all of the clones flickered and disappeared. Orochimaru's eyes widened, and then, he felt like he was hit 1,000,000 times. He screamed, and fell back. Then he grinned. That does it, he said softly, pulling out a sword. Kusanagi. He crowed, running at ultra-high speeds towards the clones. He started butchering most of them, and he barely even felt the blows Naruto tried. Then, he only saw one remaining, and ran at him. The blade pierced through Naruto's stomach, and Orochimaru let go of it, and just let it stay there. He smiled, then turned to Sasuke and Sakura, and shunshined to them. He smiled, then opened his mouth. Cursed seal of heaven. What? Naruto was standing between Orochimaru and Sasuke, and had taken the bite to his neck. Orochimaru scowled. Now I can't apply another seal for a day. He thought angrily. He turned bitterly. With any luck, he'll die. Naruto's mind. Naruto. Minato yelled, feeling Naruto's life force drain. He snarled. Arashi. Try to burn off the seal. I'll use my chakra to try to sustain him. Arashi didn't waste time with words, and just started pumping destructive chakra into the seal. Then, the seal started glowing white, and started churning. Minato. Arashi said nervously. Got it? Naruto's now stable. Minato crowed. Then, a flash of black occurred. When the two's vision returned, they saw something rather frightening. Satting by them was a figure that looked like Naruto, but was slightly taller and had sickly gray hair, demented yellow eyes, and deathly pale skin. Also, his clothes colors were inverted, so he was wearing a white cloak with blue flames, and a black shirt and white pants. The figure smiled frighteningly. "I'll show Naruto to nearly die on us," he hissed. He then flickered and faded away. Real world. A hand grabbed Orochimaru's ankle. Orochimaru's eyes widened, and he turned to see Naruto, except he had gray hair, yellow eyes, and pale skin. Orochimaru stumbled back, and then Naruto howled. "Damn it, Uzumaki Naruto. You nearly died because of your own stupidity." Orochimaru looked confused, but then Naruto turned towards him. "You have so much power and chakra, but you waste it all," he continued. Then, he smiled, which scared Orochimaru somehow. "I'll show you how to properly use your power, Naruto." Orochimaru leapt back, but then, Naruto opened his palm, and white chakra started building up around it. Then, it transformed into white flames, which flew at Orochimaru. Orochimaru smiled, and made a seal. "Great breakthrough," he yelled, attempting to blow away the flames. However, the flames simply struck him, and he screamed in agony. "Idiot, that wasn't flame chakra, that was pure chakra in the shape of flames," Naruto said icily, smiling dementedly. Then, he leapt at Orochimaru, and white lightning appeared in his palm, and struck Orochimaru. Orochimaru growled, then leapt at Naruto with his kusanagi. Naruto smiled, and a white blade appeared in his hands, which he blocked the kusanagi with. Orochimaru smiled. "Imbecile, my legendary kusanagi is indestructible." Then, Naruto swung his sword, shattering Orochimaru's. Orochimaru stared down at the shards, as Naruto smiled. "Oh, don't worry about it," he said dryly. "I'm sure you can just use your other legendary, indestructible sword," Naruto said. "Wow, Naruto is amazing," Sakura said. Sasuke nodded, and he wasn't smiling. "Yeah, but I don't think that is Naruto." Sakura turned to him. "What?" Sasuke frowned. He's referring to himself in the third person. Orochimaru leapt back onto the ground in a defensive pose. Then, Naruto leapt at him, and Orochimaru thought he saw clones of him appear. He smirked. "You think mere shadow clones will work on me?" he demanded, watching them all run around him. He then stuck his hand out to destroy one. But his hand went through it. Regular clones? He must be low on chakra, Orochimaru thought. But then, he was rapidly hit dozens of times and fell back. Then, he saw what looked like Naruto punching and kicking him many times in midair. Those aren't clones. Those are afterimages. Sasuke finished, his Sharingan active. Sakura turned towards him. "Afterimages?" Sasuke nodded. "He's moving so fast, it appears like he has clones moving, and that he is at places where he was." Sakura turned to the battle. Naruto. Orochimaru laid on the ground, panting and bleeding, as Naruto flew hundreds of feet above him. "I'm going to crush you into bloody dust," he screamed manically, shooting off towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru closed his eyes. "So this is how it ends." Ah! Orochimaru looked up to see Naruto, with blonde hair, blue eyes, and normal skin and clothes falling. He shivered at the thought of dying again. "I only have enough chakra and strength to shunshin away," he thought grimly. "I'll be watching you, Naruto-kun." Sasuke looked warily at Naruto, who was on his back. Over the past few hours, Naruto had changed, again and again, nearly killing Sakura and himself, and demolishing large parts of the forest before he fell unconscious again. He sighed, then heard something. "Sakura," he quietly said. "I hear crying." Sakura nodded. "I think that's Hinata." Sasuke shifted direction, leaping towards the sound, with Sakura right behind him. Sakura then screamed a little. Blood was everywhere. Mangled remains of someone were scattered all around. Hinata was shivering, tears rolling down her face, and Kiba and Shino were talking to her. Sasuke leapt over to her. "What happened?" he asked. Hinata shivered, then, but just whimpered again. Sasuke turned, and saw some sand on the ground. His eyes narrowed. Then, Hinata shrieked. "Naruto! Naruto!" she said worriedly, looking at Naruto, who was still on Sasuke's back. Sasuke set Naruto down carefully. He is currently resting from a fight with an S-rank missing nin, he said, trying to smile again. Hinata gasped in horror. Sasuke sighed. Let me rephrase that he beat Orochimaru, but was so tired, he fell unconscious. Hinata smiled. Wow. She whispered. Then, Naruto stirred, ing. Sasuke retreated back a bit, preparing a kunai, but then, Naruto's eyes opened, and they were blue. He smiled feebly, then looked around, seeing Hinata crying and blood everywhere. What happened? He asked. Hinata smiled a little more, then her smile faltered. Naruto sat up, turning around. Then, he saw it. Sand. He whispered. He scowled. What the hell did Gaara do? Hinata swallowed, but Kiba responded. Some AIM ninjas attacked Gaara and his team, and then... Well, he killed them by just squishing them in sand until they exploded, he said. Naruto's eyes narrowed to full-like eyes. Really? He whispered. Sasuke felt some chakra spinning around Naruto. Naruto, calm down, he said sternly. Naruto snorted, and the chakra disappeared. He then sighed and smiled. Well, Hinata-chan, does your team have both scrolls? He said. Hinata nodded. Naruto smiled. Good, then let's get to the tower. I don't think so. Naruto turned to see a female ninja standing in a tree with her team. She grinned. You rookies have no chance of getting to the third round. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Hey, Sasuke, you know who they are? Sasuke shook his head. Only that they are from Sound, he said quietly. Naruto grinned. Great. Then I have no problem with kicking their asses. He crowed. Hinata, Kiba, Shino, go to the tower. We'll take care of these clowns. One snorted. Don't make me laugh, this'll only take a minute. Naruto chuckled. That's where you're wrong, he said, slowly standing up. His eyes met the boys. What's your name? Zaku Abumi. He replied, grinning. And why did you say I'm wrong? Because this won't even take a second. Zaku gasped, and then a large slash appeared on his shoulder. He turned to see Naruto right behind him, holding a kunai. Naruto grinned. Don't worry though, I don't think we'll kill you. We just'll have to fight you for long enough to get Hinata's team to the tower, then go ourselves. Zaku hurriedly regained his composure. Shunshin no jutsu, huh? He asked. He smiled. In my opinion, that's a pretty dumb jutsu. Why do you say that? Naruto asked. Zaku grinned ferally. It uses as excessive amount of chakra to move a tiny distance. Really? Naruto asked. I think it's pretty cool, Zaku smiled. Well then, let's see how you fare against my team's jutsu speed of sound. Naruto's eyes widened as Zaku disappeared in a blur, and Naruto leapt back, only to be hit by a fist in the stomach. Naruto growled, then created some shadow clones, and they all went in different directions. Dance! Kin yelled, throwing Senbon at Sakura. Sakura sighed, then ran at Kin, dodging all of the needles, and thrusting her hand forwards. Kin leaned back, but then, Sakura swung her hand, and Kin screamed in pain. Sakura showed her glowing hand. Chakra scalpel. She said simply. She then rushed forwards again, but Kin ducked under her and stuck a Senbon in her leg, making Sakura cring. Kin then removed the needle, and Sakura started bleeding. Kin smiled. That was a major artery I just pierced, she said. Sakura scowled, then rushed forwards again. Sasuke smiled, continuing to cut Dosu in multiple non-lethal places, with Dosu unable to do anything. He then leaned in towards him, and started shocking him with lightning chakra. Damn! Naruto breathed, clutching a kunai. All but 2 of his clones had been destroyed by Zaku. Found you! Naruto's eyes shot open, and he leapt back as Zaku made a seal. Decapitating airwave! He yelled. Naruto shunshined to dodge the attack, and then made a seal, while throwing kunai. Verdant Mountain's violent wind! He yelled. All of the kunai rushed towards Zaku, who grinned, then disappeared in a sonic boom. Naruto growled. How am I supposed to keep up with that? He thought. You can direct the kunai with your hand to make them faster, but they'll stop being multi-directional. Minato replied. Naruto grinned, then thrust his hand out just as Zaku appeared, and he shot them all at Zaku incredibly fast. Zaku gasped, then he pulled out a kunai and tried to block them, however, the force behind them shoved him into a tree, and he disappeared. Naruto quickly leapt into the air, then when Zaku appeared below him, he shot all of the kunai at him. Zaku screamed as the kunai pierced his flesh, and Naruto slowly dug deeper. Then, Zaku collapsed. Naruto grinned, then replaced the kunai in his pouch. "Hey, Sakura-san. How's your fight going?" "Just finished," Sakura called back. Naruto smiled. "Hey, Sasuke, let's go then." At the tower, Naruto placed his 2 scrolls on a table. "Well, what now?" Sakura shrugged. "We open the scrolls?" Naruto shook his head. "Weren't we told not to open the scrolls?" Sasuke rolled his eyes. "Anko-sama said only to not open them outside. We should open them." Naruto sighed. "Whatever," he said, opening the 2 simultaneously. There was a big cloud of smoke, then, "Iruka?" Iruka grinned. "Hey, Naruto. Long time no see," Iruka exclaimed. Naruto grinned. "Iruka." Iruka smiled even wider. "Well, Naruto, you passed. You see, ninja often have to take important items to places, and they mustn't look inside, which was the point of this exercise." He smiled again. "Are you 3 ready for the 3rd round?" Naruto grinned. "Hell yeah," he crowed. Iruka shrugged. "Too bad, 'cause there's now a preliminary." "What?" Later, Naruto and his team were waiting anxiously as the matches were being chosen. Then, all of a sudden, a large screen flashed all of the matches. Naruto looked at it. "Well, you're with some weirdo, Sasuke." Sasuke nodded. "You're against Inoue, Sakura." Sakura smiled. "Great, I'm against Kiba. That should be easy. And Hinata, who's Neji." Sasuke sighed. "They are a Konoha team from last year. Neji is Hinata's cousin, and last year's Rookie of the Year. On his team is a girl called Tenten, a weapons master, and La." "Did someone call my name?" Naruto gaped. Standing before him was a fairly tall, bowl-cut-haired, spandex-wearing, huge eyebrowed weirdo. The weirdo made a pose. "I am Rock Lee, handsome devil of Konoha." Naruto just continued to look, dumbfounded, while Sasuke walked up to him. "Nice to meet you, Lee-san. My name is Sasuke Uchiha." Lee leapt back. "Oh ho, so you are this year's Rookie of the Year." He then got into a defensive pose. "We shall fight to raise our flames of youth." Sasuke smiled. "Sorry, but I've got to fight," he said calmly. He then shunshined onto the field. Meanwhile, "But, Orochimaru-sama, please. I just need you to replace one of the contestants. I might need Dosu for other purposes," Orochimaru said quietly. The young man in front of him nodded. "Yes, Orochimaru-sama. Oh, and please don't use your full power, or else you might kill everyone, all right?" "Of course, Orochimaru-sama." Orochimaru smiled. "Good boy, Kimimaro." With Sasuke looked at his opponent, Yoroi, waiting for the match to start. "Begin." The test proctor. "That is the right word, right?" yelled. Sasuke blinked, activating his Sharingan. Yoroi smirked, then made some seals. "Water clones. When there isn't any water. Interesting," he thought. Then, all of a sudden, Yoroi glowed, and clones leapt out of him. Did he create clones out of his body's water? Or did he have enough chakra to make water come into existence? His eyes narrowed. "Either way, I think I can still win, with lightning techniques," Sasuke thought, running towards the original. A clone stepped in his way, so Sasuke leapt to the side, and simultaneously jabbed him with a lightning-covered palm. The clone exploded, and Sasuke continued to run in some seals also. "Great fireball," he yelled, shooting a large fireball at the two. They leapt out of the way, but then, Sasuke leapt up while spinning around and threw 2 shuriken, which wrapped around the 2 Yorois. "Dragon fire technique," he yelled, and wires connected to the shuriken lit on fire. Yoroi only smirked, and both turned to water, slipping out of the wires. Sasuke gasped. "Where's the real one?" he whispered. "Actually, I am the real one," one of the puddles replied. Sasuke turned in shock as the water turned back into Yoroi. "You see, One of my jutsus involved me being able to turn into water. Sasuke growled, then ran at Yoroi. Yoroi laughed, making some seals. Descending hell. Sasuke continued running towards Yoroi, smirking. Yoroi looked at him curiously. What? My Sharingan can see through illusions, Yoroi. Yoroi gasped. Sasuke was behind him. Shunshin? He thought. Then, Sasuke kicked him, sending him flying into a wall. Yoroi hit the wall hard, and he coughed up blood grimly. Then, he saw Sasuke above him, his hand crackling with energy. You see, this jutsu can cause numbness, paralyzation, absorption and release of energy, and, when used properly, death. I could kill you, make you go into a coma by stopping brain signals, cause you to have spastic seizures. Unless you surrender. Sasuke said, eerily smiling. Yoroi swallowed. Sakura looked down at the match next to Kakashi. Wow, that's one creepy technique, she whispered. Kakashi nodded. Yes, but it is almost like the mystical palm technique, in a way. The mystical palm technique and the chakra scalpel through different means can do most of those things. It's just that it is a lightning technique. In fact, that jutsu was the inspiration for my Chidori, along with Rasengan. Sakura turned to him. What's a Rasengan? Kakashi smiled. A jutsu invented by one of the greatest men I knew, and one that Naruto probably would love to learn. Sakura smiled. Yeah, probably. The match goes to Sasuke Uchiha. Sakura smiled. All right, Sasuke, she cheered. Kakashi smiled. I'm glad to see you're much more mature about your crush on Sasuke nowadays. Sakura turned to him, blushing. What crush on Sasuke? I'm over him now. Kakashi rolled his eye. Right. Naruto grinned. All right, since Sasuke won, I can face him in the finals, and kick his ass, and become a Chunin, I think. Next match Shino Aburame vs Zaku Abumi. Naruto grinned. This'll be too easy for Shino. Begin. Shino looked at Zaku, and vice versa. Shino then noticed the injuries all over Zaku. Zaku-san. You seem injured. I would advise you just forfeit. Zaku snarled. Kiss. My ass. He growled. Shino rolled his eyes, then made some bugs swarm from his arms. Zaku laughed. Idiot, I know all about those bugs. They move super slow, and barely cause any harm. Then, a glowing bug zipped by his head, burning a hole through his ear. He screamed, while Shino walked up to him. Actually, that is true of most of the Aburame clan. However, by sacrificing an insect and charging it with lightning chakra, they can move incredibly fast in a straight line, and be quite painful. Shino looked at Zaku's body. Proctor, he seems to be. Then, he was blasted back by a wave of wind, and a large dust cloud arose. Loud chuckles were heard. Lightning chakra, huh? Perfect. The dust cleared to show Zaku standing, and Shino against the wall. Zaku grinned insanely. Because wind beats lightning. He disappeared, then reappeared at Shino's side. He stuck his arm out, and it started glowing with chakra. So long, loser, he crowed. Shino. Naruto yelled worriedly. Then, Shino smiled, and Kakashi did too. What? Sakura asked. You'll see, Kakashi said contently. Shino's hand started glowing, then crackling. Zaku stumbled back. What? Shino slowly staggered up, then stuck his palm out while bugs started to swarm around him. Chidori. Zaku stumbled back, but then, he froze, as he was being restrained by Shino's insects. He screamed as Shino stabbed him, and blood started gushing out. After a few seconds, Shino pulled his hand out, then calmly walked away. Guy instantly appeared by Kakashi. You taught him the Chidori? How? Kakashi smiled. Simple. He makes sure his opponent is close, then he puts some Kikai bugs on them, retreats so they are directly in front of him, and starts having them drain their chakra. Then, he just runs in a straight line, and hopes his friends will protect him. It's best to use it only when you are doing a one-on-one battle. Guy shook his head. No, I meant. How could you? Why did you? Kakashi turned to him. He had a lightning element. But isn't that favoritism? Kakashi shrugged. Well, I'm also going to teach it to someone else. Guy-ed. You don't mean. Kakashi nodded. The winner is Aburame Shino. Naruto grinned, cheering, while the others politely clapped. Next match. Kankuro vs Suguru Masumi. Naruto sighed, then created a shadow clone, and he shunshined away. Thanks, Naruto said, devouring some ramen. Ayame smiled. No problem, Naruto. But, shouldn't you be at your match? Naruto shrugged. My match isn't until later, he said. Ayame nodded. Well, alright then. Naruto turned, then saw quite the disturbing sight. Ayame, I've got to go, he said. Ayame smiled. Well, good luck at the match, Naruto-kun, she called, kissing him on the cheek. Naruto blushed a little, walking away, then storming over to the hot springs. Hey! Stop looking at the women's springs, you lecher. A tall head of white hair popped up, and women started screaming. The lecher turned, scowling. Come on kid, I was doing my research. Naruto snorted. For what? Until then, the perv wasn't paying attention to the kid. I'm Jiraiya, legendary Toad Sage and Sannin, and writer of the Icha Icha series. Who the hell or why? He stuttered. Naruto snorted again. Naruto Uzumaki, pervy sage. Then, Naruto blinked as his clone dispelled, giving him his memories. Kankuro had won, and it was now Sakura's match. He turned away from Jiraiya. Shunshin no Jutsu. Jiraiya smiled. He's really a chip-off of the old block. Except Minato's Shunshin was better than that when he was 10. He grinned at the thought. Because Naruto did a slower Shunshin to conserve chakra, he got there in 2 minutes, and Sakura had already won by then. He chuckled softly, seeing as her opponent was Inoue. Tenten vs Temari. Naruto grinned. Go Tenten, he called. Tenten seemed to turn her head, and Naruto swore he saw her smile a little. Begin. Tenten started by charging at Temari furiously, throwing weapons insanely fast. Temari responded by holding the large black thing on her back in front of her, and all of the weapons bounced off. Tenten then got out a scroll, and cut her finger, spraying the blood on the scroll. Then, weapons appeared, and she started throwing them even faster than before. Naruto was amazed. That's just crazy, he whispered. Isn't it? Naruto yelped, leaping into the air. He turned to see Lee. How long were you here? Lee shrugged. About 5 seconds. Naruto blinked. Weird. Lee smiled. Team Guy is known for having the fastest of things. Neji-san can strike you 32 times before you know it. I can. Well, you'll see, and Tenten-san. She can throw her weapons at a speed of 70 feet per second. That's almost 50 miles an hour. Naruto blinked. Whoa. Lee turned. Amazing, right? Naruto shook his head. I just realized. You aren't using the metric system. Lee facefaulted, then got back up. Look, it doesn't matter. Then, he grinned. Well, it looks like Tenten is gaining the lead. Naruto looked. A kunai had SCD Temari's cheek, and it was bleeding. Temari reached up to touch it, then scowled. Then, she swung the large black thing. Naruto raised an eyebrow. A giant fan? He asked. Tenten threw some more weapons, but then, Temari swung her fan, and the wind blew away all of the weapons. Tenten swore. Temari grinned. Someone who fights like you do has no chance of beating me, a wind user. Tenten then leapt up into the air, throwing 2 scrolls in a way that they hurt. Lee smiled. Temari-san has no chance now. Tenten then started throwing weapons faster than ever, twin rising dragons. Temari sighed, then opened her fan a little more, swinging it more. The weapons all headed to Tenten, who swallowed. Luckily, most somehow stopped in midair, and only a few hit her. Lee whistled. That was miraculous. The red aura around Naruto faded, and he smiled weakly. Yeah. Then, Tenten fell, and hit the ground painfully, bleeding. Temari smiled, walking up to her, and raising the fan above her head. This next attack will kill you, she said softly. She swung her fan. Lee leapt in front of Tenten instantly, knowing he wouldn't survive, but wanting to save her. He closed his eyes. Nothing happened. He opened his eyes. Naruto was in front of him and Tenten, still standing, with his arms out to protect them. Lee blinked. How? Then, Naruto collapsed. Naruto-ed, getting up, but then noticed a chain attached to his chest. "What?" he said. Then, he looked, and the chain was attached to his body. He swallowed. "Am I dead?" "Kind of." Naruto turned to see a figure towering over him. "Don't worry, you won't be dead for long. My name's Urahara. Nice to meet you," Urahara said, tipping his hat. "Arashi Ed. Great, it's him," he thought. Naruto blinked. "What? He seems nice enough." Arashi groaned. "He's a Shinigami. He once nearly killed me." Naruto chuckled. Urahara grinned. "Well then, you see, you would be dead, but you have such high spiritual pressure and chakra that you aren't dead for now. However, you will be dead unless..." "Unless what?" Naruto demanded. Urahara grinned. "Unless I stab you through the heart and give you some Shinigami powers." Naruto's sweat dropped. "You're going to stab me through the heart, to bring me back to life?" Urahara nodded. "However, when I do, you'll probably wear Shinigami robes, and you'll have a sword. Probably a huge sword. And you'll see hollows and people's souls. And..." "I get it. Stab me already," Naruto roared. Then, he choked as a katana slipped into his chest and through his heart. Naruto groaned, getting up, to see he wasn't in the arena anymore, and Tenten, Sakura, Hinata, Haku, Anko, and, oddly enough, Temari were all gathered around him. "What happened?" he asked. Hinata gasped, hugging Naruto tightly. "You're alive." Sakura snorted. "More importantly, it's your match. Move, Naruto." Naruto swallowed, shun shining to the arena, where Kiba was cracking his neck. Inazaka Kiba vs Uzumaki Naruto. Kiba grinned. "Too easy. Begin." Kiba charged at Naruto, kunai in hand, before Naruto ducked under him, then grabbed him with one arm, then threw him into a wall. Naruto growled. "Arashi-san, this is my fight, don't interrupt," he thought. Arashi grumbled something, then his power receded. Then, Naruto choked as he was hit in the gut by Kiba's claws. Naruto fell back, then skidded to a stop, and charged at Kiba, throwing kunai. Kiba snorted, and Akamaru leapt out of his coat. "Beast human clone." Kiba, called, and then Akamaru changed to look like him, 4 legs technique. Then, the two Kibas charged at Naruto on all fours, moving really fast and looking exactly the same. Naruto snorted, leaping up into the Maida snake seal. "Verdant Mountain's violent wind," he yelled, and all of the kunai he threw earlier shot towards Kiba and Akamaru. They both just leapt at Naruto, who shunshined away, then made a bunch of shadow clones, and he leapt at the two. Kiba and Akamaru grinned. Dual-piercing fang. Naruto swallowed as the two started rapidly spinning, and carving through all of the clones, aiming for the real Naruto, who was still on the ground. "Got you." Then, the real Naruto turned into a cloud of smoke, and Kiba heard kunai land around him. "He wouldn't make kunai land around me unless they had explosive tags," Kiba thought. Then, there was a large explosion, and when Naruto landed, Kiba was gone. He swallowed. Kiba. Then, he was sucked underground by Kiba, who howled with laughter. "Loser, you thought I was dead." Naruto snarled. "No, but soon you're gonna be." Then, his sclera turned black, and his irises yellow. The ground he was in shattered, and he leapt out, holding a huge sword, like Zabuza's, without any holes or semicircles cut out, and its blade was twice as long with a black edge and silver flat side. Also, the handle was 2 feet long, and there was no crossguard. He wore a black kimono with a white rope belt, but then, the colors inverted, to a white kimono with a black rope belt. Kiba stumbled back. "What?" Then, Naruto disappeared, and there was a loud boom. Kiba swallowed, then hurriedly ducked down as a sword sheared the air above him. Looking up, he saw that Naruto's hair was a sickly gray, and his hair was pale white. Naruto grinned, then swung again, and Kiba barely dodged, some of his hair being sliced off. Hinata was watch NG, horrified. "That can't be Naruto." Kiba panted, resting on the wall until Naruto appeared right in front of him, swinging his sword insanely fast. Kiba closed his eyes, expecting to die. The blade sliced his shoulder, but didn't cut his arm off. Kiba slowly cracked open his eyes to see Naruto's left eye was now blue and white, while his right was mostly inverted, except for some tendrils of black sclera that were creeping away. His skin was less pale now, but he was panting now, and his hair was a weak yellow instead of golden. Then, he turned completely back to normal, aside for the fact that he still was wearing a kimono, and panted, dropping to the ground. Kiba grasped his shoulder painfully, but then, Naruto reappeared, slashing his chest and other arm's bicep. Kiba howled, falling. Winner. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto grinned, raising his hands up as people acknowledged his victory and cheered. And now, a short intermission before Hyuga Hinata versus Hyuga Neji. Naruto grinned, then shunshined to his seat, where he leaned back. Fun match, huh? Naruto screamed, noticing Urahara right next to him. Urahara waved a box at him. Dango? Naruto pointed at him, shivering. How did you get there? Urahara shrugged. I walked. He sighed, looking into the sky. Hey, you see that? Naruto looked. Nothing. No. Urahara looked at him. He was now wearing his normal clothes, instead of the kimono. Urahara sighed, then tapped him with his cane, and his clothes turned into Shinigami robes. Naruto gaped. What is that? Urahara smiled, but was really thinking. He didn't have his soul forced out, he just changed clothes. Weird. Urahara pointed. That is a hollow. You have to kill it by slashing its mask and breaking it. Naruto turned. Why me? Urahara sighed, smiling and leaning back. I am too lazy. Naruto sighed, then readied his sword, and leapt at the hollow. Naruto growled, swinging his sword at the hollow. It was rather powerful, in his opinion, and he had only made a small scratch on its arm, which hadn't even bled. Naruto growled again, then roared, swinging his sword down hard on the thing's mask. It only chipped, leaving Naruto panting. Damn. He thought. Then, the hollow, which looked a lot like a giant lizard, raised an arm above its head, then swung down. Naruto closed his eyes. Then opened them. A tall, orange-haired teenager was in front of him, holding a blood-covered sword that was almost as big as Naruto's. The hollow screamed, seeing as its arm was now gone. The teenager sighed. I don't know how long you've been a Shinigami, but you suck. Naruto growled. Hey, the teen turned. You don't even know Shikai, do you? Naruto looked puzzled. What? The teen turned. Exactly. My name is Ichigo Kurosaki, but you can refer to me as Kurosaki-san. Naruto snorted. What makes you think you can beat that thing? It's tough. Ichigo sighed, then swung his sword again, and a wave of blue energy disintegrated the hollow. He turned to Naruto. That wasn't tough. It's just that you aren't, he said coldly. Naruto snarled. Ichigo sighed. For some reason, Urahara-san wants you to come with us to Soul Society to rescue Rukia, although I can't see why. Simple. Because he is the spiritual pressure of two Vasto Lord hollows. Kazuki Urahara cheerfully said. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What's a Vasto Lord? The most powerful hollow, Urahara said happily. Naruto smiled. Kind of like the thing I thought? Urahara shook his head, still smiling. Nope. That was a normal hollow. After those come Jillian Manos, then Ijukas, then Vasto Lords. Ichigo snickered as Naruto face-faulted in midair. You see Naruto, you're pretty pitiful now, but that's because you don't know how to use your immense power. You see, if you could control it better, you'd be a lot stronger. To do that, imagine trying to compress all of your power. Urahara said. Naruto sighed. How? Urahara shrugged. No idea, but I'm sure if you talk to your Zanpakuto, you'll learn how. Naruto raised an eyebrow again. Talked it? It's just a sword. Urahara chuckled. Actually, they're living swords. Naruto snorted. Prove it. Urahara smiled. Sorry, but we have no time. We have to get to a Senkaimon and get to Soul Society now. He stopped smiling. If we don't, Rukia could die there. Naruto froze, then unfroze. All right, let's go, after Hinata-chan's match. Urahara grabbed Naruto. Sorry, but there is no time. He then flash-stepped away. The three arrived at a small shop. Urahara grinned, then flung his arms out wide. Home sweet home. Naruto raised an eyebrow. How are we supposed to get inside of Soul Society, with a small shop like that? Urahara simply opened the door, then opened another hidden trap door in it, which revealed a hidden ladder. Sorry if this is non-canon. I haven't seen the early episodes of Bleach in a while. He looked at them. Well, come on, he called, jumping down. Naruto shrugged, then followed by Ichigo. Naruto gaped. There was a giant underground room there, and Urahara was saying some stuff beside this really big guy with a mustache. Naruto looked around some more, and 3 more people walked up to him and Ichigo. First, there was this huge guy that looked like he was in his 20s. Hello, my name is Sado Yasutora. Naruto swallowed. Uzumaki Naruto. Nice to meet you, Uzumaki-san. Naruto turned to see a girl close to his height, with incredible breasts. He swallowed. Hey. Wow, she's prettier than anyone in Konoha. Naruto turned to look at the third person, who was adjusting his glasses. Who's he? His name is Ishida Uryu. The girl you just talked to is Orihime Inoue. Naruto looked around, confused. Who said that? I did. Naruto looked down, only to see a black cat. My name is Yoruchi. Pleasure to meet you. The cat said. Naruto stared at it for a few seconds. A talking cat. He screamed. Ichigo's sweat dropped, and looked like he was going to make a sarcastic remark, when Urahara yelled. Okay. We're done. The group turned to see Urahara waving towards them, and a large gate beside him. Okay guys, just run through there, and you'll get to Soul Society. Naruto shrugged, then ran towards it, but Urahara stopped him. You have to become a Shinigami first, he said, tapping him with the bottom of his cane, and transforming him into a Shinigami. Naruto then fell. How the hell am I supposed to carry this huge sword? He screamed. Urahara smiled. Simple, you'll have to pump some spirit energy into your arms, and it'll feel weightless. Naruto sighed, then did what Urahara said, and tried lifting again. He grunted, which Urahara took as, thank you. Urahara grinned. Well, everyone jump in. They all leapt out, screaming, as the gate closed behind them. Lousy bastards, making a huge machine that cleans out the gate. Ichigo muttered. But, good idea, Inoue. Orihime blushed. Oh, it was nothing, Kurosaki-kun. Naruto looked around. So, where are we? Yoruichi sighed. Rukongai. We have to get inside of Soul Society this way. Yoruichi said, pointing with a paw. Naruto grinned. Then let's go, he yelled, running forwards and sunshining at the same time. That's odd. Those aren't flash steps. Yoruichi thought. But she followed, running as fast as she could. Wait, damn it, Ichigo yelled, running, followed by Sado and Ishida. Orihime smiled a little, then followed. After a while, Naruto saw what looked like a big gate. Naruto grinned. Okay. Soul Society, here I come, he crowed, leaping at it. Then, he bounced off of something. Then got up, dazed. He looked up to see a giant, holding an equally huge axe. The giant chuckled. You stupid country folk. No one can get past me. Naruto grinned. Really? He then charged at the huge giant, swinging his sword. The giant swung his axe, and Naruto hurriedly blocked it, but the spirit pressure kept on pushing him back, and he grunted, trying to not get shoved away. The giant laughed. No one can possibly defeat Jidanbo, keeper of the this gate. Naruto hollowly chuckled. Yeah? Then, he pushed harder, and Jidanbo's axe flew out of his hands. Jidanbo scowled. Well, I just had a loose grip, he said, picking up the axe again. Naruto rolled his eyes, then reached for a shuriken, and threw it. It glanced off of Jidanbo, and Naruto scowled. Damn, he thought. Then, he charged at Jidanbo, making a seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. He yelled. 20 clones of him popped into existence, and they all flew at Jidanbo. Jidanbo's eyes widened, and the madly swung around, missing all of them. They all struck Jidanbo, making a few shallow cuts on his body. Jidanbo howled, then fell to one knee. Naruto grinned, until Jidanbo swung his giant hand around, obliterating all of the clones. Naruto grimaced, then leapt at Jidanbo again, who simply smiled, and pulled out a second axe, and swung with both. Naruto yelped, then swung his sword to block both, but was flung back into a wall. He growled, then struggled to his feet, and charged again, swinging harder. Jidanbo only laughed and blocked the sword. Naruto. Don't fight him, Yoruichi yelled. Naruto turned. What? Then, he was slammed into a wall again, harder. Yoruichi's sweat dropped. He's too powerful, Yoruichi said, realizing it shouldn't have said that. Naruto growled, then fell on his face. Damn. Then, his Zanpakuto started glowing. Naruto's mind. Naruto looked around, confused. Where am I? Then, he saw someone walking towards him. The person was tall, and had a black and orange cloak covering it, with sleeves that had red fur on the ends, and had a hood that completely covered its face. It was holding a long chain in each of its hands, and one was connected to a blade, while the other was wrapped around another figure, who was dressed the same way, and was holding another blade. The blades had orange edges and black sides, with no cross guard or hilt, but only the chain. The chains they were holding seemed to be strangling them both. Naruto gaped at them, awestruck. Wow. Hey, I'm at least 3 times as awesome as them. Arashi yelled from the distance. The figures ignored him, walking towards Naruto. You are in need of more power? The figures both said. Naruto slowly nodded. Good. Our name is. He whispered, so only Naruto could hear. Then, it started fading into the wind. Use us well, Naruto-san. Jidanbo was laughing, as Naruto was flat on his face, and unmoving. Uzumaki-san. Orihime cried out worriedly. Jidanbo chuckled, then looked towards Ichigo. Are you next, Shinigami? Actually. Jidanbo gasped, looking down at Naruto, whose Zanpakuto was glowing. Naruto grinned, as his wounds started to heal. Naruto lifted his Zanpakuto into the air, then leapt at Jidanbo. Cut through heaven and earth, Yoruichi gasped. A Shikai? Kamikaze. Jidanbo was laughing, as Naruto was flat on his face, and unmoving. Uzumaki-san. Orihime cried out worriedly. Jidanbo chuckled, then looked towards Ichigo. Are you next, Shinigami? Actually. Jidanbo gasped, looking down at Naruto, whose Zanpakuto was glowing. Naruto grinned, as his wounds started to heal. Naruto lifted his Zanpakuto into the air, then leapt at Jidanbo. Cut through heaven and earth, Yoruichi gasped. A Shikai? Kamikaze. Present. Naruto's humongous sword then exploded with reishi. Slowly, the shining reishi turned a dark black and burnt orange, and the light faded to reveal a large sword, although not as large as before. Actually, there were 2 large swords, each about 2.5 feet long, but 3 inches wide. Naruto wasn't gripping them by the handle though. Actually, there was no handle. When the orange-edged, black-backed sword ended, there was no crossguard or hilt, but only a 3-foot-long black chain. Naruto looked at it in dismay. What the hell? He complained. How am I supposed to cut anything with this? If the blade's dull enough, since I can only swing it by the chain, it'll just bounce off of him. Jidanbo then grinned. Great, then I'll crush you, you little Rukongai runt. He then swung his blade down. Orihime screamed again. There was a loud crash, and a huge cloud of dust arose. Jidanbo laughed, pathetic. Yeah. That blow was weak. Jidanbo's eyes widened. Naruto was standing in a crater, unharmed, grinning. He was holding the blade above him by the chain. How? Ishida asked weakly. Apparently, Kamikaze's chain can become really stiff and hard, like a handle. Naruto said, smiling. Then, he leapt back and up, around 300 feet from Jidanbo, and swung his sword by the chain. Jidanbo's eyes widened as Kamikaze's chain extended to over 300 feet, and shattered his axe. Jidanbo looked down, shocked, and then Naruto appeared right behind him, swinging both Kamikazes. Jidanbo yelled, blocking them with his other axe, which promptly shattered. Then, Naruto shunshined away, and Naruto swung his sword again, which started glowing with orange and black reishi. Chikage Shippu. Thousand Shadow Gale. A wave of orange spirit energy with a dense red and black sliver in the middle. Think of Getsuga Tensho, flew at Jidanbo. Yoruichi, frankly, was in awe. If he could control that reishi, He'd be stronger than Yamamoto and a Vasto Lord combined. But, it looks like he can't really control that Ryotsu. If he could, that wouldn't be a wave, but just a denser slicing attack. Jidanbo closed his eyes, expecting to die. Getsuga Tensho. He grunted as he felt a number of small cuts appear on his shoulders and back. He opened his eyes weakly, wondering how he hadn't died. He blinked. Ichigo was in front of him, holding out a steaming sword. He was scowling more than usual. "We aren't trying to kill him, Naruto, we're just trying to get inside," he yelled. That was all Jidanbo remembered before he fell unconscious. Ichigo groaned. "Now how are we going to get inside?" Naruto grinned. "Easy." Then, he swung his sword again. "Shikage Shippu," he yelled, swinging his sword, which hit the gate and exploded on impact. Naruto dropped to the ground, only to see that the gate had only cracked a little. Naruto gaped. "What?" Ichigo snickered. "Nice." Then, he turned to Yoruichi. Yoruichi-san. How do we get in?" he asked. Yoruichi shrugged. "No idea." "Wait. I have an idea. You might not like it though." Naruto looked around the field they were hiking in. "Why wouldn't I like this? We're just going to walk over to another gate, right?" "No," Yoruichi said. "If we did, we'd likely just be repelled by a captain. So, we're doing something a little unorthodox." "What's that mean?" Naruto asked, confused. "If you don't already know, you won't want to," Ishida said quietly. "Well, we're almost there," Yoruichi said quietly. Naruto looked around. "Almost where?" he asked. Then, he looked forwards. "What the hell is that?" he yelled. Yoruichi turned to them. "My friend Kukaku's house," she said. Naruto gaped. It was shaped like two large arms and fists. "I sure hope Yoruichi-san knows what she's doing." Naruto looked around, bored, as Yoruichi walked over to Kukaku. "Hello, Kukaku. I have a request," Yoruichi said softly. Kukaku laughed shortly. "Of course. What the hell is it?" "Well, we need you to launch us into Soul Society," Yoruichi muttered, rushing the last part. Kukaku laughed again. "Sure," she said, "but you'll need to use my spirit orbs." Naruto turned to them. "Huh?" Kukaku turned to him impatiently. "What I said was, you." She froze, looking at Ichigo and Naruto. "You look a lot like Kaien," she whispered. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Huh?" Kukaku hurriedly shook her head. "Nothing. Well, come on, we have to get to the training room." Naruto shrugged, then followed her, followed by the others. Naruto looked at the crystal ball in his hands. "What's this do?" Kukaku sighed. "Just put in some spirit energy, and it will make a protective orb around you." "How?" "Like this," a man said. Naruto turned, looking at the man, who was inside of a blue sphere. "My name's Ganju," he said happily. "My name's Naruto," Naruto said. Then, he tried to put some spirit energy into the orb. Nothing. He swore, then tried again. Still nothing. Kukaku groaned. "Well, let's see how the others are doing, shall we?" She looked at Orihime, who was surrounded by a blue sphere. "Very nice." She turned to Ishida, who had a blue sphere, but a thin one. Probably a personality issue. Oh well. Then, Sato. "Good, good." Then, Ichigo. She rolled her eyes. "You baka. You can't even make one of those," she screamed. Naruto snickered, until Kukaku turned to him. "Don't laugh, idiot, you can't either." She groaned. Then, her eyes flashed open. "Oh, I know why you guys suck at this." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "You guys have way too much reishi," she exclaimed. "So all we have to do is tire you out." Naruto looked up at her. "How?" "Simple. Fight each other," she said happily. "When you two are hella tired, come back in, and we'll send you to Soul Society." Naruto and Ichigo grinned fiercely. With pleasure. Then, they charged at each other. "Not in here, idiots," Kukaku yelled, kicking them outside. She then took a long drag from her pipe. Naruto and Ichigo slowly got up, dusting themselves off, and grabbed their weapons. Naruto roared, running towards Ichigo. Ichigo smirked, then swung Zanjetsu while it was still in its wrappings, knocking Naruto back. The wrappings slowly fell off of Zangetsu, and they faced each other again, then charged forwards, swinging their swords. The blades all clashed, then they both shot their spirit pressures forth, and they bounced off of each other, making a huge wave of blue and orange energy. Orihime and Ishida hurriedly ran outside. "Kurosaki-kun! Naruto-san!" she cried out worriedly. Then, the waves of energy wrapped around Naruto and Ichigo into a sphere and exploded. Both had large cuts and scratches on them, but they were both on their feet. Getsuga Tensho. Shikage Shippu. The two attacks smashed into each other, then exploded again, fiercer. Naruto and Ichigo screamed as they charged at each other, and their blades hit each other, making deep, bloody cuts. They winced, then flew backwards, and Naruto made a seal. "Shadow Clone Jutsu!" he yelled. Ichigo angrily swung Zangetsu around by the wrappings, obliterating most of the clones. Naruto furiously swung his sword. "That's it, Shikage Hari." Then, a bunch of small blasts of orange-red spirit energy shot from Kamikaze, bloodying Ichigo. "That's enough!" Kukaku roared. "I said to fight, not to kill each other. Get back inside, now." Ichigo and Naruto glared at each other, then went in. Naruto easily put some reishi into his orb and made a sphere, and so did Ichigo. "Good. Now, we'll get into the Soul Society." Naruto looked at her. "How?" Kukaku grinned. "Ganju. Hi." Then, the ground seemed to shake, and Naruto fell down. He gaped. A humongous cannon was rising from the ground. "No way," Naruto said flatly. "Sorry, but you're already in," Kukaku yelled up at Naruto. Then, she stuck her sword in the ground, and started murmuring some words for Kido. Naruto growled. Clutching the orb and putting as little spirit energy as he could into it, he gritted his teeth. He still screamed as the orb was launched far into the sky. "Brace for impact," Yoruichi called. "Impact with what?" Naruto screamed. "There's a large barrier around Soul Society, that is made of spirit particles shield if we can't maintain it." "How do you know this, you crazy cat?" Naruto yelled. Then, there was a dull thud as the large orb surrounding Naruto, Ichigo, Sato, Orihime, Ganju, and Yoruichi hit the barrier, which suddenly became visible and rippled. Then, the orb slowly started passing through the barrier. Orihime winced. "Kurosaki-kun, Naruto-san, you're both adding too much reishi." Ichigo looked alarmed. "But I'm using the least I can." Naruto nodded. "Me too." Yoruichi swallowed. Ganju. What happens when one of these breaks?" "It violently explodes, and would send us flying." "Why?" Then, the orb exploded, sending the 6 of them flying away in 3 different directions. Orihime groaned, looking around. "Wow, that fall hurt a lot less than I expected," she exclaimed. "I hate my life," Ishida thought from under her. Ichigo looked around wearily. "That hurt," he grumbled. He looked next to him to see Ganju. "Hey, come on." Naruto fell, then got up. "Whoa, that hurt," he mumbled, looking beside him. Yoruichi shrugged. "Well, let's get going." "Not so fast, Ryoka." Naruto turned. "Who are you guys?" "Halt." Ichigo turned. "What? Who are you guys?" "Hey, stop right there." Orihime looked puzzled. Who are you?" The man chortled. "My name is Jirobo Akanzaka, puny Ryoka." The second man laughed. "No idea what your name is, you orange-haired freak, but I'm Akaku Madarame, 11th Division 3rd seat, and this is Yumachika Yasugawa, 11th Division 5th seat." The first man sighed. "Wow, that other man is hideous." Ganju growled. "Hey." The taller of the two smiled. "My name is Rangaku Matsumoto, 10th Division Lieutenant." The shorter one sighed. "My name is Toshiro Hitsugaya, 10th Division Captain." Naruto grinned, and pulled the 2 kamikazes from his back. "Well then, I guess this shouldn't be too hard, they're only a captain and a lieutenant." Yoruichi sighed. "Naruto, captain is the highest rank." Naruto's sweat dropped. "Oh, then this could be a problem." Ichigo rolled his eyes. "Ah, shut it Baldy," he grumbled. Akaku's eyes seemed to pop out of his skull. "Baldy, I'll kill you," he screamed. "Grow, Hazukamaru." His katana then glowed, changing into a large spear. Ichigo grinned. So, you know Shikai, huh? Then, he unwrapped Zangetsu. Then I won't have to hold back as much. Akaku grinned. Don't get cocky, kid. The two then charged at each other. Ganju sighed, then yelped as a Zanpakuto went past his face. Sorry, but someone as ugly and foul as you simply shouldn't exist, especially since you are a Ryoka. Yumachika said simply. Ganju growled. Hey, he said lamely. Ichigo swung Zangetsu fiercely, but it was easily countered by Hazukimaru. Akaku grinned creepily. Nice try, kid. Then, the spear swung around, slicing Ichigo's cheek, who gasped. How? He asked. Hazukimaru works as a normal spear, but also can change into a 3-section staff. Akaku boasted. Ichigo grinned. So your Shikai has a special ability, huh? Ichigo said, grinning and lifting Zangetsu. Then I guess I won't have to hold back. Getsuga Tensho. The resulting blast hit Akaku, and shoved him nearly a kilometer away, not to mention it destroyed most of the surrounding buildings. Kenpachi Zaraki's head suddenly shot up into the air. What is it, Ken-chan? Yachiru asked. Kenpachi grinned. I get the feeling there's someone strong around here. With Naruto grabbed Kamikaze uneasily. Hey, Yoruichi-san. Do you know how strong these guys are? Yoruichi nodded. You could probably win against the woman, but you'd better leave the boy to me. Naruto looked at her, puzzled. What could a cat do against a Shinigami? Yoruichi's eye twitched. Never mind. Just go. Naruto nodded, then shunshined away, followed by Rangaku. Naruto sighed. I could never hurt an innocent lady, he said. Then, a thin cut appeared on his cheek. His eyes narrowed. Okay, I'll accept that. Then, he was punched in the stomach. I can live with that, he said, slightly annoyed. Then, Rangaku swung her foot back, and Naruto's eyes widened. He hurriedly grabbed her foot before it connected with his groin, then used his other hand to grab one Kamikaze. Rangaku flipped backwards, grabbing her Zanpakuto. Growl, Hineka. Then, it turned to ash, which flew at Naruto. Naruto hurriedly grabbed the other Kamikaze as the ash flew at him. Shikage Shippu. He yelled, and a wave of reishi hit the ash, reducing it nothing. Rangaku blinked. Wow, were you like, a former captain or something? Cause that Ryotsu amount is, like, as high as Captain Zaraki's. Naruto shook his head. Nah, but I'm also a Shinigami. Well, you know Bankai, right? Rangaku asked. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Huh? Rangaku's sweat dropped. Okay. She said. Then, she charged at Naruto, who hurriedly raised his sword up to block a strike from the unreleased Hineka. Naruto raised an eyebrow. So, you're a lieutenant. I don't see why Yoruichi wouldn't let me fight that kid if you lieutenants are only this strong. Hey. Rangaku whined. I'm not weak. Then, Naruto's eyes widened as a cut appeared on his back, and Rangaku smiled, behind him. I was just waiting for you to let your guard down. Naruto turned angrily. Shikage Hari. He yelled, swinging his sword around in a circle as reishi needles flew out of it. Rangaku's sword then turned into 100 little shields of ash that blocked every needle. Naruto growled, then shunshined away, and swung at Rangaku. She disappeared, then reappeared behind him. Wow, that Shunpo sucks, she said. Naruto turned. It's not Shunpo. Then, he swung his sword again, slicing her forehead. Rangaku swallowed, and Naruto disappeared again, as he got behind her, and slammed a fist into her back. Rangaku screamed, falling to the ground. Then, Naruto swung his sword again. Shikage Hari. The needles he made this time had a lot less spirit energy, so they only bruised her and kept her unconscious. Naruto grinned. That wasn't too hard. Really? Naruto's eyes widened, and he turned to see someone else. Who are you? The man coldly looked at him. I don't tell my name to inferiors, he said icily. Naruto grinned, then charged at him, swinging his swords. The man simply raised one hand, and caught both kamikazes, then shattered their chains. Naruto swallowed, looking at the man. He was slim, 6 feet 3 inches, and his eyes were a dark orange. His black hair was falling over his eyes, and he was wearing what looked like a form-fitting white Shinigami uniform, along with a thin bony line along the side of his face. Naruto chuckled softly, then suddenly hit the man with his head. The man's eyes widened, and he shot backwards, blood dripping from his razor-thin lips. Naruto noticed he was wearing a glove on one hand, and the sleeve on that arm was longer than the other. The man laughed hollowly, then disappeared suddenly. Naruto's eyes shot open as a fist slammed into his stomach, shoving him into a wall. Naruto growled. "Chikage Shippu!" He screamed, unleashing a wave of energy. The man's eyes widened as the blast enveloped him, causing huge lacerations all over his body. The man then chuckled softly. "Fine, I'll tell you my name. It's Hisoka Sasaki. Farewell, Uzumaki Naruto. Until we meet again," he said. Then, he vanished. Naruto growled. "Get back here. Who are you yelling at, Naruto?" Naruto turned to see Yoruichi beside him. Naruto growled. "Some stupid-looking guy started fighting me after I beat her," he said, pointing towards Rangaku. Yoruichi raised her eyebrows. "You beat her? I expected you to not lose too badly, so I could beat her." Naruto snarled. "Hey," he yelled. "How'd you even beat that captain anyways?" Yoruichi smirked. "That's for me to know and you to not yet find out." "Hey, Arioka. Let's get him." Sado turned around to see a whole group of Shinigami charging at him. The largest one of them laughed. "This is only going to take a minute." "You're wrong," Sado said. The Shinigami raised their eyebrows. Then, a black and magneto liquid poured from Sado's palm, and he started glowing with reishi. "This won't even take a minute." The Shinigami for miles. Ishida pushed his glasses higher up his face. "Well then, hello, Jirobo-san. If you would just let us through." Jirobo laughed. "Nice try, Ryoka, but you can't be let through." Ishida sighed, then started gathering reishi around his hand. "All right then." A large, solid bow appeared in his hands. "Then we shall force our way through." Jirobo laughed, then said something, and his Zanpakuto turned into a bunch of flying blades. He laughed, and swung the hilt at Ishida. "Fool! I can use all of these blades at once to attack you. There's no way you can possibly win." Then, all of the blades shattered. Jirobo gasped. Ishida's bow was slightly steaming, and he was smirking a little. Ishida sighed. "Come on, Orihime. He's beaten." Jirobo snarled, then charged at Orihime angrily. He choked as 2 arrows went into him. He gasped frantically. "I just took away your Shinigami powers, Jirobo-san. That's what you get for attempting to harm a lady." "How unchivalrous," Ishida said coldly. He calmly stepped on him as he walked by. "Good day." Ichigo walked away coldly, until he heard a groan. "Wait." Ichigo turned. "What?" he said to Akaku. "You didn't come here alone, did you?" he asked. Ichigo shook his head. "Why?" Akaku nodded thoughtfully. "Well, then who would you say is the strongest of your group?" Ichigo looked up at the clouds. "Probably me," Ichigo said. Akaku nodded. "Well, then know this. My captain loves fighting. He loves fighting strong people, so if you're as strong as you say, he will find you, and he might just kill you." Ichigo was shunpo-ing as fast as he could, occasionally beating up a Shinigami or 2 and asking where Rukia was. No one wanted to tell him, so he had to knock them out and keep going. "Damn it, if I can't find her soon, she's dead," he angrily thought. Then, he yelled as he was hit from the back, and heard a chuckle. "Hey, you, Shinigami." Ichigo turned, only to see a behemoth of a man, carrying a sword with a chipped edge. "Oh my Kami, he's taller than Chad," he thought. Then, a small pink-haired girl popped out from behind the man. "Ken-chan, are you gonna kill him?" she asked. Ichigo raised an eyebrow. "A girl?" he asked. The giant of a man laughed. "I'm Kenpachi Zaraki, captain of the 11th Division, and this is my lieutenant." Ichigo swallowed, stumbling back. Kenpachi grinned like only he could. "I've heard you're a pretty tough opponent." Ichigo pulled out Zangetsu cautiously, but then Zaraki laughed. "Hell, don't worry. If you're as strong as I've heard, you'll live. In fact, I'll let you cut me first. Wherever you want." Ichigo blinked. Is this a trick? But then, Zaraki spread his arms apart, and the little girl jumped off of his back. Ichigo breathed in deeply, then ran forwards, swinging his sword. Getsuga Tensho. A huge wave of reishi blasted Ichigo back, and he yelled, slamming into a wall. When the light cleared, he looked up to see Kenpachi Zaraki with a small, barely bleeding scratch on his chest. Zaraki then grinned and started laughing. Now this is going to be fun. Yachiru shook her head. Kenny, don't kill him, Kay? He's kinda cute. I'll explain later. Kenpachi sighed, then ran forwards insanely fast, faster than Ichigo had ever seen anyone move. Ichigo hurriedly raised Zangetsu, but Kenpachi's sword hit Zangetsu, and Ichigo fell to his knees, and his hands started bleeding. Ichigo grunted, then barely managed to push Kenpachi back a foot before he fell again. Damn it, kid, you're stronger than this, Kenpachi said angrily. He stepped back. Get your ass up, we have work to do. Naruto was talking to himself angrily. Yoruichi had stayed behind to search for Rukia, but she obviously hadn't found her yet. Then he was hit from behind, and crashed into the ground. What was that? He groggily said, dazed from the blow. Then, two guys shun-PO'd in front of him. One had long, blonde hair in an emo haircut, and the other had a 69 tattoo on his cheek. Naruto stood up. Who are those guys? No idea, but they are each stronger than the last lieutenant you faced, Minato warned. Be careful. Arashi snorted. Come on, we can take them. Just use shadow clones. Naruto nodded, then made a hand seal. About 10 clones came into existence. Naruto blinked. Huh? I meant to make over 100. What happened? Arashi groaned. Two things. 1. Here, my chakra is limited to about your father's amount. 2nd, your freaking Shinigami transformation prevents you from making a whole ton of clones. Naruto grimaced. Great. Then, both of the guys in front of him held their swords out. Raise your head, Waisuke. Reap, Kazushini. Naruto stumbled back. Crap. The two lieutenants then shun-PO'd at him, one swinging his weird sword, and the other throwing a sickle with a chain attached to it. Naruto hurriedly swung his sword. Chikage Shippu. The wave shoved back the blonde one, and redirected the sickle away from Naruto. Naruto grinned, until the blade came back, slicing his cheek. Then, the blonde one shun-PO'd behind Naruto, swinging Wabazuki. Naruto quickly blocked it using one of the kamikazes, but then, he grunted. My blade feels heavier. The blonde one flash stepped back. Naruto growled, who are you guys? The blonde one looked down at him. Izuru Kira, 3rd Division Lieutenant. The other cracked his neck slowly. Shuhei Hisagi, 9th Division Lieutenant. Naruto swore violently, then shot off at Kira, swinging his swords around menacingly. Kira simply raised Wabazuki, and when the kamikazes hit it, they became double their weight. Naruto groaned. Damn. Shuhei then threw Kazushini at Naruto, who barely blocked it, shuddering as the force went through his body. Shuhei then vanished mysteriously, followed by Izuru. Naruto hurriedly released his Ryotsu, and the buildings around him practically exploded. Izuru and Shuhei appeared instantly, gasping. Both were thinking the same thing. That Ryotsu is nearly as strong as Yamamoto-sama's. Naruto panted heavily, then stood up, picking up the kamikazes. They're getting heavy, he thought. He struggled to pick them up, then ran at Kira and Shuhei, swinging both kamikazes frantically. He choked as he got a deep cut across his chest. Shuhei sighed. Nice try, kid, but we're lieutenants. And even though your spirit pressure is high, your technique sucks. Minato chuckled. And that's where I come in. Then, Naruto's warm cerulean eyes yet again changed to be like water viewed from under feet of ice, and he started glowing with reishi and chakra. He then gripped the kamikazes tighter, and rushed towards Izuru, swinging one. Izuru simply held his sword up. Bu then, Naruto, Minato disappeared. Izuru blinked, then felt a large, but shallow laceration on his back spurt out a momentary torrent of blood. Shuhei shuddered. This guy's obviously captain level. We don't have a chance. Izuru. Let's go. Shuhei yelled, grabbing Izuru, and flash-stepping away after a few seconds. Naruto then slowly turned back to normal, just in time for a certain black cat to come towards him. Come on. I found Rukia, but Ichigo's in trouble, so you have to save him. Naruto grunted. Well, I don't exactly know where he is. Then, there was a gigantic explosion of dust, gravel, and reishi from almost a mile away, some of which hit Naruto. He sharply turned. What the hell? Ichigo swore as Kenpachi's blade slowly pushed Zangetsu back. Ah, come on. Kenpachi said. You're better than this. Then, Ichigo breathed in, and forced his reishi into his arms, pushing Kenpachi back, and slicing him across the torso again. Kenpachi grinned as the blood flowed. Great. That was one of 10 cuts Ichigo had already inflicted onto Kenpachi. But then, Kenpachi started laughing. Well then. He put a hand on his eye patch. I guess. He slowly started peeling it off. I won't need this. Then, his Ryotsu exploded. It got so large, Ichigo started literally suffocating. Damn. What did he do? He thought. Then, he was able to breathe again, and grab Zangetsu tighter. Slowly, his reishi began to rise, pushing back Kenpachi's slowly. Unknowing light started creeping across his face and solidifying like a bony mask. He then charged at Kenpachi, who charged at Ichigo at the same time. Yachiru, for the first time she could remember, was visibly terrified by the spirit energy in the air. Come on Kid, show me what ya got, Kenpachi happily screamed. Getsu ga Tensho, Ichigo yelled, keeping the attack in Zangetsu. The two blades clashed together violently. Then, a monstrous explosion seemed to rock most of Seirei, and all of the buildings in a 100-meter radius were vaporized, not to mention the leveled, but existing buildings all around. When the intense light cleared, both Ichigo and Kenpachi were standing, but they were completely covered in blood. Ichigo then keeled over, just as Kenpachi's sword shattered. Kenpachi smiled a little, as Yachiru came out of hiding. That was the first time I liked losing, he said. Then, Naruto shot towards the two, wincing, and then grabbing Ichigo. Damn it, he muttered. Hold on, Ichigo-san. Then, he shunshined away. Kenpachi watched him, bored. Then, he collapsed also. A few minutes later Orihime screamed a little. Kurosaki-kun. She screamed, looking at Ichigo. Naruto breathed in heavily. Yeah. You have any idea how to heal him? Orihime nodded, then summoned two fairy-like creatures, who immediately started healing Ichigo. Naruto looked around. Hey, where's that one guy, Ishida? Orihime blinked. Ishida? I don't know, but I'm sure he's fine. Ishida screamed, running away as Miyuri laughed. I haven't gotten to vivisect a human in a while. Don't worry, I'll make sure to use any spare anesthesia I might have. Orihime pondered on it for a few seconds, then shrugged. Well, I'm sure he can't be in any worse shape than Ichigo is now. Yes, Nemu, suffocate him like that to knock him out. You're a freaking lunatic. Then, Yoruichi appeared next to the three of them as Orihime was talking. I found Rukia, come on. But, Ichigo's still injured. Orihime started protesting until Ichigo stood up, smiling a little. I'm fine, Orihime. But, I am surprised you cared so much about me. Orihime suddenly flushed red, and started stammering something about any friend would have been worried. Ichigo grinned. Lead the way, Yoruichi. Naruto just then noticed how Ichigo was a whole 5 inches taller than him, and scowled. Yoruichi then started jumping and flash-stepping forwards, followed by Naruto and Ichigo. Naruto was quiet for a minute, but then saw the huge prison that Rukia was being stored in. Whoa. Then, he looked down, and saw a bridge, with a very short girl being led by 4 guards across the bridge. Rukia! Ichigo yelled angrily. Rukia looked up. Ichigo! She whispered. Then, a 5th man stepped out of the shadows, looking up at them. He had a very creepy smile on his face, but it turned into a frown. What are they doing here? Jin muttered. He sighed, smiling again, and pointing his sword at Ichigo, Naruto, and Yoruichi. Shoot to kill, Shinso. Then, Shinso shot at Shunpo speeds towards Ichigo and Naruto. Naruto flinched, expecting to be struck down, but then, Ichigo swung Zangetsu, blocking the attack. Ichimaru Jin frowned. He turned. Hey, Byakuya-san. It's that one Ryoka from the human realm. And I'd be willing to bet he killed Aizen-san," he said in his odd, but lovable accent. The man he talked to nodded, then turned to face Ichigo and Naruto and Yoruichi. Ichigo swung away Shinso, then swung Zangetsu, Getsuga Tensho. A crescent-shaped wave of reishi shot at Ichimaru, but he just held his sword in front of himself, and most of the wave wrapped around him, but some hit him. "Ouch," he said dryly. Then, Ichigo shot down towards the bridge, and Rukia expected a hug or something, but then, Ichigo simply turned to Byakuya, and pointed Zangetsu at him. Then, a tall red-haired guy leapt in front of them. Ichigo growled, "You." The man grinned. "Yes, me." "Who?" Naruto said, confused. "Abarai Renji, Lieutenant." The redhead said. Then, he charged at Ichigo, swinging his sword furiously, only to be blocked by Zangetsu. Roar, Zabumaru. Then, the blade turned into a bladed whip chain thing, and Ichigo felt a small cut appear on his cheek. "Damn it," Ichigo muttered. Getsuga Tensho. The blast blew Zabumaru away, but it was severely weakened, so didn't do much to Renji. Then, Ichigo angrily swung at Renji, who countered by dodging and slicing Ichigo's quadricep. Ichigo scowled even more, then kicked Renji back, giving him a bloody lip, and sending him back about a yard. Then, Ichigo swung again, but Renji blocked again, then punched Ichigo in the jaw, sending him back into a cart. Ichigo growled, then ran at Renji, both of them swinging their swords at the same time. Die. Damn it. Naruto's eyes snapped open. Was that a dream? He sat up, looking around. "Kami, my head hurts." He looked around. A hot spring, he thought. He crawled over to it, then drank some of the water. He shuddered, but then, a gash on his forehead healed. Naruto grinned, then started slurping up the water like his life depended on it. "You know, you don't have to drink the water, you can just rest in it." Naruto turned to see a black cat. "Oh, Yoruichi. Hi," he said cheerfully. He looked around. "Do you know where we are?" "It's a certain training place I used to go to." Naruto nodded. "How did I get here?" Yoruichi blinked slowly. "I carried you, Ichigo, and Renji here." Naruto laughed. "How could a cat carry us?" Yoruichi smirked. "Simple. I just had to go back to my original form." Then, Yoruichi started glowing and growing, and soon, Naruto was looking at an amazingly tanned, insanely hot, well-endowed lady, who happened to also be naked. Naruto gaped at her for a second, then a geyser of nosebleed blood rocketed him away. Yoruichi giggled. A few hours later, Naruto was resting in the hot spring, looking up at the ceiling. Ichigo and Renji were both next to him, but both were still unconscious. He breathed in deeply, sighing. Yoruichi said that tomorrow, they would start their training for something called Bankai. He shrugged. Then, Yoruichi walked by. "Ooh, those hot springs look nice," she purred. Naruto nodded. "Yeah, they really are." Yoruichi smiled. Then, "Surely you won't mind if I join you." Naruto absent-mindedly nodded. Then, his eyes shot open, then he covered them. "Wait, don't come in," he cried out. "Why not?" A more masculine voice replied. Naruto cracked his eyes open to see a black cat in the springs with him. Ichigo groaned, cracking his neck. He looked around. "Oh, hey Yoruichi." Then, Renji got up. Ichigo and Renji angrily stood up, then looked down, and realized neither was wearing anything, and leapt back down. "Okay. You see, Ichigo, Naruto, soon we'll start on your Bankai training." Renji snorted. "If you're just starting Bankai training, you'll have no chance of getting Bankai in time to save Ruki." Ichigo was annoyed, and turned to Yoruichi. "What the hell is Bankai anyway?" Naruto blinked. "Guys? Is something wrong? Why'd you suddenly stop talking?" He turned to Ichigo and Renji, who were both frozen, and both of their jaws had dropped. He turned to Yoruichi. Then, a geyser of blood spewed out of his nose as he saw the naked Yoruichi, no longer in cat form. "Dammmmnnyouu," he screamed, flying into the cavern wall. Naruto breathed in deeply, then relaxed. Yoruichi had disappeared a little while ago with Ichigo, so Naruto assumed she was personally training him. Oh yeah. Personally training him's one way to put it, Arashi said, chuckling. Naruto blushed momentarily. Pervert. He half muttered. Arashi, you are really beginning to become a negative influence of Naruto. Arashi snarled. Are you kidding? I've barely talked with him since the, third chapter. I think all good stories should break the fourth wall at least once in them. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? What's a chapter? He asked aloud. Minato smiled. That's one of the things you'll learn when you're older. Naruto shrugged. I'm pretty sure I've all read I learn when I'm older. Minato's sweat dropped, then sighed. Elsewhere Ichigo flushed red as he stared up at Yoruichi, who had a frightening, yet alluring smile on her face. Come on, Ichigo-kun. She purred, slowly removing her clothes. Ichigo then blinked. Wait, we can't. Yoruichi raised an eyebrow. Why not? She said curiously. Ichigo sighed. Because our stupid writer prefers writing fight scenes to writing lemons, and he's too lazy to ask someone else to do it. Yoruichi sighed also. So we'll have to do a time skip? Ichigo nodded. Yes, unless one of our readers is kind enough to write a lemon, and, I don't know, private message it to Psychopath 123 or something. Yoruichi sighed even heavier. Fine, but next time. Ichigo shrugged. We'll see. 2 hours later Naruto turned to see Ichigo and Yoruichi walking towards him. Okay Naruto, Ichigo, we're now going to teach you Bankai, in 3 days. Naruto blinked. What's Bankai? Yoruichi smiled. You know how your sword looks nothing like a normal katana or anything. Naruto nodded. Yeah. That's because it's a shikai. A Bankai is like an evolved form of a shikai, so you get 5 to 10 times stronger, and usually, your sword gets humongous. Naruto blinked. Then, he grinned. 10 times stronger, I'd kick ass. Yoruichi smirked. You mean, you would kick ass, if it wasn't for the fact that every captain knows Bankai, and they've trained with it for hundreds of years. Naruto's sweat dropped. Then, Yoruichi pulled out 2 large, paper doll-like things. Stab these with your Zanpakuto, and we'll begin training. Ichigo and Naruto looked at each other, then Ichigo thrust Zangetsu forwards, and Naruto shoved both kamikazes into it. Because I can't remember how the dolls actually transformed, the dolls started glowing, then in a burst of either orange, for Naruto, or blue, for Ichigo, Reishi, they turned into the real Zangetsu, and the real kamikazes. And Minato. And Arashi. Arashi looked around, puzzled, didn't expect that. Minato shrugged. Yoruichi grinned. Well, Naruto. This is your lucky day. Instead of just taking Kamikaze's challenge, you have to beat all 3 of them. Naruto's eye twitched. What? The 2 chained Kamikazes walked towards him. Do not worry, Naruto-san. For, while you shall have to defeat us, it shall be in combat instead of a puzzle. You will only have to incapacitate me, and the reward shall be far greater. Both said. Recap: Kamikaze is 2 hooded guys chained together. Naruto still looked confused. Zangetsu turned to Ichigo. Your friend isn't very bright, is he? Ichigo shook his head sadly. Yoruichi grinned. Well? Then, Zangetsu raised his arms menacingly, and all of a sudden, a whole bunch of Zangetsu sword replicas popped up from the ground. Only one of these shall defeat me, Ichigo. When you find the one, you pass. Naruto groaned. That is the corniest crap ever. Kamikaze then rushed at him. Just defeat me. Naruto grinned. Well, that shouldn't be too hard. Then, he charged at Kamikaze, swinging his kamikazes. Only, he couldn't hit Kamikaze, because the kamikazes he thought he had in his hand were gone. Naruto smacked himself in the forehead. Damn it. Then, Kamikaze rushed at him, each one holding a sword. They both swung at him, and Naruto stupidly tried to block them with his arms. He clenched his teeth as the blades sliced into his arms. Then, he grinned, jumping at Kamikaze, and punching at him. Kamikaze ducked back, then did a spinning kick at Naruto's stomach, making him choke, then fly back. Naruto painfully crashed into a boulder, then looked at Ichigo, who kept on breaking the swords, but once nearly scratched Zangetsu. He grimaced, then stood up, and glared at Kamikaze, then rushed at him. He hurriedly forced all of his chakra into his fist, then punched at Kamikaze. Kamikaze just used his own chain to throw himself out of the way, and then sliced at Naruto again, who just barely panted, then flung himself into Kamikaze. Headbutting just coldly threw him into another boulder. Don't worry, Naruto. You still have 3 days to try and defeat me. Naruto grimaced. Then, he threw some kunai at Kamikaze, but Kamikaze just grabbed them from midair. Naruto swore, then made some shadow clones, and jumped at Kamikaze. Kamikaze just waved his hand, and all of the Narutos went flying. Nice try, Naruto-san. Naruto growled again. 3 days later, as I do not have the time to make 3 days worth of fighting anymore. Kamikaze almost effortlessly dodged all of Naruto's ferocious attacks. Wow, Kamikaze's a pretty good trainer. Naruto's probably at Jonin level for taijutsu, Minato remarked. Arashi shrugged. Then, Kamikaze slammed Naruto into the ground. Minato's sweat dropped. Okay, hi Chunin, I guess. Naruto panted heavily as Kamikaze stood above him. Ichigo was doing better than he was, managing to scratch Zangetsu even though only the real sword was supposed to cut him. Then, Naruto creepily grinned, and his face started peeling away, then the rest of his skin, and some of his clothing started bleaching itself. Kamikaze floated backwards. Minato gasped. What's happening? Arashi swore, it's that thing again. Then, Naruto maniacally turned, his skin bleached white, his hair dull gray, his clothes in negative, and his eyes a demented, horrifying black and yellow. Kamikaze stepped back into a defensive stance. Then, Naruto instantly appeared in front of Kamikaze, slashing at him with his hand. Kamikaze dodged it, flying into the air, but then, the air Naruto had slashed it exploded, causing a large crater. Yoruichi gagged. His spirit pressure is through the roof. He's losing the equivalent of a whole Ajukasa's reishi every second, but he's making 5 times that also. Kamikaze turned his head towards him, Naruto, then, Naruto shot off at him, punching at him. Kamikaze dodged most, but then, one connected, and Kamikaze flew towards the ground. Naruto grinned again, flying towards Kamikaze. Then, he grabbed Kamikaze, and started charging a bunch of reishi in his mouth, in a little compressed ball. Yoruichi looked stricken. Asero? But I didn't detect any hollow powers from him. Then, Naruto released the black Ryotsu in a dark wave. It blasted Kamikaze, then stopped. The cloaks were badly torn, revealing more chains, and the hoods were torn as well. Kamikaze slowly got up, then angrily grappled Naruto to the ground. As cursed seal, Naruto angrily hissed and fired off reishi. Renji swallowed. Well, I guess I'd better go. Thanks for the help, he called out, running away. Renji sighed in relief at the surface. Finally. Hey, have you heard? Renji turned in surprise. 2 Shinigami were talking. I've heard that one Rukia girl's execution has been pushed to later today. Wow, no way. Renji turned ashen white. Yoruichi gasped as Ryotsu continued to pour out of Naruto. Hey, I've got something to say. Yoruichi turned towards Renji. We sort of have our own problems, she screamed. It's about Rukia. Her execution, it's today. Then, he went back up. Ichigo then froze. Zangetsu swung his sword at him, but Ichigo simply leapt above it, turning to Renji. What? He whispered. Then, Zangetsu got behind him again, swinging harder than ever before. Ichigo caught it, one-handed, without turning. Then, he effortlessly flipped it around, and sliced Zangetsu in half with it. Zangetsu smiled, dematerializing, while Ichigo suddenly looked like he had a great epiphany. Then, he turned to Naruto. Come on, damn it, we have to go. Minato growled. My seals aren't working. I cannot hold him down much longer, Kamikaze muttered. Elsewhere, the Hokage looked up at the sky sadly. Naruto, where are you? He thought. Then, he sighed, turning to a microphone. Attention, Konohagakure residents. Please remember that the Chunin exams are in 1 week. He sighed, sitting down and working on some paperwork. When will you be back? Hinata stared up at the sky also. Naruto. Back to Naruto, in Naruto's mind. Naruto glared at his negative, badly beaten. His cursed version grinned. Pathetic. You worthless trash. You isn't even funny. Naruto. Naruto turned. Huh? Then, he saw a cloudy version of his dad, Arashi, Ichigo, and Yoruichi. He blinked. Those guys are cheering me on. I can't lose. Cursed Naruto snorted. Want to bet? Then, Naruto appeared right behind him, delivering a scarily deep slash to his back. See, Naruto grinned dryly as he fell, turning into wisps of shadow. I'll give you this one, but I'll be back. Then, suddenly, Naruto's skin shattered, and he reverted back to normal. But then, red and black reishi came in waves off of him, but less damaging as much as impressive. He yelled something indistinguishable, then, he showed himself to the others. Yoruichi choked with laughter. That's your Bankai? That's puny. Naruto reverted back to his Shikai, with Kamikaze now being gone. He grinned. Well, let's go. Rukia sadly looked at the place where her execution would be taking place. Yukatake was shivering. I can't believe they're doing something this inhumane, he whispered. Shunsui nodded solemnly. Well, she did the unthinkable, but, I do agree. The blocks were attached to Rukia's hands, and she was lifted up. Then, some Shinigami started applying seals to the gigantic sword. If I'm getting this wrong, I haven't watched this episode in 5 months, and I've been reading more. Awesome, Code Geass, best anime ever. Death Note. Okay. One Piece, okay. Fullmetal Alchemist, and Sheena Dark, second best ever. Yamamoto gravely looked towards Rukia. Well? Do you have any last words? Rukia swallowed, looking at Byakuya. I just want for my friends to be allowed to let go, she cried out. Yamamoto was quiet, but then nodded. Rukia smiled, a tear coming from her eye. Yamamoto turned to Byakuya. Once she is dead, I want you to kill all of her comrades, he said. Byakuya nodded. Then, the Sokyoku burst into flames, and Yamamoto looked coldly at Rukia, before waving his hand. The Sokyoku swung at Rukia. Rukia sadly smiled. I'll miss you, Ichigo, Chad, Ishida, Tatsuki, Orihime. She closed her eyes. They shot open. Ichigo was in front of her, grinning. Rukia blinked, then looked down. You should run, she said quietly. Yukatake and Shunsui looked at each other in amazement. He blocked the Sokyoku by himself, Yukatake breathed. Who cares, he's strong. Now's our chance. Then, suddenly, the entire Sokyoku died out. What? Yamamoto said. Ichigo turned, then swung his sword at the pillar. Getsuga Tensho. The entire thing blew up. Ichigo grabbed Rukia, tossing her to Renji. Run, he yelled. Renji nodded, not paying attention to Rukia's protests. Then, Naruto appeared next to him, grinning. Yo, he said, turning to Rukia. Huh. You're kind of cute, but I don't see why Ichigo bothered to go all of this way just for you. As Rukia steamed, Ichigo turned to the Shinigami. Crush, Jijetsubori. Run, Itagumo, bite, Ganryumaru. 3 Shingami rushed at him as he dropped to the ground. The fat one swung his ball and chain at Ichigo. Ichigo simply punched straight through the ball into him, then kicked the British-looking one. Izan gasped. How? How is this possible? Then, he turned to Izan, and kicked her, knocking her out in one blow. Hana immediately went to her. He's rather strong, she thought, and this is not my fight. Ichigo then ran at Byakuya, who darkly looked at him. Then, Byakuya rushed at him, swining his katana. Ichigo easily blocked it, then shunpoed up a few feet, slicing at Byakuya. Then, Ichigo kept on battering at Byakuya, grinning. Man, you've gotten slow. Byakuya coldly looked at him. I have no time for your insolence. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. Then, a ton of tiny pink blades came into existence. Then Ichigo simply slashed through all of them, scratching Byakuya, to his utter surprise. Ichigo looked into his eyes. Show me your Bankai, he said. Byakuya looked down on him, then sighed. Very well, you insolent pest. Even though you are not even worthy of it, I shall allow you to see my Bankai, in the last few moments of your life. Scatter, Senbon Sakura Kagayoshi. Then, Ichigo gasped as a whole shitload of blades, I'm not a very elegant person in writing, appeared around Byakuya, then burst into millions of tiny pink blades. Byakuya darkly looked at Ichigo. then swung his hand. All of the blades shot at him like a tidal wave, which Ichigo narrowly dodged. Then, they all shot at him in midair, and he winced as they sliced his skin. He fell to the ground, but then, more came from underneath him, and cut him also. Then, a whole bunch swarmed him in a globe-like shaped. Byakuya smirked a little, but then, he heard a chuckle. I guess I was stupid to think I could beat you with only a shikai. Byakuya snarled. You imprudent brat, are you suggesting you know Bankai? Nah. I'm telling you IHVAE Bankai. Then, there was a huge rush or pulse of reishi, and all of the blades were swept away. Long, torn red and black cloak. Chain. Thin, black, straight sword. Tensa Zanjetsu. Ichigo said. Byakuya twitched. Then he screamed. Are you trying to insult me, boy? That is nothing more than a sealed Zanpakuto. Then, his eyes flashed open as the blade lightly SC'd his neck. Ichigo grinned. Well, I guess we'll see, won't we? Naruto grinned, looking around with Renji. Well, this spot looks safe. Oh, really? Naruto turned, then freaked out for a moment, seeing a white-haired man and a dark-skinned one. Who are you weirdos? The white-haired one smiled faded, but his eyes remained as tiny slits. Hey, that's not nice. Rangaku says I'm cute. The dark one turned to Naruto. I am Konami Tosen. The white-haired one turned to them too, making a asterisk victory sign with his fingers. And I'm Ichimaru Jin. Naruto pulled out the kamikazes from his back, turning towards the two. Then, he felt the ground shake a little beneath him. He looked up, to see a tall man with huge, spiky hair grinning down at him. Naruto paled, but the man grinned. Don't worry. I'm here to help kick these clowns Kenpachi Zaraki. A little girl popped up from behind his back, and I'm Yachiru. Naruto swallowed, then grinned, turning to the two foes. Careful, those two are captains. Kenpachi warned. The white-haired one grinned wider. Shoot to kill, Shinso. The darker one raised his sword. Smash his limbs, Benihiko. Naruto grinned. Well then, I guess I'll have to go all out. Then, he burst into reishi, black, single-breasted cloak. Red fur cuffs and collar. Chains wrapped around his arms. Two large, black and red trench knives, knuckle blades. Naruto grinned, as everyone stepped back from the ryotsu he was emitting. Akuma Kamikaze. Byakuya snarled, then swung his hand. A pulse of pink blades flew at Ichigo, who grinned, then vanished. That wasn't Shunpo. Byakuya thought. Then, he choked as a blade sliced his lower thighs. Ichigo grinned from behind him, and Byakuya narrowed his eyes. Impossible. This must be a fluke. Someone is assisting him. His cheek was sliced open, and before he could blink, his left arm was cut. Ichigo grinned again, then swung at Byakuya's chest, before both leapt back. Byakuya swore. No human should know Bankai. Ichigo chuckled, then swung down, then grimaced, his sword being blocked by Senbon Sakura's petals. Then, the blades engulfed him, cutting his skin. Ichigo hissed as his blood spurted out, then disappeared and cut Byakuya's feet, and then shoved him backwards, and kicked him. Byakuya then grabbed Ichigo with one hand, tapping him on the shoulder with the eyes flashed open. Hado. Byakurai. Jin dryly looked at Naruto. Then, he actually opened his eyes in shock as Naruto appeared behind him, punching at his back. Jin leapt up, dismally noticing the burst of reishi that came out of Naruto's Bankai. That would have hurt. Then, Naruto was instantly behind him again, grinning, and swinging a trench knife downwards. Akuma Issei. I looked it up. Issei can mean cry, shout. I meant it as, demon cry. After a sharp noise rang out, a fast, thin, blunt blast of black reishi slammed into Jin, and he grimaced, falling. Then, he chuckled as Tosen looked at him. Hey, you not killed him? And why is your combat ability down? Jin shrugged. Maybe I'm depressed. Tosen breathed in deeply, then swung Benihiko. An array of blades appeared, then rushed at Naruto. Naruto grinned. Akuma Janpu. My online dictionary says that means demon jump. Then, he disappeared in a flash of concussive reishi. Tosen readied his blade, but then, Naruto started reappearing and disappearing randomly and everywhere, releasing flashes of spirit pressure everywhere, making craters in the ground. Then, he appeared baying Tosen, and the blast shoved him painfully into the ground. Tosen coldly looked up, and then nearly face-faulted. Huh, maybe I should call that Akuma Barika, Flicker, or Akuma Senku, Flash, Naruto muttered. Ooh, I like the second one, Jin said happily. Thanks, Naruto said happily, scratching the back of his head. Jin faltered. Oh wait, I have to kill you, right? Then, he swung Shinso, and it rapidly extended, nearly bifurcating Naruto. Naruto luckily, for Hinata, had leapt backwards, then swung his hand menacingly. Akuma Yari, spear. Then, a swift lance of red and black reishi shot at Jin, stabbing into his leg. Kenpachi's sweat dropped. Am I ever going to get to join in? Then, he blinked as a sword cut his robes. He grinned, turning to Tosen. Finally. Ichigo panted, grasping his shoulder. Byakuya coldly looked down on him, then placed his fingers on Ichigo's head. Hato. Then, he choked as a blade stuck into him from behind him. He turned in shock. What's the matter? You've gotten so slow, Ichigo mockingly said. Byakuya blinked, and then, he was cut in shape across his torso. He gasped painfully, falling. Ichigo looked down on him, then sighed, turning around. Well, I suppose I have no other choice. Ichigo turned again, in shock. Senkei. Then, the whole area turned black, and then, the petals slowly mixed with Byakuya's blood. You should be honored. I have not met many opponents worthy of this form of my Bankai. Then, the petals combined into hundreds of pink blades. But, nevertheless, this shall slaughter you like the worthless dog you are. Ichigo calmly looked around. Do not worry, they shall not all fly at you at once. Then, two of the blades flew to Byakuya's hands. I shall murder you with my own power. Then, Byakuya rushed at Ichigo, swinging both blades. Ichigo hurriedly blocked them, then gasped as their power shoved him down. Byakuya then seized the chance and sliced Ichigo's stomach. Ichigo winced. It's a shallow wound, but it hurts like nothing else I've felt before, what? Byakuya then cut him again, then stabbed him. Ichigo panted, then, swung at Byakuya again, nicking his neck, but missing the artery. Byakuya then sighed. Suddenly, 10 more blades came to him, hovering in midair. It is time to die, Kurosaki Ichigo. Then, he choked. A hand was tightly wrapped around his neck. He looked down. Ichigo was grinning maniacally. You weakling, Ichigo. I'll show you how to use Bankai. Jin looked down at his leg. Ouch. Naruto rushed at him. Sorry about that. Sorry about this. Naruto blinked. Huh? Then, Shinso sliced deeply into his side. Naruto winced, and then, Jin kicked him back, and stabbed him into the ground. Naruto spat up blood, and then, Jin kicked him in the face. I know Rangaku-chan would hate this. Why yes, I like Ichimaru, Rangaku. But Aizen-sama says you should die too, so. Akuma Issei. Ichimaru painfully was sent flying away. Tosen coldly slashed at Kenpachi. The blade glanced off of Kenpachi, who then grinned wider, releasing his spirit pressure. Tosen was shoved back, and then, Kenpachi cut Tosen diagonally across his chest, and he violently spurted blood. Tosen sighed, then swung his sword, shooting a wave of swords at Kenpachi, who dryly blocked most of them. Tosen, Kenpachi. Why are you fighting? Kenpachi turned. Komamura? Captain Komamura snarled. You have sided yourself with the Ryoka, he roared at Kenpachi. Kenpachi grinned. Oh, this will be fun, yeah, why? Komamura shook his head in disgust. Bankai Kokuho Tengen Myoo. Then, a gargantuan suit of armor appeared, with an equally large katana. Tosen jumped over to Komamura. Bankai Suzumushi Suishiki. Enma Kurogi. Then, suddenly, there was a huge black dome of energy that erupted out of nowhere. Tosen placed the hilt in Komamura's hands. You need to hold this. Otherwise, you won't be able to see, hear, smell, only feel. Komamura nodded, and Tosen leapt out of the dome. The Bankai itself also grew another sword. Kenpachi shook his head, trying to look around. What is this? Then, a huge blade slammed into his torso, causing a huge, straight cut. He grinned, tightening his grip on the sword. Naruto turned. What is that? Whoa, they combined Bankais. Even Ken-kun will die, Jin said, interested. Naruto scowled, turning. Aren't you dead yet? Jin paused. Yes? Akuma Shippu. A gale of reishi blades cut into Jin, who flew back again. Then, he fiercely sliced Naruto by extending Shinso. Byakuya stumbled back, but then, Ichigo got up, laughing hysterically. There was a ghastly mask seemingly made of bone growing on his face. He readied his swords, but then... Getsuga Tensho. He choked, then flew and hit the ground, then bounced off of it horribly painfully. Getsuga Tensho. He slammed into the wall of swords. Getsuga Tensho. He painfully skidded off of the swords, slicing his clothes. Getsuga Tensho. He choked, the blast hitting him into the ground, not relenting, tearing him into shreds. No. Byakuya turned. Hana. What's she doing here? This isn't canon material at all. Ichigo turned, then hurriedly blocked a blow from Minazuki. She's strong. Then, he choked, as a foot extended, slamming him in the... He fell, the mask shattering. Hana sighed. There is no time for this. I found out that Aizen is a traitor. Byakuya blinked in surprise, while Ichigo painfully looked up. Come on, Captain Hana said, shunpoing off. Ichigo panted, then looked at Byakuya. Well, I guess we ought to finish what we've started. Byakuya coldly nodded. Then, all of the pink blades shattered, then reformed as one humongous white blade in Byakuya's hands, and a pair of wings. Ichigo grinned. Well, Zangetsu didn't really teach me much, so I guess I'll just pour all of my Ryotsu into this. Byakuya nodded. Then, both furiously rushed at each other. Getsuga Tensho. Shuki. Black met white in a frightening clash. Then, the reishi started disintegrating the whole battlefield into dust. Both were still standing, struggling, until Byakuya sighed, collapsing, soon followed by Ichigo. Hana teleported back, sighing, then grabbing both. Kenpachi grunted as blow after blow from Komamura's Bankai landed on him. And those giant swords hurt. Then, he felt another blow, and grabbed the blade, grinning. Then he crushed it in his hand. Well, he said, grinning. Then, he rushed at Komamura alongside the blade, and punched his Bankai. Komamura choked, falling painfully, dropping both swords. As the darkness dropped, he looked at his Bankai. Impossible. He made a humongous dent in a giant that large made of metal? Kenpachi grinned. So, if I hurt that, you get hurt too, huh? Tosen looked at them in horror. Aizen. Was this according to your calculations as well? Naruto grinned as the scratch on his cheek steamed and started healing. You're really good with your Bankai for a beginner, Jin said. Naruto smiled. Thanks. But, why aren't you using Bankai? Jin smiled. 2 reasons. 1, it would kill everyone here, as I'm Aizen's #1 fighter, and 2, we haven't seen it in the manga as of January 6th. Naruto groaned. What the hell is everyone talking about when they say, manga, or chapter? Renji raised an eyebrow. You thought I forgot about him, didn't you? What? Aizen's dead though. Jin's sweat dropped. Oops. Rukia growled. Then, Aizen was faking being dead, meaning. You both work for him. Jin chuckled nervously. Yeah. Then, both Jin and Tosen PO'd away. Naruto panted, thank God. Kenpachi then grabbed Naruto. Come on. We've got to go to Aizen and kick his ass now. Naruto swallowed. But he was those 2 guys' boss, right? Kenpachi grinned. Meaning this will be that more fun. Komamura panted. I shall go too. Kenpachi shrugged. Suit yourself. Renji grinned. Me too. Kenpachi grinned. Well, I fucking get Aizen. Aizen calmly sat, waiting. Then, he smiled. Aizen. How could you? Komamura roared. Aizen smiled. I have my reasons. Komamura screamed, then charged at Aizen. Aizen snapped his fingers. Hado number 90. Kurohitsugi. Then, a black box enveloped Komamura, followed by blades lancing into it. The coffin fell apart, revealing a badly bleeding Komamura, who fell, unconscious. Aizen laughed. 1/3 of its power, and you are incapacitated. Pitiful. Yo, Aizen-sama. Aizen turned to Jin and Tosen. Aizen. Aizen turned again to see Yamamoto, Shunsui, and Yukitaki. Aizen. Aizen turned to see the lieutenants. Aizen. He again turned to see some of the other captains. He smirked. Well. This is gonna be fun. He turned to see Kenpachi, Naruto, Renji, and Rukia. He grinned. Naruto rushed at him furiously, smashing his Bankai into Aizen's sword. Aizen sighed. Your power is admirable, but compared to mine. Then, he shoved Naruto to the ground. You are worthless. Naruto gasped, all of his ribs cracked. Damn. Then, the other captains, and quite a few lieutenants charged at him. Aizen. Jin sighed sadly, until he blinked, feeling his arm be locked behind his back. Jin. Jin turned his head sorrowfully. Rangaku-chan, he said sadly. Hado. Shakaho. Jin gasped, and hurriedly jumped up. Wait, that was aimed at Rangaku, not me. He turned. Aizen-sama, he said, slightly angrily. Aizen turned to him, pushing the people attacking him away with his spirit pressure in concentrated bursts. Aizen had a look of utter loathing in his eyes. She is useless. She is of no need to us. Byakuya groaned, waking up. He looked up to see Unohana. What happened? Unohana sighed. You men. Always fighting. Anyways, you and the boy tied. Byakuya was silent for a moment. Then he sighed. I suppose he was a good enough opponent. He turned. Where is he? Unohana giggled a little. He woke up 10 minutes earlier. He's apparently more than a worthy opponent for you. Byakuya's eye twitched. Aizen then turned to Rukia, and plunged his hand into her. She gasped painfully, falling, as Aizen dragged out a small, purple orb. He smiled. Jin, Tosen, get ready. Aizen blinked. That reishi is impressive. What is that? Then, he turned, blocking a ferocious blow from Ichigo. He smiled. Not impressive enough, however. Then, he turned, as he struck in the side, by a grinning Naruto. He dryly put one finger on Naruto's head, then pushed. Naruto shuddered, then flew back on his back. Then, Aizen stepped backwards, slicing at Ichigo. Ichigo swallowed, feeling the cut lacerate deep into his body. He fell painfully. I meant to cut him in half. His growth rate is astounding. Then, a yellow light shot down from the heavens, enveloping him and Jin and Tosen. Rangaku coldly let go. Jin sadly looked down at her as her started floating away. You could have held on a little longer, Rangaku-chan. Rangaku sadly, silently looked up at him. Then, Unohana and Byakuya arrived. Unohana observed all of them. She held her sword up. Minazuki. Naruto groaned, waking up. He blinked. What happened? Don't worry, you're all right. He turned to see Unohana standing over him. Did we win? He said. Unohana sighed. Well, you all lived. That is the important thing. Naruto frowned. Unohana smiled a little. Your friends have all been very useful as well. Ichigo-kun has been assisting me. Sato-san has been applying bandages. Ishida-san seems to know quite a bit about medicine, and Orihime. She smiled wider. Her healing ability is amazing. I'm considering making her join my squad. Well, we can't do that, can we? Both turned to see Urahara, grinning. Unohana blushed. Urahara, what are you doing here? Urahara chuckled. Well, Naruto here has to go home. He's been sleeping a whole day, and his Chunin exams are in just a few days. Naruto blinked. Whattt. Urahara grinned, opening a gate to the real world. Don't worry. You're completely healed, so there's no problem. You're fighting this guy called Neji. He then grabbed Naruto, chucking him through the gate. Good luck. Naruto yelled, then fell out of the gate. He groaned, looking around. He blinked. Konoha. He crowed. I'm back. Then, he ran as fast as he could to Ichiraku's. Aizen coldly looked around. I can't believe you would hurt Rangaku-chan, Jin sulked. Aizen looked down the table. We are pleased to welcome a new 10th Espada into our ranks. One guy stood up. What, you're replacing me? Silence, Yami. Another said, his green eyes boring a hole into the first to speak. Allow Aizen-sama to explain. Aizen smiled. No, Yami. You shall be moved into the Noveno Espada position. Everyone shall move up a position. For example, Grimjow shall become the Quinto Espada. Hell yeah. A blue-haired man said, grinning demonically. Ulquiorra the Tres Espada, the green-eyed man nodded. And Stark the Cerro Espada. A lazy-looking man with dark hair looked up. Huh? An older-looking man stared up at Aizen. Well, then who's the new Decima Espada? Patience, Barragan. Allow me to introduce him, he said, gesturing towards a dark hallway, as step echoed from it. No need, Aizen-san. The man said dryly. He looked out upon the others. Vermin, he thought to himself. What is Aizen thinking? Making him the Decima Espada? He certainly deserves at least the 5th position. Zale thought to himself. The man smirked, brushing some of his hair from his face. My name is Hisoka Sasaki. Naruto sighed, thinking about the murder he had heard about during the preliminaries, chewing on some potato chips, walking down the street. Then, he thought back. Flashback. Now, Naruto, remember never use your Shinigami powers in your dimension, Kazuki said, smiling. Naruto pouted. Why? Kazuki smiled, waving his fan and laughing. Cause, you'd basically kill everyone. That's my boy. Minato thought, sweat dropping. Kazuki smiled. Besides, you see, your chakra converts to spiritual pressure when in the Soul Society, or when a Shinigami. But, otherwise, you can only use chakra. Flashback and Naruto shrugged, then stumbled back, bumping into something, or rather, someone. Naruto grinned, hugging her. Hinata. Hinata winced a little, smiling and blushing as well. Naruto. You're crushing my limbs, they're still healing. Naruto blinked, looking down at her, then scowled, seeing her on crutches. What happened? Hinata swallowed. Wow. His chakra has somehow risen even higher. Well. I was fighting Neji, and Naruto's eye twitched. That does it, I'm gonna destroy him. Well, that's fine, but just do it during your match. Naruto blinked, turning to see Sasuke. What? Sasuke rolled his eyes. Back to his arrogant self, huh? Naruto thought, dryly smiling. You are fighting against Neji in the first round. Naruto grinned. Awesome. When? Sasuke looked at a clock. In about 10 minutes. Naruto choked on a chip. What? He threw down the bag, then hurriedly started running to the stadium. Geez, no wonder no one else was on the streets. Naruto panted briefly, landing by the stadium, then ran in. He looked around. Huh? There's no one here. He gasped. Crap, I'm that late, my bad. Meant 10 minutes after 3, tomorrow. Naruto looked dryly at Sasuke. Then, he punched him, making him go soaring away. Naruto grinned, going to Ichimaru's. One large miso ramen, please. Ayame turned, flushing a little red to see Naruto. She smiled. Naruto. Where have you been? Naruto grinned. That's a secret. Ayame softly laughed, handing Naruto a bowl filled with ramen. Naruto grinned, devouring it. Ayame wistfully looked at him. I really can't believe how much I'm starting to be into him. Naruto glanocking at him. Something the matter? Ayame blushed, then started furiously denying it, while Naruto nonchalantly shrugged. He looked up from his ramen, smiling. Ayame-chan really is cute when she's flustered. Ayame swallowed, turning a violent crimson. Wow. Like father, like son, huh? Naruto choked, turning to see a rather tall guy with white hair sitting next to him. A medium pork ramen. Naruto scowled. Who are you, old man? Naruto, that's my teacher. Minato said, sweat dropping. Naruto paled. The man turned, grinning. My name is Jiraiya, the legendary Toad Sage, and I am here to train you. Naruto grinned. Awesome. But why? Jiraiya laughed. Your chakra coils are enormous. Like, double cage level. Except, you can only use a fraction of that. Jiraiya slurped up some noodles. So, I am going to help you to use your chakra better. Please, I can do that myself. Jiraiya blinked. What was that? Me. Then, a ghostly image of Minato popped out of Naruto's stomach. Naruto choked. What the hell? Arashi slid out also. Naruto fell back, feeling dizzy. Minato scowled, looking up at Jiraiya. Listen, we really don't need your help. Jiraiya snorted. You do if you want him to summon. I am the holder of the scroll, you know. Minato sighed. So? Jiraiya grinned. Plus, I can teach him other things. Minato's eye twitched. You will not turn him into a pervert. Jiraiya shrugged. I meant the rosin. Minato scowled. Who better to teach that than the maker of it? Naruto's sweat dropped. Guys. Arashi sighed. Look, I don't care who teaches what, except that I will be teaching him taijutsu. Jiraiya turned. Who the hell are you, and why's Minato acting like my mother? Arashi laughed, eating a piece of Jiraiya's pork. I'm the Kyuubi. Nice to meet you. Jiraiya's sweat dropped. You don't look half as impressive in person. Arashi twitched. You freaking hentai, who are you to talk about looking impressive? Minato and Naruto both sweat dropped as Jiraiya and Arashi duked it out on the street. Minato turned to Naruto. Anyways, since you will need to participate in the Chunin exams, me and Jiraiya will teach you some ninjutsu, I guess. He turned. Jiraiya? Get the scroll. Jiraiya grinned. Now you're talking. That's the Minato I know. Naruto looked at everyone, confused. What scroll? Jiraiya laughed. You'll see. Then, he looked down at Ayame, who had fallen unconscious. He drooled. Her panties are showing. Minato slapped him. Jiraiya idly cracked the tendons in his neck. Okay, kid. Then, he made a seal, palming the ground. In a puff of smoke, a giant toad appeared with a scroll in its mouth. Naruto grimaced. Toads? Jiraiya grinned. Hey, it's what your dad used. And besides, it's canon. Naruto ed. Not even something like a snake? Jiraiya patted him on the back, sweating. Trust me, you don't want to meet the holder of the snake scroll. Then, he grinned. Just put some blood on the thing, write your name, and you'll be all set. Naruto shrugged. Whatever, I guess. He did so. Jiraiya grinned. Now, just make these seals, hit the ground, and, voila. Naruto blinked, dazed. I didn't quite see those seals. Jiraiya face-faulted. Okay, he said, dusting himself off. We can work around this. This will use up more chakra, but... He clapped his hands together, hitting the ground, and a medium-sized toad appeared, croaking. No, this will not become a crossover with Full Metal Alchemist as well, do not worry. Unless you want me to do that, in which case I'll have an idea for my next project. Naruto grinned. Awesome. How does that work? Jiraiya smiled, putting his hands together. You need to direct your chakra in a circle, using your arms and torso to create a symmetrical ring. Then, you have to focus on envisioning your purpose, and then pump your chakra through your chakra capillaries and create a kind of signal or synapse. Then he snapped his hands apart, slamming them to the ground. Release the chakra, breaking the ring, and forming the jutsu. Naruto grinned, clapping his hands together. Okay, focus, focus. He ripped them apart, slamming them on the ground. There was a large explosion with a large crater in the earth. Jiraiya did a face palm. No, don't release the chakra in a blast. Let it flow out quickly and efficiently, then shape it to your will. However, the way you did it will be useful for the technique I will be teaching you, Naruto, Minato said. Naruto weakly nodded, feeling a lot of his chakra drain away. He deeply breathed in, closing his eyes as he put his palms together again. He snapped them open, hitting the ground, summoning jutsu. There was a huge cloud of smoke. Naruto grinned. All right. This was way bigger than when Jiraiya summoned, so this had better be huge. The smoke cleared. Naruto's sweat dropped. Hey! A small green tadpole said, waving at Naruto. Jiraiya, Minato, fail. Arashi the tadpole screamed, being punted into the air by Naruto. What the hell is that? Jiraiya sighed. Ah, don't feel bad, Naruto. It's hard to summon things on your first try. Most people just get a mute tadpole. Minato nodded. Yeah, relatively, it's not bad. It's not even a freaking toad, Naruto wailed. I resent that. The tadpole said. Naruto flatly looked at it. Get out of here. 7 hours later Naruto stared, boring a hole into the small orange toad in front of him, named Gamakichi. Jiraiya's sweat dropped. Well, I'm sure he'll at least be good for moral support, right? Naruto's hollow eyes stared back at him coldly. Jiraiya paled. Minato looked cross. Well, now we have basically no time to train if you want to get any sleep. He sighed, pumping chakra into Naruto's legs, much to his surprise. We've got a lot of work to do, Naruto. No kidding, Arashi muttered. Naruto looked at the phantom image of Minato. All right, now then, in your chakra, you have wind chakra and neutral chakra. What you must do is forcibly convert your neutral chakra into wind chakra, which you will then use to use this jutsu. He clapped his hands together, then pointed one to the side, and all of the dead leaves on the grass soared away insanely fast. Great breakthrough. Naruto blinked. Now then. I can't turn this into a true pain knockoff, so I have to do this carefully. Naruto breathed in, clapping his hands together and struggling. He looked up. How'd I convert my chakra? Minato's sweat dropped. Well, I was hoping it would, come naturally, like it did to me. Naruto groaned. Ah, don't worry, Naruto. You'll get it eventually. But until then, come on, we've got some training to do. Run upside down on the trees and run on the water until 4. Then, we'll start the serious training. Naruto paled. Later Naruto furiously sparred with one of his shadow clones, slamming kunais into each other's until finally, Naruto viciously kicked the clone in its side, making it burst in a puff of smoke. Naruto grinned. Datbeo. Wow, it's been a while since I've said that. He sighed, falling back. Well, I guess I'll just take a little nap. Later Naruto ed, getting up and wincing as he cracked his sore back. Geez, what time is it? Naruto. Naruto turned to see Sakura angrily standing above him. What? It's 2:50. Why aren't you at the stadium? Naruto paled. What? A package flew into his face. Eat that. Sakura said. You'll need the calories. Naruto ed, devouring the sandwich. He retched. Note to self. Never. Except. Sakura's. Cooking. No kidding. Arashi mumbled. Even I feel sick. At the stadium Naruto deeply breathed in, then looked around. The first match is about to begin, Naruto grinned. Uzumake Naruto. There were a few boos, silenced by a sudden chakra pulse from Minato, Naruto. Versus Hyuga Neji. Naruto darkly grinned at him. This will be good, he said, cracking his knuckles. Versus Haruno Sakura. Naruto paled. Huh? Sakura grinned at him. Don't think I'll go easy on you, if I didn't on Ino. Naruto paled. No, you don't get it, I planned to just beat Neji as revenge for Hinata, so. Neji made a dead last such as yourself could hope to defeat me. Ready? Let the match begin. Naruto paled. Dad? Advice would be good about now. Sorry, Naruto. Minato said sheepishly. All I can say is, try to dodge. Naruto blinked. Huh? Then, he yelped as a kunai flew a centimeter to the left of his temple. Sakura grinned. Next time, I won't purposefully miss. Naruto paled, grimacing. Yeah, suspected as much. Neji dryly looked at the two. Idiots. Naruto then flipped back, throwing some shuriken. Sakura grinned. Then, in a pink and silver flash, the shuriken clinked together, hitting the ground. Naruto swallowed. If Sakura improved this much, and I might have to fight Sasuke, man. Then, he breathed in deeply. He grinned. Sakura gasped, being pinned down by two Narutos holding kunai. When did he make shadow clones? Then, the Naruto who had thrown the shuriken exploded in a puff of smoke. Byakugan. Neji thought, concentrating. He looked around. Nothing, that's odd. Then, Naruto appeared right behind him, kunai to throat, looking stern. Neji gasped. Arashi. No more hints, Minato forcefully rebuked. But the Byakugan has no other weaknesses, Arashi complained. If we help Naruto, that just proves we are Chunin level. This is Naruto's fight, and his only. Neji sighed, then held his breath. He violently slammed his head back into the Naruto behind him, who exploded in a puff of smoke. Interesting strategy, Kakashi said from the audience. Inoue turned to him. What do you mean? Kakashi grinned behind his mask. You see, he created a shadow clone, which exploded after it threw the shuriken, right? Inoue nodded. Kakashi smiled. Then, he used the excess chakra from the smoke trail to make Neji believe he was one of the clones holding down Sakura, as the chakra would cloak him. But, he got a clone to Shunshin right behind Neji, using the Byakugan's blind spot. Haku beamed from the audience. Go Naruto-kun. Kakashi's sweat dropped. Where is he, anyways? I only see 2 clones holding Sakura. Then, Sakura violently threw one off of her back, then spin-back kicked the other clone, and threw a shuriken at Neji. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. First palm. Then, in a flash of chakra, the shuriken was deflected, and Sakura gasped, as Neji appeared right behind her, stabbing her in the back with his fingers. Sakura choked, falling, but then grinned, sweeping Neji's legs from under him, and leaping up, throwing kunai. Then, they were all gone in a flash, as Naruto reappeared, kunais in hand. Sakura gasped. How strong are you, Naruto? Sakura. Sakura gasped, feeling chakra radiate through the air. Neji is mine. Then, Naruto ripped off his shirt, revealing, firstly, carved and developed muscles. A lot of girls tried to jump into the audience, until they were stopped by ice needles. Don't even think about it, Haku said sadistically. But, I digress. More importantly, there was a huge array of explosive tags attached all over his otherwise bare torso. Naruto grinned, then, exploded in a huge fireball. The third shook his head in amazement. Wow. I might just have to directly promote him. The Kazekage smiled twistedly. I suppose. He is rather talented. I've heard of an Uchiha Sasuke as well. The Hokage breathed in through his pipe, exhaling some smoke as Sakura and Neji hurriedly escaped the fireball. Well, he definitely is Chunin level, with his training. Might need a little more, though. He's starting to get his old arrogance back. The Kazekage smiled. I don't think that will be a problem. Sakura panted, getting her breath back, and ripping off her burnt jacket. Neji turned the slightest bit pink, then swallowed, making a seal. Byakugan. His eyes shot open. A huge armada of topless Narutos with explosive tags were falling from the sky. Naruto Kamikaze Barrage. Naruto yelled. Naruto, you can't just come up with a new name for every technique. Especially if they're only slightly altered from other ones, Minato thought. Well, he just did, didn't he? Arashi dryly said. Sakura and Neji both scowled, then started throwing senbon and shuriken at the clones, making them turn into little clouds. Then, they started jumping back and forth to dodge the many clones flying at them. Verdant Mountain's violent wind. Suddenly, the clones started jerkily moving towards Sakura and Neji, as if they were being dragged along by strings. Kakashi whistled. Wow. Naruto is amazing at improvising. Inoue turned. What do you mean? Kakashi pointed. Normally, they wouldn't be able to move while falling, but the real Naruto is dragging them along by using Verdant Mountain's violent wind on the kunai the clones have. He turned. Chips, Choji. His sweat dropped, looking at how he was in a gurney. How did this? Inoue shook her head. It was some taijutsu user. No one knows anything about him. Pale, white hair. Just plain weird. Kakashi nodded thoughtfully. Sakura panted, breathing hoarsely as she bandaged up a large bruise on her left arm. Neji harshly breathed in, cracking the tendons in his neck. Naruto deeply inhaled, in his transformation of a rock. Man. I used up so much chakra. I really shouldn't have done something that freaking elaborate. Idiot. He looked across the field to Sakura and Neji. Geez. If I just had my Shinigami powers, I could have won in 10 seconds. Then, Sakura choked, falling, as in a flicker. Neji appeared behind her, his fingers sparking with chakra. Neji made a che noise. Useless trash. Naruto blinked. What the hell? Naruto screamed, appearing right next to Neji, slashing at him with a kunai. Neji coldly dodged quickly, then plunged his fingers into Naruto's arm, discharging chakra. Naruto choked, then viciously snatched Neji's neck with his hand. Neji gagged, and Naruto darkly looked at him. Verdant mountains, violent wind. Then, all of Naruto's kunai flew from his pouches, then flew at Neji. Neji fell, bleeding. Naruto dryly looked at him. Neji managed a smirk. You pitiful louse. Naruto mocked his noise. You're the one about to pass out from bleeding. Then, he choked, as a series of bursts of chakra flew into his back and front torso. Neji smirked. Never underestimate me. Naruto shuddered, falling. Neji grinned. Then, Naruto turned into a pile of flash bombs. Neji paled. There was a huge wave of light. Damn, Neji thought violently. Eat this. Neji hurriedly turned, following the voice. Then, he choked, being hit in the back of the head by Naruto. Naruto panted. So low on chakra. Naruto, you still have as much as the average Chunin, Minato said. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Well, I still think it's low. Third palm. Naruto choked, as he was hit 8 times in the chest. Fourth. Naruto gagged, being forced back by another 16 hits. Naruto. He's cutting off your chakra points. Naruto dryly smiled. Great. Neji lunged at him again, and Naruto hurriedly leapt to the side, slamming his foot in Neji's stomach. Neji laughed. You fight for revenge, but you will only die angered. Naruto growled, then back-fisted Neji into the side of the arena. Sakura looked at the battle, barely conscious and breathing. Naruto. He's the genius of last year. There's no way you could win. Then, she blinked, shaking herself. But he is, and Naruto has shown he can do more than anything anyone could have expected. Naruto grinned. Victory, perhaps, but for myself. Naruto gasped, as a kunai was driven into his chest, almost hitting his liver. He coughed up blood, then swept his foot towards Neji. 8 trigrams, heavenly spin. Hiashi looked on. Naruto screamed, being flung backwards by the large amount of chakra. Naruto violently shook, wiping his lip, and digging out the kunai. Kakashi sighed. Guy, did you teach him this? Guy shook his head. He taught himself. Naruto struggled up, as Neji darkly looked at him. Naruto. Naruto looked up to see Neji right in front of him. You fight for revenge. For Sakura. For Hinata, for everyone else. Neji swept his bangs aside. Do you see this seal? Naruto blearily nodded. Freaking chakra continued. It is the caged bird seal. I am being controlled by the Hyuga family's main branch. He coldly set them back. It is the sign of eternal slavery, being captured like a bird, forced to work for those who rule over me. Do you have any? He kicked Naruto in the stomach, causing him to retch. Idea. He threw a shuriken into his wrist, barely missing the largest artery, as Naruto yelled in pain. How I feel. He breathed in heavily, slowly calming down. Naruto chuckled softly. Yeah, I think I do. Neji coldly looked down at him. Because, I was the dead last. And I mean dead last. I was the worst student ever. And, everyone hated me. All because of this. He ripped off his shirt again, to Neji's dismay, then focused his chakra, showing the seal. The 9-tailed fox. Neji winced. What? Naruto dryly grinned. You see, I was hated. And I used to be imprisoned by that hate. He slowly got up, swaying backwards and forwards, but... Naruto looked up, and smiled. I found friends, learned it wasn't so bad, and then, I escaped my cage. Neji stepped back, as Naruto leapt at him, grabbing him in an embrace. Tenten flushed violently red in the crowd, imagining. Naruto made a seal. Shadow clone jutsu. Then, 4 clones grabbed Neji. Then, they all exploded in smoke, turning into metal wire with tags, wrapping around Neji. Neji winced. Naruto made a seal. He smiled. Naruto, don't. Naruto hurriedly looked up to see Hinata in the stands. He grinned, pushing his stray hair back. Hinata momentarily smiled, but then turned anxious again. Naruto, please don't kill him, please, he's my cousin. Naruto turned quiet, as Neji silently activated Byakugan behind him. Then, he softly smiled. Didn't plan to. He made the seal, and then, there was a blinding flash of light. Neji screamed. These were flash tags, not explosive ones. He forced his eyes shut, then opened them to see Naruto flying towards him, fist primed. And the caged birds always will pick at their locks until they can be free to sing. Naruto echoed. Neji's eyes widened, and he cracked a small smile. Naruto's fist slammed into Neji, slamming him into the wall, and he fell unconscious. Sakura stared, then smiled. Well, I guess I'll take a quick nap then. Naruto panted, then looked up to the sky. It was silent. Then, the crowd erupted in cheers, whistles, and clapping. Naruto laughed, grinning, then fell backwards, collapsing, smiling. Uzumaki Naruto wins. The Hokage inhaled deeply from his pipe. Quite the match, no? The Kazekage nodded, smiling. I can only hope the Uchiha boy will be just as impressive. A dark figure looked on from above the sky. He darkly smiled. This will be too easy. Naruto panted, sitting back in a hospital bed. He looked around. What happened? He turned to see a startled Hinata, who seemed about ready to drop the bowl of fruit she was holding. Naruto grinned, kissing her, to her great shock. What are you doing to Hinata Dono? Naruto paled, turning to see Neji behind him. Yes, what are you doing? Naruto swallowed, looking up at Hiashi. In fact, I was also wondering that. Naruto seemed to lose all of the blood in his veins as he turned to see Haku. He started stammering, then saw a familiar face and hat waving to him. His sweat dropped. Read the mood, Kazuki. He then jumped out of bed, staggering at his wounds. Hinata and Haku then forced him into his cot. Naruto, don't even think about it, Haku said. Then, she smiled, because I will personally hold you in here. Naruto panted, then, saw Kazuki toss a ghostly medallion at him. Naruto sighed, realizing instantly. Then, I'll take a quick nap. The medallion made contact, and Naruto winced as his spirit flew out of his body. Then he blinked, cracking his shoulders and neck. Man, I feel great. Injured only in mind, not spirit, Kazuki said cheerfully. Come on, I have something for you to do. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What, exactly? Kazuki shrugged. Well, Yugai's chakra has been absorbed as spirit pressure by some Mainos, so, since Soul Society is busy with our dimension, it would be your job. Naruto face-faulted. Then he got up. Well, what's a Mainos? Kazuki grinned, pointing. Naruto's sweat dropped. Come on. That. He yelled, angrily pointing towards a huge armada of black, 50-foot-tall monsters wearing masks. Kazuki shrugged, grinning. Naruto turned to him. Why can't you just wipe them out with your Bankai or something? Kazuki laughed. Well, that would be too easy, now wouldn't it? Naruto snarled, and Kazuki grew more serious. Besides, my Bankai isn't the kind well suited for something like this. But, if you really need help, sing, Benihime. Then, in a large red flash, half of the army was obliterated. Naruto's jaw dropped. That was your Bankai? Kazuki walked away, putting his sword away. He grinned, turning back. Nope. Naruto blinked in shock. How strong is he? Then, the Mainos roared, and Naruto turned to see a ray of red light headed straight towards him. He swallowed, then swung one of his kamikazes at it, deflecting the attack, which dissipated when it had flown in an opposite direction. Naruto swallowed, then growled, viciously whipping around kamikaze, which he then threw, skewering one of the hollows. Then, one screamed at him, and Naruto swung to the side, slicing into another 3 of them. Naruto blinked. Hey, this isn't too hard. Guess you can't judge a book by its cover, huh? Arashi laughed. Come on, let me kill 1 or 2. Use some of my chakra. Naruto shrugged. Well, if you say so. How? Arashi rolled his eyes, then paused, dumbfounded. Oh yeah. Never mind, then. Naruto laughed, then threw the other kamikaze, skewering 5 more Shinso style. Okay. 25 minus 9. 16. 16 more to go. A figure darkly looked down from the distance. I don't have time for this. Naruto held his sword back. Shikage. Then, from the heavens, there was a huge ray of gray light, which entirely disintegrated the hollows. The figure turned coldly. What a waste of time. Naruto blinked. What was that? He yelled, pointing. And why is there now a huge crater? Then, he choked, falling to his knees in midair. Huh? His neck started to burn, and he screamed, as the cursed seal started bleaching his skin white. He roared, then shrieked, as his hair turned white and his eyes inverted in color. What's going on? Minato yelled. How should I know? Arashi screamed back. Kamikaze just stood in Naruto's mindscape. Minato angrily turned to him. What's happening to my son? Kamikaze was silent, until one of the two kamikazes started chuckling, then giggling, then madly laughing. Well, you see. Arashi and Minato gagged, his voice is dripping with spirit pressure. Then, one of the kamikazes reached back, grabbing his hood, and pulling it back to reveal. Cursed Naruto. The evil Naruto grinned as the other hooded figure fell and became a pile of clothing. He cracked his neck. You could call it a defense mechanism. Then, Arashi and Minato collapsed. Naruto's eyes flashed open, and he roared, and the air seemed to shatter. The figure sharply turned. What is that? Then, both blades clashed as Naruto hit the figure's sword. The person cracked his neck. I don't have time for this. Then, he lightly put his fingers on Naruto's screaming, hellish face. Sero. Then, a ghastly gray wave shoved Naruto painfully back, as a black hole appeared in the sky. That wasn't even worth Jin's time. Cursed Naruto snarled. Damn you. Then, he choked, as a surviving hollow bit through his arm. See, Naruto laughed. Oh, you want to bite me? Well. Then, the skies seemed to turn darker. Well, I bite back. Naruto gasped, clutching his chest. What just happened? He looked around. Starting now, the event you have all been waiting for, Uchiha Sasuke versus, well, Gaara of the Sand. Naruto yelped, then shot over to the stadium. He parked down in a seat. Damn, what did I miss? Well, Shikamaru lost on purpose, and Shino won. Kazuki said simply. Naruto's sweat dropped. How long are you going to follow me around? Kazuki Naruto into his body. Naruto hazily blinked, then looked down at the stage. Sasuke walked out, to tremendous cheering, while Gaara went out on a wave of sand, to 1 or 2 boos. Naruto grinned. Man, this'll be awesome. Begin. Sasuke warily looked across at Gaara, as the cork fell out from his gourd. Interesting. Sasuke then smiled, making a seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Gaara laughed. Don't worry, mother. This blood will be delicious. Sasuke dryly raised an eyebrow, then made another seal. Fire release. Grand fireball. Gaara laughed, shooting sand at all of the Sasukes. Psych. Gaara's eyes flashed open as Sasuke appeared right behind him, slashing his back with a short sword. Gaara choked, turning as a tiny amount of blood sprayed out. You injured me. Die. Sasuke raised his eyebrows. Gaara screamed, sending more sand at all of the Sasukes as his chakra slowly rose. Sasuke chi'd, then threw a wave of shuriken, spinning in midair, then made a seal. All of the shurikens grew larger, burying themselves in the sand. Gaara roared. You Uchiha bastard. Sasuke rolled his eyes, then leapt at Gaara, slicing through the sand. Gaara's eye twitched as Sasuke idly spun the sword around. Fire release, Prometheus Edge. D-ranked. Just adds heat to the blade, he said simply. Then, Gaara laughed, as his skin shattered, to reveal him, unharmed. Sasuke stepped back, grimacing. Finally. Gaara laughed, then sent a wave of sand at Sasuke. Sasuke flew back, then made a seal. Grand fireball. A huge blast of flame made the sand turn to glass, which Sasuke simply kicked out of the way. Kiba whistled. Man, why couldn't we have been personally trained? But Naruto wasn't trained, and he basically beat a 2-on-1. Kakashi mused. The Kazekage shook his head in disbelief. He has to be upper Chunin in everything, no? The Hokage laughed. Yeah, I like to think Naruto is better though. The Kazekage grew silent. He turned back to the battle. Whatever. Gaara angrily looked at Sasuke. Temari swallowed. This is bad. Has he forgotten the plan? Gaara then breathed in, shuddering. Mother. Then, the sand entirely enveloped him. Sasuke smiled, flipping backwards onto a wall. Perfect. Kakashi swallowed. Sasuke, no, you've just used shadow clones. Even someone of Naruto's chakra shouldn't attempt this, let alone you. Quiet, I'm trying to concentrate, Sasuke said simply. Guy swallowed. Seriously? Sasuke smiled, making some seals, as chakra built up around his hand. Naruto blinked. What is that? Sasuke grinned, then raced down the wall towards Gaara. It's all right, mother. He'll never get to us. We will skewer him and feast upon his blood, then. A blade of blue electric chakra raged through the sand, cutting into Gaara's forehead. Gaara blinked, then felt something warm flow down his face. Mother! What is that? Blood! Gaara screamed, his dome shattering. Kakashi shuddered, breathing in. The Chidori. I wanted him to use it for something better, but... Guy coldly stared at him. Such as... Kakashi swallowed. I don't know, facing off against Naruto, maybe? Gaara panted, collapsing. Sasuke grinned, then frowned. Gaara had stood up, sand covering him, and his eyes looked absolutely demonic. Sasuke stepped back. Shukaku. Urashi thought. Then, Gaara lunged forwards, stabbing into Sasuke's torso, to his shock. Sakura screamed. Sasuke-kun! Naruto yelled, leaping down. Then, one person smiled. Temple of Nirvana. Then, suddenly, a large amount of feathers began raining down, as people drifted off to sleep. Sakura grimaced. Huh? Then, Kakashi put his hand on her shoulder. Wait. Gaara laughed, then flew off towards the woods. Damn it. Gaara! Temari yelled, chasing after him, followed by Kankuro. Naruto snarled, picking up Sasuke. Get the hell back here, he yelled, rushing at them. Temari growled, spinning around, and swinging her fan. Naruto choked, then screamed viciously as he was flung back, hitting his head on the wall as everything went black. Oh. Naruto hazily looked up. Everything seemed foggy and blurred. He squinted. What? Kazuki darkly looked down at him, offering him a hand. Naruto wearily looked around next to him. Where's Sasuke? Kazuki coldly stared at him. There's no time for that, you need to confront Gaara. Naruto prepared to yell at him, but then, he heard a scream, and Kazuki swung his cane back, now covered with blood. Naruto turned ashen white, and looked over to a huge dome emitting chakra, as Manos wailed around the arena. What the hell's going on? Kazuki swung his hand in disgust. You need to follow Gaara. Sakura and Shikamaru won't possibly survive against those three. Naruto's eyes flashed open, and he sprang up. Go, Naruto! Ichigo yelled, slashing a Manos. Naruto panted, then nodded. Right, then, he disappeared, flashing towards the Sand siblings. Kazuki sighed, then swept his cane backwards, decapitating a hollow. He turned. Orihime, how is he? Orihime swallowed. This isn't good. Naruto angrily surged through the woods, smashing through any tree unfortunate enough to be in his way. Gaara. Then, he stopped, seeing a blur of pink and yellow. Sakura panted, flinging a kunai at Temari. Damn, she's tougher than Iruka-sensei was. Temari laughed, blocking the kunai with her fan, while swinging it at the same time. Come on, little girl. Is that all you've got? Then, there was a hoarse yell. Shikamaru panted, wiping some blood from his lip. There's no way I'll be able to take on this guy alone. Kankuro grinned, then threw his puppet towards Shikamaru, which opened up to reveal a nightmarish Iron Maiden. Time to die. Naruto yelled. Enough. Everyone stopped, collapsing, and falling to their knees. Kankuro wheezed. Shit. That's chakra. It feels more like a huge wave of water crashed into me. Temari swallowed. That feels almost as strong as Gaara. Sakura faintly looked up, along with Shikamaru. Naruto grinned at them until he fell also. Temari gasped, then fell, unconscious, along with everyone else aside from Naruto. Oh, mother? Naruto turned, to see a giant, bestial creature of sand, with Gaara in the middle. Gaara hysterically giggled. It appears we have company. Naruto swallowed, staggering backwards. What the? Then, Gaara roared, swinging at Naruto. Naruto quickly blocked the sand with a kunai, but then his eyes flashed open as the sand broke apart, rushing at him. Then, Naruto exploded in a small cloud of smoke, as the real Naruto appeared behind Gaara, slicing at him with his kunai. Naruto choked, his wrist breaking. What's his freaking sand made of? Got it, Naruto, Arashi said, healing Naruto instantly. Really, not for long. Arashi choked, then yelled as he was dragged downwards. He looked down to see a horrifying black pit, like liquid shadows. Hell no. What is that? Then, he choked as he was pulled down. Naruto swallowed. Dad? What was that? Minato shuddered. I'm not quite sure, Naruto. Then, he let out a muffled yell as the shadows wrapped around him also. Naruto swallowed, then gasped, as he felt his chakra be cut in half, then down to around 30% of what it used to be. He panted, falling to one knee. Wah? He looked up, to see Gaara, as everything started turning blurry. His chakra. It's overwhelming me. Time to test this out. See Naruto's eyes flashed open, and he grinned, staring down Gaara as a pallid white crept from his black and yellow eyes. Gaara tried to roar, and then halted, as see Naruto released a suffocatingly large chakra. Gaara screamed, then let out a merciless wave of chakra as well. See Naruto breathed in calmly, as every tree in the forest's bark was ripped off. Lovely breeze, no? He said sarcastically, grinning demonically. Then, he disappeared in a sudden flash. Gaara swallowed, as a huge, 5-centimeter wide slash appeared on his chest. Gaara gasped, then screamed. Mother. See Naruto grinned, cracking the tendons in his neck, pathetic. Then, the air exploded, as Gaara's chakra started raising exponentially, and blood started flowing tly. See Naruto looked at him with disgust. Mother. Feigning sleep technique. See Naruto snarled, as Gaara's blood started turning to sand, which wrapped around him. What the hell is this? Then, the sand monster screamed. Finally, I am freed. See Naruto laughed. Idiot. He muttered, reducing the chakra in his voice, as it concentrated around his hands. Then, he clapped his hands together, palming the ground. Summoning jutsu. Then, there was a monstrous cloud of smoke, and from it, the hugest toad ever appeared. Gamabunta snorted, looking up. Well, so you're back, Minato? Then, he swallowed. See Naruto dryly grinned at him. Well, now, he said, smiling, and pointing to the Shukaku. Why haven't you already attacked him? Gamabunta paled. Shit. This kid. He has to only be, what, 14? And he has chakra that's double Minato's. Orochimaru snarled, slashing at the third. Then, both froze, as they felt a huge ripple of chakra in the air. Orochimaru fell to his knees, while the third staggered back. Orochimaru hissed. What is that summon? The third panted, then grinned. Gamabunta. So, did Jiraiya join the fight? He blinked. No. That chakra. Then, he fell to his knees as well, vomiting. That chakra. Kami. It feels more like it's suffocating and icy than Jiraiya's warm chakra. Orochimaru started sweating as well. This barrier is supposed to block most chakra, and yet, I still feel enough to make me tremble. Orochimaru paled even more. This feels like the cursed seal. Is this that blonde-haired boy? The third staggered to his feet, then clapped his hands together, summoning Enma. Orochimaru panted, then snapped his arm in a quick movement, and a legion of snakes rushed out towards the third. The Hokage growled, then swept his feet in the air. Running flame. An incinerating fire vaporized the snakes. As Orochimaru got to his feet, Orochimaru laughed. Well, I have to admit. Doing a B ranked without a single seal. You are strong, still, you old man. And that is why I serve him. Orochimaru's eye twitched, as a huge, black monkey was instantly behind him, choking him. Orochimaru grimaced, then laughed. But, I am still superior. Then, a coffin shot up from the ground, followed by a second. The third's eyes shot open in horror as the third coffin slowly started crawling up from the ground. See Naruto laughed, as he funneled chakra into Gamabunta, and Gamabunta struck at Shukaku, slicing huge cakes of sand off of him. Then, see Naruto choked, as a flake of his ashen skin peeled off, to reveal Naruto's mildly tanned skin. What? See, Naruto screamed. Then, he trembled, as he looked to see his flesh breaking apart, as a white ghost started creeping out from his face. See, Naruto was stricken. Minato. Minato looked brainwashed, as he slowly crept out of See Naruto's flesh, breaking apart See Naruto's form. See, Naruto screamed in agony, as his flesh began bubbling, and one of his eyes swelled up and became blue. The third madly rushed towards the third coffin, then made a seal, palming the coffin. Then, the coffin halted, and rushed back into the ground. Orochimaru shed, then back-fisted Enma away. See, Naruto screamed, with Minato nearly halfway out, blank-eyed all of the time, until suddenly, he snapped back to consciousness, then disappeared. See, Naruto panted, falling to his knees atop of Gamabunta. He grinned, half of his face bloody, with a blue eye and tan skin, the rest still white with demonic eyes. Hey! Still in control. Then, an eerie white liquid started creeping from his eyes and hardening into a shell, as his chakra rapidly rose again. Now to finish this. See, Naruto choked, as a tan hand grabbed his face. He forced his eyes to look down. Damn it! What are you doing? One side of See Naruto's face laughed, smiling softly. Finishing this. Then, he ripped off the skin on his face, screaming in pain. He panted, blood dripping onto Gamabunta, then stood up. Naruto wiped some blood from his already healing face. All right, let's do this. Gamabunta relaxed a little. This chakra. It's not so bad. Not too bad either. Must be the new guy. Naruto grinned, then made a seal. Naruto choked, as Gaara lunged at him, slicing him across his chest. Naruto spat up blood, then disappeared in a puff of smoke. Shukaku snarled. A shadow clone, then where's the real one? Then, Naruto's fist connected with his back, Naruto still bleeding. Shukaku choked, then shot tendrils of sand at Naruto. Naruto made a seal. Shadow clones. He yelled, as an armada of blood-drenched Narutos appeared on Shukaku, dropping blood everywhere. Shukaku screamed. Damn, I can't manipulate sand when it's wet. Naruto panted, then looked up, his left eye flickering between warm and icy blue, as he limped towards Gaara in the center, then lunged at him, swinging his fist. It connected, and Gaara screamed, waking up to searing pain. Orochimaru snarled, as the third sparred with the Nidaime and first, while Enma lunged at him. He cracked his neck. I've had enough of this. Then, he plunged his hand through Enma's gut, twisting it. Enma choked, vomiting up blood. Damn. Enma fell, and the third screamed. No, Orochimaru laughed. Now, to kill you. The third panted, then shuddered, making a seal. Orochimaru laughed. It is so pathetic. You have to be the weakest person I know. I was your student, but we have nothing in common. Then, Sarutobi choked, laughing, almost breaking the seal. Actually. Orochimaru looked up, scowling. We do have one thing in common, and that is. Orochimaru froze, then screamed, as the second and first Hokages rushed forwards and stabbed Sarutobi. Sarutobi looked up, blood trickling from his mouth, and smiled. We are both going to die today. Death demon consuming seal. Orochimaru screamed, as his soul started getting ripped from his flesh. Sarutobi smiled, then gagged, along with the first and the second, as their souls were ripped out as well. Sarutobi panted. Damn. I can seal away the other Hokages, but Orochimaru, I. Orochimaru laughed. Fool, you think you can win? No. But I can stalemate. Then, Orochimaru's arms started turning a pallid gray. Orochimaru's eyes flashed open, and he screamed. You damn old bastard. Sarutobi smiled, looking up at the sky, his vision blurry. Sorry, Konohamaru, but I'm leaving this village to the next generation. Kakashi gasped, as the dome shattered, to reveal a decaying set of former Hokages, the dead third, and Orochimaru, panting, screaming. Orochimaru roared. Damn it, Gaara's eyes were blank. Sand flew everywhere as the Shukaku construct melted and shattered, revealing just Gaara and Naruto's body. Gamabunta panted. Looks like my work here is done. Not bad, kid. Then, he disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Gaara fell, landing on some sand, while Naruto landed on the earth. The sand demon panted, gagging on the very air. He turned, his vision blurry, to see Naruto standing up and staggering towards him. Gaara screamed. No, get away. I won't die. Naruto panted, blood streaming from the corners of his mouth, as he limped to Gaara. Gaara screamed. Is this the end? Gaara, I know how you feel. Gaara looked up, shuddering. He blinked. Naruto was crying. Not laughing, or willing to hurt, crying. Naruto smiled a little, choking. I have had the Kyuubi in me for all of my life. Gaara's eyes flashed open. Naruto continued, everyone hated me, called me demon, despised me. Gaara weakly, subconsciously nodded. But I found friends, and they helped me through the darkness. I can relate, Gaara. And neither of us have to go through something like that alone. Gaara thought back. Temari. Kankuro. He blinked, then felt a tremendous feeling of tiredness. Gaara collapsed, and Naruto panted, smiling a little, before falling also. Orochimaru yelled, punching the ground, slowly destroying it. Fuck you, old man. Fuck everyone. Your voice. Orochimaru sharply turned. It is disturbing the village. Orochimaru turned pale. You. A soul reaper. The man smiled a little, twirling his blue and black hilted sword. Hi. Naruto blinked, looking up at the ceiling. He blinked again, and there were doctors surrounding him, sticking needles into him and mumbling things. A quick look around revealed the walls of the hospital were shattered, and completely obliterated in some places. Naruto heaved in another breath. He turned to his side. Sasuke. A monitor was next to Sasuke's face, whose eyes were blank, and the monitor was flatlining. Naruto paled. Sasuke. Sasuke. Then, Sasuke leapt upwards, breathing in deeply, as the monitors flashed to show his heartbeats, and he blinked as well, turning to Naruto. They both stared at each other for a while. Naruto. Sasuke. They were silent, then both calmly nodded, facing away from each other. Naruto. Sasuke. Naruto swallowed, as Sakura then smacked him in the face with her hand. Yubaka. Naruto's sweat dropped. What? Sakura growled. You two could have been killed, and... She raised her hand, and Naruto cringed, closing his eyes. Then, he opened them, blinking to a warm sensation. Sakura was hugging the two of them, crying, and you could have died. Naruto swallowed, glancing at Sasuke, who seemed confused also. Then, a man dressed in bandages walked in, sitting down, and putting his cane aside. He looked at both of them. My name is Danzo. Sasuke tensed up a little. Danzo seemed to smirk, then, it broke into a smile. Congratulations. Then, he tossed Naruto and Sakura something. Naruto raised an eyebrow, looking at the scroll. Then, he grinned, howling. Chunin exam passed. Danzo nodded, standing. Impressive fights, Uzumaki-kun. I expect even better now. Sakura grinned. Hey, I passed too. Sasuke looked puzzled, but... Danzo turned back to Sasuke, calmly frowning. Well, quite frankly, Sasuke, you did virtually. Well, nothing, quite frankly. Sasuke froze, then swallowed. Yes, Danzo-sama. Danzo nodded. Now, to the more important matter, the Hokage. Naruto's eyes sparked. Yeah, where is Gramps? Danzo carefully turned. I am afraid, he is dead. Naruto halted, choking. He looked up, in sheer horror, begging it not to be true. Danzo sadly nodded. So, we need a replacement, I personally believe. Then, a red and white blur crashed through the window, rolling to the cot. The tall figure stood up, looking serious. Naruto. Danzo smiled. Speak of the devil. Jiraiya-senpai. Jiraiya paled, turning to Danzo. Great, what do you want? Danzo smiled. Well, seeing as you are a Sannin, and likely the current strongest ninja here. Jiraiya violently shook his head. No, that's why I was here. He flashed over to Naruto. Naruto, we are going on a little trip, to visit an old friend of mine. Danzo raised an eyebrow. Oh, you can't be serious. Jiraiya grinned, then grabbed Naruto, leaping out of the window, as Naruto yelled. Naruto pouted, walking alongside Jiraiya. But, I have to see Hinata. Jiraiya laughed, ruffling his hair. You're too young to have a real girlfriend anyways. Just come on. Naruto rolled his eyes. Please? Come on, where are we even going? And more importantly. Smash. Why the hell am I coming with you? Jiraiya groaned, nursing his battered head. Listen. You're now a Chunin, right? Naruto nodded. Jiraiya calmly turned to him. And what are the different jutsu you know? Naruto's sweat dropped. Shadow clones. Summoning. Basic 3. Shunshin. Verdant Mountain's violent wind. He paused, then lamely finished, and, that's it. Jiraiya face-faulted. Seriously? Man, I knew I had some work to do, but that's pathetic. He sighed, then turned to him. Well, I'm going to teach you a little something that will make the Chidori look like, well, bird crap. Naruto blinked. Jiraiya grinned. In fact, your dad made the jutsu. Minato scowled in Naruto's mind. No, I'm teaching him that. Naruto paused for a moment. You know, when I think about it, didn't Kurenai-sensei give me something a while back? Flashback. CHP 7. Then, Kurenai walked over to Naruto. Naruto, after some persuasion, I managed to get this scroll for you. Use it well, she said. Naruto grinned. Thanks, Kurenai-sensei. Flashback end. Why haven't I bothered using that? Jiraiya sighed. Well, anyways, I'll teach you it on my own good time. Kakashi panted, clenching his bleeding fist. The man opposite from him peered at him from behind his cloak. Interesting. Your chakra continues to astound me, Hikage-san. Kakashi growled, lunging at the man. Then, he choked, having his back ripped apart by a jagged blade. Hey. Forgot about little old me and Samahata. Bad move. Kurenai panted, holding Asuma in her arms. Damn. How can those two be that strong? Then, the man grabbed her from behind, lifting her up with one hand. Kakashi turned around viciously. Kurenai, he snarled, then made a seal. Rakery. Going somewhere? Then, Kakashi turned, and paled, realizing there were two of the same man. His opponent made a seal. Clone great explosion. Then, he blew up, sending Kakashi flying painfully. Kakashi groaned, just as the sword swinger leapt up above him. Time to feed, Samahata. Then, the blue shark guy choked, as he was kicked in the face, chest, and legs, seemingly simultaneously. Kakashi panted. Guy? Guy laughed. That's right. The other man was silent, then flicked his finger. Tsukiyomi. Kakashi gasped, then flung Guy aside. Get down. Then, he choked, staggering, and fell down, his Sharingan still spinning. The man turned. We have no time to waste here, Kisame. Let us go. But, that man, Maida Guy, could easily apprehend you, and gravely injure myself. We must move. Kisame snorted. Whatever you say. Itachi. Naruto calmly walked beside Jiraiya, until they came up to a hot spring. Jiraiya grinned in glee. Could it be? Yes, it's mixed bathing? Come on, kid, let's wash off our sweat over there. Naruto groaned. Why? I don't see any need to. Jiraiya laughed. Come on, it'll be great. Naruto sighed. Fine. Naruto's sweat dropped. I didn't know you meant mixed bathing, he muttered. Jiraiya was giggling, ogling every girl in there. Some of the girls looked at each other. That one old guy is staring at us, one whispered. Yeah, but look at his body, man, he must work out a ton. That kid beside him is cute, even if he's a little short. Yeah, he is pretty toned. But, what is he, only 158 centimeters? Naruto carefully inched away from everyone else, until he heard a loud roar, and looked up to see a hollow. He swallowed, preparing to turn into a Shinigami, until all of a sudden, there was a red flash that shot across the sky, hitting the hollow, followed by a blue and orange one. Huh. He muttered, as the hollow dissipated. XX. Naruto sighed, getting into a robe, and walking to the cafe. One miso ramen, please. He said to the waiter. The waiter nodded, and walked off. Naruto looked around. What was that thing that shot down that hollow? Only spirit pressure could do that, So there must be some type of Shinigami here along with me. True. Maybe then, you could train both your shinobi and Shinigami skills, Minato said. Yeah, you do need the training, Arashi continued. Naruto cheed, then blinked, feeling a deep pulse of chakra from across the room. He turned, to see two men with shrouded hats eating. Weird. Here you are, sir, Naruto grinned. Itadakimasu, he said. The waiter's sweat dropped, before slipping the bill under Naruto's glass. Naruto looked at it in between gulps. What? Naruto's face cracked. This is 20 times the price of Ichiraku's miso ramen, he thought, paling. Then, a shadow fell on him. Don't worry, I can pay for that. Naruto looked up. Seriously? Man. Thanks, the shrouded man nodded, leaving behind a small pile of bills, before exiting the cafe. Well, that was weird. But, nice of the guy. Naruto shrugged, continuing to slurp his ramen, until he finished, standing up, and leaving for his room. Naruto sighed, relaxing on his bed. Man, where is that old pervert? Then, there was a loud knocking on his door. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Yeah? Come on in. Ichigo's I feel like that idiot kid is in trouble. Then, he choked, dodging a bounce blade. SSSXX the door flew open, to reveal one blue-skinned, tall shark man, and a gaunt, brunette male. Naruto swallowed, leaping up, kunai in hand. Who are you? Naruto. That's Kisame Hoshikage, and Itachi Uchiha. Both S-rank missing nin, Minato worriedly said. Naruto swallowed. S-ranked? He paled. Wait, Uchiha? The blue one grinned. Name's Kisame Hoshikage. I'm here to kill you. Naruto paled, as Kisame let loose a huge amount of burning, painful chakra. Naruto fell to one knee, then growled, charging at Kisame. He held out his kunai, then leapt up at Kisame, spinning around and slashing at him. Wah! Kisame grinned, having caught Naruto in midair by the kunai, bare-handed. What's this? Feisty one, Hey, Itachi. Should I cut off an arm or two so he'll shut up? Naruto growled, then kicked at Kisame. Kisame laughed. What is that all? Man, how is this guy a chunin? Naruto snarled, then, exploded in a puff of smoke, to reveal another Naruto. Kisame raised an eyebrow, until he gagged, being impaled by a Fuma shuriken from behind. Itachi raised an eyebrow. Impressive. His Shunshin no jutsu is phenomenal. Kisame grinned, then, the bandaged thing attached to his back shivered. Oh. What's that? Then, the wall exploded, sending Naruto and Kisame flying into the opposite wall. Naruto grimaced. What the? The figure smirked from behind the dust cloud. Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshikage. Then, there was a gust, and the dust cleared. Naruto gaped. What? The teen's smirk grew wider. Sasuke cracked his neck. I am here to kill you. Naruto panted, staring at Sasuke. Huh? What is he doing here? Itachi cracked his neck from behind his collar. Well now, little brother. Naruto. Naruto blinked. Huh? Sasuke turned to him. I believe I can take care of Itachi. Please dispose of Kisame. Naruto swallowed. But I've only been training my Shinigami skills recently. My chakra control and jutsu barely have improved at all. Relax. Arashi said, baring his razor-like teeth. You've still got my power, and Minato-san's. Naruto deeply breathed in. Then, he grinned, his eyes flaring, and bursting into a reddish color. All right. Sasuke calmly nodded, then vanished. Naruto blinked, then yelped as the walls on either side of the halls instantly cracked, with Sasuke appearing right before Itachi, with a Chidori in hand. Itachi blinked, then disappeared in a poof of smoke before Sasuke could hit him. Sasuke cheed, then swung his hand backwards, sending a ray of lightning at Itachi, who appeared around 5 feet behind Sasuke. He raised an eyebrow, then somersaulted backwards, before kicking the blast away. Naruto gaped in awe. Seriously? Then, he leapt back reflexively, as Kisame swung his giant, bandage-wrapped sword at Naruto, shattering the ceiling of that floor. Itachi seamlessly dodged and lunged at Sasuke, who dodged easily as well. Then, Itachi made a seal, and fire roared out of his mouth. Sasuke leapt back, then swept his hand. Chidori. Itachi raised an eyebrow, until Sasuke leapt through the flames, Sharingan spinning like a turbine. A quick palm thrust, and Sasuke choked, within inches of Itachi's face. Itachi swiveled his head. Is that all, brother? Sasuke coldly shook his head. You wish. Then, Sasuke violently spun, kicking Itachi backwards 2 feet, and then he landed back. Itachi just raised 2 fingers. He pointed them at Sasuke. A fair meal. Sasuke growled. Genjutsu won't work on me. Too late. The building exploded into a murder of crows, which all surrounded Sasuke. XX's Naruto panted, dodging all of Kisami's attacks. Lucky he's so slow, huh? Then, Kisame grinned, and flickered. Naruto choked, spitting up blood, as a large laceration ripped through his clothes and tore his stomach open. Naruto tried to scream, only to feel more pain. He glanced down. Shit. Arashi, help me heal, damn it, I don't want to turn into a permanent Shinigami. Then, his flesh started rebuilding, and Naruto panted, getting up. How did he get so fast? Kisame grinned violently. Want to know the secret to my speed? He said. He lifted up his sword. It's this. His name is Samahata. And he feeds on chakra. So, as you slow down. Then, he punched Naruto, seemingly from 20 feet away, ripping open the wound, and sending him flying through the wall of the building. Kisame grinned, at the smoking crater Naruto was bleeding in. I speed up. XXX Sasuke panted, looking around. Why can't my Sharingan break this? Then, he winced, as the crows above him turned to shuriken, and stabbed into him. Sasuke screamed. Damn you, Itachi. More shuriken flew at Sasuke, and he viciously tried to block them, until more crows turned into chains, pinning his arms down. Then, Itachi walked up to him, lifting up Sasuke's head. He peered into his eyes. For the next 24 hours, you will experience the Uchiha massacre. Your parents dying, and my previous Tsukiyomi. Over and over again. Itachi calmly said. Sasuke screamed, forcing his eyes shut. They were peeled open by Itachi, whose Mangekyo Sharingan was violently spinning. Itachi slowly and deeply breathed in. Tsukiyomi. Sasuke screamed, writhing in pain for a few seconds, then froze, shuddering. Itachi blinked, then got up, walking away. XX Kisame casually jumped down to the pit, where people were screaming, and pointing at Naruto. Help! It's a fishman. No, it's a mermaid. Kisame shot a scorching look at the villagers. Can it? Naruto still was raggedly breathing. Kisame raised an eyebrow. Still living, huh? Great, the boss would be pissed if I accidentally killed you. Then, Itachi appeared right next to him. Kisame, may I ask what happened here? Kisame shrugged. He resisted. I made him stop, in Naruto's mind. Naruto was lying on the ground, still bleeding, as Arashi forced his positive chakra into him. Arashi was panicking. Damn. He just won't heal. The attacks from that guy seem to be sapping away his chakra. Then, all of a sudden, all of his wounds started stitching together, and Naruto ed, as his skin started flashing back from pale to tan to pale. Minato jumped back. It's that mutated cursed seal again. Arashi grimly nodded. Then, Naruto choked, and started shuddering and screaming, as a black goo started oozing from his eyes, and creeping into his mouth. Arashi growled, then clapped his hands together, forcing chakra through Naruto. If it's not one thing, it's another, huh? Red chakra bursts poured from his hands like waves, solidifying and shattering the disgusting black liquid, and Arashi fell back, panting. Unbelievable. That felt like something alive. What was that? He thought in shock. Minato trembled. Naruto? Naruto? 4x, Naruto? Get up. Naruto snapped to attention, leaping up, as little flecks of black dropped off of his face. Itachi peered at him. First, his skin tone rapidly changed. Then that black fluid flooded from his face like some kind of covering. And now his wounds are healed. How is that possible? Kisame blinked, then choked, falling to the ground as Sasuke landed a spinning kick to his temple. Itachi rapidly turned in shock. Training with Ibiki taught me a lot of things, Sasuke muttered. Sharingan spinning in both eyes, he glared at Itachi, including to resist torture. What you just did felt like a summer breeze compared to some of the things I've been through. Kisame got up, cracking his neck. Lousy bastard, he grumbled. Then he grinned. Hey, Itachi. How about we switch partners? After all, we do need the Jinchuriki alive, and not the other kid. Itachi nodded, then froze, and a small glob of blood came from behind his large collar. He grasped his eyes, shuddering, then said, No, we're leaving. Sasuke's eyes flared. What? No, I'm going to kill you, he yelled, rushing at Itachi. Itachi let go of his eye for a moment, staring at Sasuke. Amaterasu. Sasuke halted, then leapt back as a tsunami of black flames shot at lightning speed towards the two. Come on, Naruto, he yelled torso and forcing him back. Naruto yelped. But, there's no time. Then, the entire hotel exploded in a black flare. Sasuke angrily blew the dust near him away, looking around 360 degrees. Where the hell are you? 4x Kisame sighed, hearing the echo of Sasuke's voice. Why couldn't we kill them? Itachi panted, looking towards him, his eyes bleeding. Later, he hoarsely mumbled, later. XX Naruto groaned, looking around. Then, he choked. There were two hollows, each about 12 feet tall, and both were smiling at him. Fresh meat. The fatter, orange one said. The other bony, gray one laughed. Nothing like Shinigami for a little snack. They must have been attracted here by the chakra, Minato thought. And they aren't ordinary hollows. They seem to be even stronger than those really big Manos. Naruto angrily cursed. Can't let Sasuke see this. Got to take care of this quickly. Then, he turned into his Shinigami form, and swung at the two hollows. Shikage Shippu. The thin one laughed, deflecting the ray of energy away with a casual wave of his hand. Idiot. You think we'll be taken down with one little Shikai? His smirk grew darker. We're Ajuchas. Naruto swallowed. Huh? What's a Vasto Lord? The most powerful hollow, Urahara said happily. Naruto smiled. Kind of like the thing I thought? Urahara shook his head, still smiling. Nope. That was a normal hollow. After those come Jillian Manos, then Ajukas, then Vasto Lords. Naruto's sweat dropped. Yeah, now I remember. Harameki, Ikusen Raiko. Flash, Thousand Lightning. Then, a bolt of gray shot into the fat Ajuka's chest, followed by a huge barrage of multicolored blasts. The Ajuka choked, and the bolts of lighting exploded, turning him into dust. The thin one screamed, looking around. Where are you? Kiri. Executioner. The thin hollow gasped, as a giant, 10-foot-long, elaborate spear pierced through him, making the hollow evaporate. Damn you, he screamed. Naruto panted. So, I suppose both of our Shinigami powers come from our chakra natures, huh? Naruto rushed around to see Sasuke, who was holding a blue and black lance in his hand from up on a piece of rubble 10 feet above him. Then, Sasuke's eyes fluttered, and he collapsed. Naruto blinked, but then the gas line of the hotel exploded, and Naruto followed him. The lady sighed, looking at the two bodies lying in the wake of the explosion. Well, who could these two troublemakers be? The smaller brunette beside her shrugged. Maybe they are from another country? The first lady cocked her blonde head. No. That headband on the blonde one. He's from Konohagakure. She nodded. No doubt about it. Which means they must be with him. Then, she turned. Come on, Shizune, let's get a move on. The brunette blinked. But, Tsunade-sama, leave it. Jiraiya can pick up after them. Jiraiya was giggling, stumbling to the hotel. Man, was that great. Then, he froze, face-faulting. The entire hotel was in ruins, and people were pointing and screaming. Crap. He grumbled, navigating through the rubble. I leave the kid for, what, maybe 10 hours, and he already does something like this. Geez. Squelch Jiraiya's eyelids partially fell in a sardonic way, and he looked down to see a puddle of blood leaking from Naruto's and Sasuke's combined foreheads. Ew. He said, grimacing. He sighed, picking them up and setting them on the rocks, before bandaging the two up. Man. What happened? He blinked, craning his head to the side. Black flame. Gingerly setting them down, he walked over to the still roaring flame. He muttered, pulling out a seal. After making some seals, the fire was quickly retracted into the seal, and disappeared. Jiraiya sighed with relief, then stood up. Hey, you, old grandpa. Jiraiya dryly turned to see a busty woman angrily staring him down. Did you do this? Jiraiya shook his head, staring at the lady's eyes. Nah, I'm just helping to retrieve victims. The lady sighed. Well, all right. But it's a real shame. Now how am I going to repair this place? Jiraiya drooled, gawking at her breasts jiggle around as she walked. Well, I'm sure I could help a little. Naruto groaned, waking up to see sunlight glaring into his eyes. Damn it. Then he blinked. Sasuke? Don't talk so loud, Dobi. Naruto laughed, turning to Sasuke, who still had a large gash on his forehead. Wincing, Sasuke pulled himself up, and Naruto halted. Wait. Sasuke. How are you a Shinigami? Sasuke dryly looked at him. Shinigami. Death god. Why are you one? Sasuke rolled his eyes. You're one also, aren't you? Naruto paused. True. So shouldn't you be explaining? Sasuke coldly replied. Naruto sighed. I thought that one Ibiki guy made him mellow out. Guess it wore off after retraining with Kakashi-sensei. Naruto shook his head, standing up, cracking his head, looking at his wounds, which had mostly been sewn up. So, Shinigami, Naruto yelped, face-faulting to see Jiraiya, who laughed. Ah, don't worry. When you get to be my age, you learn about that kind of thing, Jiraiya said, grinning. Naruto's sweat dropped. How freaking old is he, then? Jiraiya grinned. So, I heard that there now is a festival in town, Want to go? Sasuke dropped his head. I'm afraid I have to head back to the village. Jiraiya laughed. Nonsense. Come on, Naruto weakly smiled, but neither of us have fully recovered yet. Come on, slowpokes, Naruto hoarsely panted, hauling himself up the stairs to where Jiraiya was going. Jiraiya smiled broadly. Well, I'm going to go and take care of something, so, I should confiscate those heavy wallets of yours. Naruto's sweat dropped, his cloak ruffling in the light breeze. Please remember the earlier chapters for his wardrobe change. While Sasuke shook his head. I am carrying no money with me. Jiraiya sighed. Dynamic entry. A large green blur then smashed into Jiraiya's face, who yelled in protest, I hate when the author makes up for the canon story. Naruto's sweat dropped. Okay, the Shinigami thing used to be confusing, but now this is just ridiculous. No kidding. Soon, you'll probably just yell, Rasengan, and hope it works, Minato thought. Raise what? Nothing. Underscore. Naruto coldly walked around with Sasuke, only around 60 of the town's currency in his Gama-chan wallet. He sighed, looking up. Geez. What to do? He turned, then grinned. Hey, Sasuke, want to get a mask, then? Why are you asking me? Do you want them to match? He dryly replied. After a short face fault, Naruto decided against it, continuing to walk along. Naruto rolled his eyes. Not springs, then? He asked. Not interested in seeing your body, Sasuke replied. Nodding, Naruto then turned and bought some ramen, chugging it down before turning back to the road. Hey, out of my way. A gust of wind shoved both of them back, as a busty blonde blur rushed by them. Naruto's sweat dropped. Well, that was weird, huh? Sasuke nodded in agreement. Hinata sighed, walking around the streets of the festival. It's unusual for Hiyashi-sama to just randomly have a trip to just attend a festival, isn't it? She licked at her sweet red bean ice cream, smiling. Neji-kun, isn't this so fun? Neji dryly nodded, but then choked, as a blonde blur rushed past him, knocking over his soba-flavored chips, and shoving one down his windpipe. Hiyashi's lips pursed, and he extended an arm, halting the blonde woman. Excuse me. The lady looked up at him darkly. What, choking? Neji stood up. Hiyashi-sama. Hiyashi nodded. My apologies, Lady Tsunade. Hinata gasped. Tsunade? The legendary medic Nin? Tsunade sighed, defeated. Yeah, what is it? Hiyashi cocked his head. Why were you running so fast? Well, you see. Hey, get back here and pay your debts, a bearded, rather ugly short man and his 4 guards yelled, chasing after Tsunade. Tsunade's sweat dropped. Gambling. Hiyashi solemnly nodded, until there was a loud shriek, followed by a yell of, Dude, you just made me puke up my ramen, and Ada perked up, after feeling mildly queasy about the puking part. Naruto? Then, the man and his guards were tackled, and on top of them were Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto laughed, then looked up. He blushed. Hinata. Well, this is a surprise. Hinata smiled, and hugged Naruto, as Hiyashi looked on. So, your name's Naruto? Naruto blinked, turning to Tsunade. Yeah. He turned to Hinata. Is that your friend of mine? Hiyashi cut in coldly. He kneeled down to the casino owner's face, and calmly dropped a few dozen bills in front of him. Will this cover it? The casino owner laughed. You wish. Hiyashi face-faulted. Then, Tsunade looked at Naruto. Are you with Jiraiya, then? Sasuke nodded. Yes, both of us are. Tsunade cocked her head. Jiraiya was never one to teach 2 pupils. Sasuke shrugged, and Tsunade soon followed. Well, then let's get going. Naruto blinked. To where? Tsunade face-faulted. To Jiraiya. Naruto blinked. Oh, yeah, he whipped around. Well, see you around, Hinata. Naruto's sweat dropped, looking at Jiraiya, who was giggling while drinking, surrounded by scantily clad women. Tsunade's eye twitched. Idiot. Jiraiya. Naruto muttered. He rolled his eyes, then turned to leave the building. Oof. Naruto groaned, looking up to a tall businessman, who looked absolutely furious. You brat. You dared to touch me new. Well, didn't notice you. Naruto said calmly. The man snarled. You piece of crap, you see him? He said, gesturing to the man beside him. An advanced, legendary Chunin from the Stone Village. And he'll kick your ass. Naruto rolled his eyes. Yeah. I'm a Chunin also, and my friend behind you might as well be. The man sharply turned to see Sasuke with a kunai to his neck, and choked. Now, Naruto. Allow me to show you something. Then, Jiraiya lunged forwards, forcing a blue ball into the advanced, legendary Chunin's stomach, who choked, then screamed, spinning viciously in a circle, before flying through the wall into a small stand. The man who had just bragged trembled, as Jiraiya towered over him. Legendary. Try Sannin legendary, he said calmly. Both men then urinated themselves. Jiraiya then blinked, walking over to the stand, and kneeling down, reaching to his wallet. Hey, here's payment for the balloons and, well, yeah. The old man swallowed, nodding, as Tsunade steamed. Jiraiya, you can't possibly expect to teach a Chunin this. Jiraiya grinned. How about a Chunin who made it his first try? Tsunade twitched. Still impossible. Naruto scowled. What, I'm going to be Hokage, you'd better believe I can. Tsunade stumbled. Hokage. She sighed. That's the most idiotic dream ever. Don't even try. She turned to go away. Hey, she swiftly turned to block a strike from Naruto with one finger. Naruto choked. Huh? Naruto, she's a lot stronger than she looks, trust me, Minato said. Yeah, I can tell. Arashi continued. Tsunade sighed. Please, I'll beat you with one finger. Then, she gasped, as a shadow clone of Naruto's spin kicked her in the back of the head, and she faltered, as another clone flew out of Naruto, then kicked off of Naruto to propel himself towards Tsunade, punching at her. Tsunade swallowed, ducking, as Naruto's clones made seals, and jumped up before turning into shuriken. She hurriedly blocked all of them, then looked at Naruto, who was grinning. One finger? Try all 10, and your feet. She blinked, then smirked. Okay, kid, fine. I'll give you 1 week, since you could tie with me at 10%. And if you win. She faltered, then removed her necklace. You can have this. Naruto grinned, until she continued, but when you lose. She darkly looked up. You have to give up that ridiculous dream. Naruto smiled. That's a bet. Jiraiya sighed. Here we go, he thought, as Shizune appeared to pick up Tsunade. Then, he grinned, tossing a water balloon to Naruto. Alright Naruto, your Rasengan training starts now. Naruto dryly looked at the balloon. Man. XXX flashback XXX. Okay Naruto, all you need to do is break this balloon, Jiraiya said cheerfully. Naruto blinked, looking at it. He poked it with a kunai, and Jiraiya screamed, "You idiot, spin constant, low chakra around until it breaks." Jiraiya sighed. Well, I guess I'll talk to Tsunade for a bit, then. XXX flashback end XXX Naruto sighed, then idly started spinning the chakra in his hand. The balloon bent to a disc-like shape, then reformed. He sighed, looking up. You're doing it wrong, Naruto. Minato chided. Naruto turned his head. How so? Minato's eye twitched. You are just expanding your chakra and spinning it in one direction, and you're expending too much. Naruto's sweat dropped. Okay. Wait. What? Minato's sweat dropped. Crap. No more hints, he thought to himself. Naruto sighed, then focused. He grunted and the chakra span in the water, but did nothing else. Naruto panted, sweating. Man. Wait. He blinked. My attack is shaped like a disc, but Perv-sensei's was a ball. He looked up. Why is that? Then, he choked, falling to his knees. Screaming, he grabbed his left eye. My cursed seal. Why is it acting up? Then, he sharply, unwilling looked up, to see a hole start getting ripped open in the sky. Naruto swallowed, then leapt back, shifting to Shinigami form. A hollow? But, that shouldn't be aggravating me. Then, he choked, as a wild spirit pressure rushed from the black hole, as a tall, gaunt man in white clothes stepped out. He grinned, the bone on his face twitching. Uzumaki child. He grinned wider, and his spirit pressure leapt up again, as he screamed, I'm back. Hisoka Sasaki. Naruto thought, harshly gasping. I can barely breathe. He snarled, making a stance. What, Bankai so soon? You are weak. Naruto choked, as Hisoka kicked him up in the air so fast there was a sonic boom. The wind knocked out of him. Naruto flew up until he caught himself, and quickly stepped onto the air. How did he? Man, have you gotten weaker? Oh wait. Never mind. I was at a 20th of my power back in Soul Society. Naruto gasped, as Hisoka grinned, before ferally pounding him back down to earth with his bare hands. Naruto swallowed. Bankai, then, there was a black and red swirl around him, and he leapt up, rejuvenated, at Hisoka. Akuma Kamikaze. Hisoka ched. Idiot. Then, he choked, as a red laceration appeared on his stomach, and blood spurted out. Akuma Issei. Naruto yelled, slashing down at him from above. Hisoka twitched. Underestimated him a little, fast little bastard. Then, there was a flash of silver, and the ray of crimson was instantly halted, and evaporated. Naruto gasped. Huh? Hisoka snarled, his sword out, as his wound started healing. Time to end this, instantly. There was a boom, and Naruto instinctively leapt up, as Hisoka slashed where he used to be so quickly the air shimmered. Akuma Senku. Naruto yelled, as a nova of energy erupted, shoving Hisoka back just in time for Naruto to slash at his back with his left knuckle blade. Hisoka grinned, then grabbed the trench knife barehandedly, and cracked it by clenching his fist. Naruto paled, then grinned. Akuma Shippu. Snarling, Hisoka flew backwards as his left hand was ripped apart, and he grabbed his sword from midair with his right hand. The wound slowly started healing, as he deeply breathed in, then pointed towards Naruto with his middle finger, smiling darkly. Sero. A gray blast of light shot astonishingly fast towards Naruto, who yelped, leaping up to dodge it. Hisoka growled, rapidly firing off more in some devilish laser light show parody. Naruto then rushed at Hisoka, swinging one arm back. Akuma Yari. Black and red spears raged out from the blade, which Hisoka slashed to bits. Hisoka snarled. Pitiful piece of shit, he muttered. Then, he focused for a second. Naruto paused. Huh? Then, he fell to his knees, yelling. His spirit pressure doubled again. Hisoka smirked. Idiot. My turn. Then, Naruto started giggling and started full out laughing. Hisoka raised an eyebrow, before a pure white SI, then solidified, followed by a second one. And a third one and fourth, with some running out of the corners as well as the bottoms. Naruto screamed, as his eyes bleached white, then painted themselves yellow and black, before laughing again, still crying while his face turned ashen. What the hell is happening? Minato cried out. No clue, Arashi yelled. Hisoka stepped back. Then, Naruto's hair started flaring, and grew somewhat longer, as his Zanpakuto shattered, then reappeared as his Shikai. Naruto's eyes flashed up, staring hollowly across towards Hisoka. Hisoka scowled. Ironic, he muttered, that you should be crying, whereas I. He flashed his Zanpakuto, then spun it around idly. He choked, then was slashed across his front by the Shikai, but he grinned, grabbing the swords, and shattering them. Idiot. I've already fought this, and that was already pathetic. Kutai asterisk. Hisoka's eyes flashed open, and he leapt back. What, he's gathering power. But I've already seen his Shikai and Bankai. What is this? Minato panted, staring at Kamikaze, who then took off one of the hoods to reveal a teenager with pallid white skin and gray hair. See Naruto. He whispered. Then, see Naruto laughed. Well, not exactly. Then, white tears stormed from his eyes, and formed a deformed, white bone mask divided across the side with a thin crack, and black tears with a red outline flowing down to the bottom of the mask, and a demonic, empty, black smile at the bottom. From behind the mask, he laughed. I'm more of a hollow now, Kutai. Then, the kamikazes swirled around, and flipped around, like two sides of a piece of paper, to reveal a white, single-cloaked hollow Naruto, who grinned. XXX. Kamikaze. There was a huge explosion of power, and Hisoka stepped back, to see a masked Naruto holding a single, thin black blade with a white hilt. Hisoka sneered. What is that, Naruto? Naruto? I'm not Naruto. Then, the mask grinned wider, but this is my Shikai. Then, Hisoka spat up blood, as a thin cut appeared from left shoulder to right hip, spraying blood everywhere. Blood still spraying. Hisoka grabbed some, then pointed at Naruto, charging up a white ball of energy. Gran Ray Seer. Enough. Hollow Naruto paused, just as a huge cut slashed his arm, and he screamed in agony. Hisoka sneered. Ulquiorra. What the hell? Ulquiorra blinked, and then another slash appeared on Hisoka, who screamed. You should not question me, Dachima, nor disobey Lord Aizen's orders. Hisoka chid. Please, you have no authority over me, he growled. He howled, as Ulquiorra released his spirit pressure, his green tears seeming darker. Have you forgotten that the top 4 Espada could undoubtedly kill all of the lower Espada in a heartbeat? Ulquiorra dryly replied. He forcibly grabbed Hisoka, opening another gate in the sky. Then, he paused, turning around to spin-kick hollow Naruto backwards, shattering the white mask on his face. Ulquiorra sighed. Idiotic Arankar faker. Then, they both disappeared. XXX Aizen looked down at Hisoka, smiling bemusedly. Well? Hisoka sneered. Well what? Aizen sighed. How strong was the blonde-haired boy? Hisoka rolled his eyes. His Bankai was nothing against me, and he turned into a hollow, but I still was able to hold him off without using my resurrection. Aizen calmly nodded, as Hisoka turned to leave. What, Lord Aizen? Tosen angrily said, he deserves to be punished. Aizen waved his hand aside. No matter. There is no need to currently waste our forces. Besides, have you forgotten his healing factor? Tosen scowled. Then why not let me run by blade through him? Hisoka grinned. What's the matter, you old blind bat? Pissed off 'cause Aizen likes me better? Aizen paused, silent for a moment, musing as Hisoka turned, walking out the door, his face changing from aggressive to serious. Tosen. Do you believe Hisoka knows more than he is letting on? Tosen's lips pursed together. An unfortunate amount, my lord. Naruto screamed, falling back down to earth. Damn it. Then, he choked, smashing against the ground. Ouch. He blinked, fading in and out of consciousness. That kick. It felt like it was being severely held back, but it was still so damn powerful. He growled, lying on the ground, as his eyes faded back to blue. Son. Minato thought worriedly. Naruto grimaced, then got up, red sparks of chakra flashing around him and healing him. What was that, anyways? He sighed, then reached inside of his pocket. Well, I guess there's nothing to do but. He pulled out a balloon. Continue training. Jiraiya whistled. Man, you got beat up, huh? Naruto's eye twitched. Come on, tell me how to do this. Jiraiya blinked. Then giggled. Then burst out with roaring laughter. You haven't even gotten it? And you're this beat up? Unbelievable, he cried out, laughing. Naruto's eyes twitched, and Jiraiya grinned, turning back. Keep trying. Then, I guess I'll teach Sasuke some fire jutsu or something then. He chuckled. Actually, at this rate, might just have time for two. Naruto's eye twitched, and a vein popped out as Jiraiya disappeared. Damn it, he yelled, tossing the balloon into a fast-flowing creek. Naruto blinked. Hey, a small toad was there, looking at the ball. Then, it hopped on it. And on another spot. And it started rolling it around quickly on a flat rock, hitting it from all directions. Naruto stared, unblinking, until suddenly, it popped violently, spraying water everywhere. Naruto grinned. Wait. Mine looked like a disc. But the old mons was all lumpy and weird. My chakra was only spinning in one direction, but it needs to spin in all directions. Naruto laughed, running back towards the town. Thanks, Gama-chan. The toad rotated its head, as Naruto left. Then its eye twitched. My name is Gamamari, damn it. Jiraiya laughed, picking up the diminutive toad. Whatever, Gama-chan. Naruto grinned, picking up one of the balloons at the hotel, and getting into a stance, focusing his chakra, closing his eyes. Spin. Spin. Then, he heard a pop, and grinned as water fell on the floor. All right. Then, the door opened up, and Naruto sharply turned, only to sigh in relief. Ah, hey perv Senin. Jiraiya grinned. Hey, you little shrimp. How's the trainin'? Then, he paused. You did it? Naruto grinned. Hell yeah. Jiraiya couldn't hold back a laugh. All right then, he said, chuckling and rummaging inside of his bag. Good thing I got this. He chucked another thing at Naruto, who blinked. Hinata wistfully looked up as a huge storm of birds flew out of the trees above her. Naruto? Naruto groaned. Another one of these? Jiraiya nodded. Sort of. Except you need to try a different approach. Go on, just try to break it. Naruto rolled his eyes, then focused, closing his eyes. He strained, then grunted, only to be slapped by Jiraiya. You idiot. How can you attack someone with your eyes closed? They'll kill ya, he said, eyes nearly popping from his skull. Naruto sheepishly grinned, while Minato also chided him. Right, right. He stepped back and focused. He gritted his teeth. What the? Jiraiya turned back. Like I said, I think I'll go train Sasuke. So, I dunno, keep trying. It's 100 times harder or so you'll need a different approach. Naruto face-faulted. Joy. Sasuke darkly stared into the river. No one was even remotely near him. Hinata swallowed, looking up. You do remember what I told you, correct? Hinata screamed a little, turning around to see Hiashi behind her. You do still have to. Hinata nodded. Why yes, Hiashi-sama, said seduce. Hiashi sighed. Anyways. I believe he actually has some genuine potential. He can rather easily do the Shunshin no Jutsu, and wind affinity would be useful, correct? Hinata nodded vigorously, still bright red. Naruto panted, gripping his knees. This is insane. Minato sighed. Naruto, I have an idea. Hold on a second. Then, he quickly took control, and flashed away. Naruto blinked. A waterfall? Then he remembered. Minato laughed. You wish. Naruto stepped forwards towards the waterfall, looking up. Should I climb it again? Nope. Actually, you have to do something a lot more difficult, Minato replied. Arashi laughed. And he is not exaggerating. Naruto cracked his neck. Well, let's get started. Okay. Naruto. I want you to run up to the waterfall and then make it spiral. Naruto blinked. Huh? Put your palm on the waterfall and make it spiral with just your chakra. Naruto face-faulted. How? Minato grinned. No idea, just thought of this. Eye twitching violently, Naruto stepped up to the plate, placing his hand on the waterfall, and breathing in deeply. Then, he pushed chakra into his hand, and the waterfall briefly, lightly pulsed, but otherwise did nothing. Naruto groaned. Huh? Naruto, spiral it like you did in the first step, Minato chided. Naruto rolled his eyes. Right. He focused again, then gasped. Man. This is draining away my chakra, Minato grinned, and no results either. Naruto clenched his teeth. Oh yeah? Then, he grunted, forcing more chakra in, but gasped, painful. He gritted his teeth. Got to try again. Ichigo sighed, staring up at the sky. What was up with that Shinji guy? He growled, rolling on his side. But, he has a point. My hollow form can't stay controlled by me forever. Then, he stood up, turning. I think I'll go have a chat with him. Then, his eyes flared, as he swiftly turned. What is that Reishi? Tatsuki Ed, unconscious, as Chad was beside her, also badly injured. Orihime screamed, trying to heal them, while the pale male in front of her stood, emotionless. Yami, these are just trash, not what we came here for. Yami snorted. Shut it, Master Aizen will be glad we got rid of them anyways. Ulquiorra blinked, and his spirit pressure rose rapidly to the point that Yami gasped, falling to his knees. Nueva, our mission here is to simply judge the skill of one target, not among this group. He paused. Getsuga Tensho. Yami sharply turned 180 degrees, only to yell as a blue crescent slashed into his chest violently, spraying blood. Ulquiorra raised an eyebrow. Ichigo panted, snarling. Damn, that should have cut right through him. Yami screamed. You bastard! Then, his spirit pressure multiplied, and Ichigo's eyes narrowed. No time to take chances, he raised his sword swiftly, Ban. Kai. Ulquiorra stepped forwards, interested. His Ryotsu is rather dense for human. Trash, but the diamond of the trash heap, he muttered. Then, a black blur rushed forwards, slicing into Yami's leg, nearly cleaving it in half. Yami howled, then punched in the air. Bastard, Ichigo grinned. Hey, just have to keep my focus. He swung Tensa Zangetsu. Getsuga Tensho. Yami snarled. Not this time, he yelled, pulling out his Zanpakuto. There was a red flash, and Yami choked, as his arm fell off, just as the black flash sliced into him. Yami screamed, red blood flooding out, as Ichigo quickly turned to see. Hat and clogs. Kazuki's face was dead serious this time. Ichigo, step back. You don't have any clue what you're dealing with. Ulquiorra turned, not the slightest hint of any expression on his face. Interesting. Naruto panted, then noticed something. In the river, there was a small whirlpool spinning around. Huh. Wait. He blinked. All of the spinning force and stuff is dragged to the bottom, in one spot, being focused. Then, he grinned, and shoved his hand into the waterfall. Then, he gritted his teeth into a shark-like grin, and the water churned, then blasted away in a violent, powerful spin. Naruto crowed with success, then choked, hit from behind by a rubber ball. Well, let's see it, Naruto, Jiraiya said, grinning. Naruto grinned, grabbing the ball, and focusing his chakra. Pop, yes. XXX Jiraiya chuckled, then grinned even wider. Well, time for the final step, then. Naruto grinned. Hell yeah, Jiraiya held out a balloon. Ta-da. Sweat dropping, Naruto walked over to pick it up. Wah! He yelled, as it exploded in his face, to reveal a spinning blue ball. Jiraiya rolled his eyes. Chakra control. You have to use the same spinning, same power but control it. He turned. Okay, meet you back at the hotel. Naruto grinned, then focused, and the balloon instantly shattered. His sweat dropped. Crap. He focused again, with a new balloon full of air, then it quivered, then sprayed him in the face with a cool jet, flying away. Naruto Ed. Crap. Jiraiya darkly looked across at Tsunade. So, that's your plan? Tsunade coldly nodded. Yes, and I might need your help, this time. Jiraiya solemnly nodded. I understand. So the 3 Sannin will become 2, huh? A bitter nod was all Tsunade gave in reply. XX Ulquiorra calmly brushed aside Kazuki's attacks, using Sonido to KO up. But, this man is not even fighting at 100th of his power. I should be more wary. Kazuki grimaced, then flash-stepped, and slashed at Ulquiorra. Damn. Kazuki's eyes flashed open, and Yoruichi gasped, to see Kazuki's glowing blade stopped by one arm. Ichigo panted. Who? The Arrancar grinned, then swept his arm to his side, and Kazuki yelled, being sent flying back, blood spurting from his mouth. Hey, Kurosaki, was it? Yeah, I read your file. Hisoka turned, sneering. You're a friend of Naruto's, right? Ichigo gasped, panting. Hisoka grinned. Thought so. Now then, I'll see you later. After he stepped into a Garganta, Ulquiorra carefully watched him. He is definitely going to be a problem. Naruto's eyes fluttered, and he groaned, swaying back and forth. I've been at this for 3 hours, low on chakra. He blearily stared at his hand, charred with chakra burns. Damn it. He groaned, getting up. Actually, I'm out of chakra, and Dad and Arashi-san can't hold on for forever. He struggled, then focused with another balloon, which shuddered, then popped again. Naruto collapsed. There is no way I can do this. Angrily biting into a soldier pill, he cracked his knuckles. It's impossible to make enough power and also get enough control. There's just no way. Then, he blinked. That is, not with one hand. Orochimaru purred. Ah, Tsunade, so you have made your decision? Kabuto dryly watched them, no emotion reflected on his face. Tsunade bitterly nodded. Yes, you bring them back, and I'll restore your arms. Then, chakra gathered around her hands, and she slowly walked towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru viciously smiled. Idiot. Then, a kunai flashed, and Tsunade gasped, then angrily hid it away with her hands. Orochimaru flashed around. Kabuto. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. Sorry, Lord Orochimaru, but I felt it was necessary. The sun glared off of the lenses as he turned to Tsunade, and angrily yelled, as she was going to kill you. Those were chakra scalpels. Tsunade. Now. Jiraiya leapt out from the trees, yelling, as Tsunade made some seals. Then summoned a wave of medium-sized slugs which caught and washed Kabuto away, with him yelling furiously. Orochimaru's eye twitched, and he made a seal, as shadow clones popped out from him. You can't honestly believe you will beat me, he whispered. Jiraiya grinned, then held 2 fingers up to the sky, heads. Orochimaru flashed up, then leapt back, as a large toad fell down, smashing all of the shadow clones. He ched. So, Jiraiya, your summons have only grown more annoying. Jiraiya grinned, then slammed his hands to the ground, just as Orochimaru leapt up, opening his mouth. Silver blades flashed out, and Tsunade gasped, leaping to move Jiraiya out of the way before he could complete his jutsu. Jiraiya grimaced, then slapped his palm against the wall, and it turned to mud, which Orochimaru leapt up above, before Jiraiya then leapt up after him. Flame bullet. Orochimaru sneered, then shed his skin, and his new body grabbed Jiraiya, then. He choked, screaming as he fell to the ground, his tendons cut. Tsunade breathed in heavily, then made her chakra scalpel disappear. Jiraiya grinned. You really saved my eyes flashed open, and he yelled, just as Tsunade turned around to get her leg slashed at by a chakra scalpel. Screaming, she fell, as Kabuto grinned. Those slugs were bothersome, but taken care of. Tsunade snarled, and slammed her fist into the ground, as Kabuto leapt up, then threw 5 kunai. He made a seal. There was a large explosion, and Jiraiya roared, jetting past Orochimaru, who grinned. Many hidden shadow snake hands. A wave of large snakes rushed at Jiraiya, who angrily spat up a huge glob of oil, then threw another explosive tag. Don't worry, Kabuto gasped, as the smoke cleared. I'm fine. Then, a fist smashed into Kabuto's chest, as he screamed, his ribs being shattered as he flew back. Tsunade panted, the seal released on her forehead. Jiraiya then disappeared, and Tsunade nodded, following. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. Very well. Jiraiya and Tsunade quickly began making seals, and slammed their palms into the ground. Orochimaru appeared, and had already done the same, with a huge plume of smoke appearing from each of the Sannin. Gamabunta grimaced. Manda. Then, he glanced at Katsuyu, and grunted. Well, well. Turning back to Manda, he muttered, always wanted a snakeskin wallet. Manda smirked. Let's see about that, you little toothpick. Kabuto warily stepped back. This is not my fight. Hey. Kabuto flashed around, just in time for a kunai to slice into his left shoulder. He winced, then leapt back. My regeneration won't be able to take all of these blows. Then, he blinked. Impossible. Naruto growled, then angrily kicked at Kabuto, who leapt back, then summoned his chakra scalpels. He was quick. Kabuto thought. I can't underestimate him. Naruto then charged at Kabuto again, and made a seal. Kabuto stepped back, then screamed, as a kunai stabbed into him from behind. Verdant mountains, violent wind. Naruto yelled. Kabuto snarled viciously, then leapt at Naruto, kicking at him, just as Naruto blocked, being sent flying off to the side. Panting, Kabuto ate a soldier pill, that stupid little brat. Then, he swallowed, as Naruto roared, leaping at Kabuto while surrounded by Arashi's chakra, slashing at Kabuto with talons of chakra. Kabuto grinned, then grabbed at Naruto, wincing as the chakra seared his flesh. Absorb it. This is a very weak form, so I should be able to stand it. Then, the chakra slowly started receding into Kabuto, who smiled evilly, then smashed his head into Naruto's. Yelling, he fell back, as Kabuto then made another chakra scalpel, and slashed at Naruto again, this time scraping his knees. Screaming, Naruto fell down, panting. Naruto. Tsunade worriedly yelled. Jiraiya yelled, angrily exchanging blows with Orochimaru, both of them using short swords to try to slice each other to ribbons. Leaping back, he yelled, Grand Fireball. Orochimaru laughed, then Manda twisted away, then bit into Gamabunta, who furiously slashed at Manda's steel-like scales. Then, Gamabunta sneered, spraying oil all over Manda, as Jiraiya continued his flame attack, and Manda screamed, instantly searing, and vanishing. Orochimaru growled, then clapped his hands together, before vanishing. Jiraiya's eyes flashed open, and then Orochimaru appeared above him, smirking, and unhinging his jaw to shoot out 10 snakes, all of which snapped at Jiraiya, swords coming from their mouths. Jiraiya growled, then his mane of hair turned needly, and stabbed into the snakes. Orochimaru grimaced, annoyed. HMPH. Kabuto laughed, chakra scalpel in hand. Time to die, Uzumaki brat. Then, his hand flickered, and then the chakra on it sputtered. He snarled. What? He sighed. No matter, he thought, pulling out a kunai. Then, Naruto grabbed his hand. Kabuto's eyes flashed open. Naruto then grinned, making a seal. A shadow clone popped out of a plume of smoke. You know, he said slowly, I had trouble with the Rasengan. Kabuto's eyes widened. Rasengan? Yeah, I got the strength and the form down, but I couldn't stabilize it with one hand. Naruto muttered, panting, struggling to stay up. So, I used both hands. But, I can't right now, or else you'd just run away with the body flicker technique, so. He glanced up, grinning. What if I used a shadow clone to stabilize it, and then put all of my available chakra into my attack? Kabuto yelled, angrily twisting his wrist to try to slash at Naruto's veins. Naruto grinned, as chakra spiraled around his hand, then his shadow clone rapidly reformed it. Naruto swung his hand back. Eat this, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze Special Attack Udama Rasengan. The chakra glared off of Kabuto's eyes as he soundlessly screamed. Boom. There was an immense explosion, rocking Tsunade and Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who all fell down from the shockwave. Orochimaru stared with morbid fascination. That level of chakra. Jiraiya shook his head. Impossible. Tsunade just trembled. Naruto. Then, the dust cleared, to show Naruto on his knees, hand still extended, panting, and Kabuto half a kilometer away, buried in a tree, eyes popping, all bones broken. And Naruto was resting in a crater 50 yards in diameter. Orochimaru hissed, then flickered over to Kabuto, picking him up carelessly. Fine. I'll let you live, for now, he muttered, vanishing. Jiraiya panted, then fell to his knees in relief, as Tsunade yelled, "Naruto!" and ran up to him, quickly starting to heal him. She breathed heavily, and then she heard a weak laugh. She looked down to see Naruto laughing, and then reaching up slowly, to grab at her necklace. Tsunade weakly smiled, removing it. "You earned it, Naruto." Hisoka dryly watched the scene from a garganta. That idiot really should be working on his hollow skills as opposed to his ninja ones. He coldly snapped his neck. His mask still isn't even formed like mine was. It's barely even started, really. I mean, tears. What a waste of reishi. Then, he stood up, turning. Ulquiorra? The fourth Espada darkly stared across at him. Do you mean to tell him sometime soon? Hisoka walked past him darkly. What is there to tell? He'll probably just die soon. Ulquiorra calmly looked past him. Well, you two have so much in common. Then, he choked, a large red gash appearing on his torso across his hollow hole. Hisoka walked away calmly, holding his Zanpakuto. You're bothering me. Ulquiorra sat, startled for a moment as his wound regenerated. Naruto blearily looked up, then blinked. Huh? Finally up, Dobi? Naruto grunted, turning to see Sasuke. Definitely not the first thing I wanted to wake up to. Naruto-kun. Naruto grinned, turning and hugging Hinata as she ran up to him. Great to see you, he said, gently kissing her. Sasuke darkly looked on, thinking back. Sasuke stared, aghast, at the damage in the surrounding area. What caused this? Jiraiya grunted. Naruto's new jutsu. He not only got the Rasengan down, but just plain perfected it. He sighed. Sure was dead tired, though. Judging from the chakra exhaustion alone, I'd say he would be unconscious for around 4 days. He paused, then corrected himself, tops. He whistled. One hell of a ninja, and one hell of a Shinigami. Sasuke angrily clenched his fist. He started out a pitiful weakling, and now is a master Shinigami with Bankai at his disposal, and knows an A-ranked jutsu, better than the Chidori. Gritting his teeth, he stood up from a stool, walking out. Outside of the hospital, he stared up at the sky. I need more power, he screamed. Damn you Itachi. I need more power. Power? Sasuke choked, falling to his knees. That spirit pressure. He glanced around. Can no one else feel it? Then, he looked up, swallowing. A tall man, with a bony jaw and electric blue hair was grinning at him. My name's Grimmjow, and as you can see, he said, cracking his neck and releasing another pulse of energy. I've got power to spare. Sasuke growled, then pulled out a small candy from his pocket. Now remember, Sasuke, these are for emergencies only, Urahara scolded. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Whatever, they're called soul candy, errants. X_XX_. Sasuke bit into it, swallowing, then popped out a Shinigami. He choked, then fell again, his Zanpakuto shimmering. His spirit pressure. It simply crushes mine. Grimmjow grinned ferally. I heard you call, so consider me your magic fucking genie. I'll grant your one-wish power. All you need to do is come back here in a while. You'll know when. And then I'll take you over to Hueco Mundo, to help with that little weasel you're dealing with. Sasuke harshly gasped, inhaling and exhaling furiously until he felt the pressure ease, and he looked up to see Grimmjow had vanished. Swallowing, he stood up. Unbelievable, that spirit pressure was massive. Naruto sighed, watching him leave. What's he so angry about? He shrugged, then leaned back, still holding onto Hinata. Oh well. He smiled. Hey, you know, I feel perfectly fine now. So, Hinata, he said, turning, how about a little date? Neji sharply turned from inside his hotel. I sense a disturbance. Hiyashi-sama is not going to like this. Hinata blushed, then smiled. Sure, Naruto grinned. Awesome, now to just get out of this bed. There was a loud crack, and Naruto winced, his smile frozen on his face eerily. Actually, I'll be right out, so go on without me for now. Naruto groaned, walking out of the hospital doors a minute later, to see Hinata shyly looking up at him. He smiled. Come on, let's walk around. Hinata smiled, nodding, and the two set off. Shyly hanging onto him, Hinata happily looked up at him, and then her smile faltered for a moment. That's odd. His chakra feels wrong, she blinked. Then shuddered. Almost like he's splitting apart from the inside. He's crazy powerful. But, she shook her head. Forget it. Then, she heard Naruto's reassuring laugh, and turned to see him trying on a mask. How's it look? He asked. Hinata giggled. Ridiculous, take it off. Grinning, Naruto removed it, replacing it. Hiashi grimaced, watching the two through his Byakugan. Or rather, attempting to. His hand flew up to his head. That Uzumaki boy's chakra is so radiant. Reds, blues, greens. An unusually pallid gray. Not to mention each one is so strong it just about blinds me. He stood up. That chakra reminds me of a god, instead of a human. Almost like it is incomprehensible how strong he is. Sasuke stared up into the sky. I would have to call my Shinigami powers above average, but my chakra has to be at least Jonin, doesn't it? He scowled. But Naruto, his chakra is unbearable. He viciously slammed his fist into a tree, splintering it. That releases so much chakra people he's been around can't even tell. If I had half of his chakra, I would destroy Itachi. Panting, he helped himself to a drink of water. Naruto smiled, sitting with Hinata on a park bench, both eating ice cream. Hinata turned to Naruto. Well, tell me something about yourself. Naruto blinked, then looked up at the sky. I dunno. Well, I get injured a lot. Hinata smiled. Not that. I mean, a secret. You first, Naruto chuckled. Hinata flushed red. Well, I've sort of liked you since the day I first met you, he said, slowly lowering in volume. Naruto blinked, blushing, then smiled. Wow. That's really. Wow. He trailed off, looking up. He sighed, then looked up at the sky. I suppose I only really have one real secret, he murmured. Hinata looked at him. Which is? He shook his head. It's not important. She blinked. Why not? Naruto sighed, biting into the cone. Don't need to bother you with something so bothersome. Hinata frowned. Don't start talking like Shikamaru-san. Naruto, is something wrong? Sighing, Naruto looked up at the sky. No, he said, thinking about his last adventure, as a Shinigami. Nothing's wrong. After a moment of silence, Naruto sighed. All right, can you keep a secret? Hinata turned to him. Yes. Why? Swallowing, Naruto looked up. You see, I'm sort of a Shinigami. Hinata blinked. Not only that, but the nine-tailed demon fox has been sealed in me, and my dead father. He turned. You think I'm lying now, don't you? He suddenly choked for a moment, getting embraced in a hug by Hinata. Of course not, Naruto-kun. She whispered. I'll always believe in you. Surprised, Naruto then smiled. Thank you, Hinata. 3 hours later Naruto gently brushed his lips against Hinata's before parting ways, unnoticing of Hiashi's burning glare. Hiashi shuddered. Hinata looked up. Father, I know you disapprove of him, but... No, it's not that. Hinata blinked. I had put enough chakra into that glare to paralyze Kakashi-san, albeit momentarily. That man is simply too strong. Do you not like that, father? Hiashi swallowed, continuing to walk forwards. It just bothers me. Hinata blinked, as Hiashi activated his Byakugan. So unusual. It's like the colored ones react and play with each other, but the gray one is alone, and unusually menacing. Naruto whistled, walking down the street, unknowing of their conversation. Useless. I know that bastard must look down on me. Sasuke snarled, clenching his fist so hard it started to bleed. Naruto, I know you are just taunting me right now, he screamed, lost in his own world. Relaxing, Naruto let out a sigh of relief as he laid down on a bed of grass. He sighed, then took out the scroll he had received from Kurenai. Such a long, long time ago. Seems like an eternity, almost. He thought. Can't believe I haven't opened it until now. Yeah, must have been 18 chapters ago, Urashi muttered. Naruto lazily opened it, then blinked. A new jutsu? That certainly piqued his interest. Great breakthrough, huh? He swallowed. Might take a while to read. Just use shadow clones too, Minato said. Naruto nodded, and got to work, creating 7 clones to start reading. After about 10 minutes, all of the clones popped, and Naruto grinned. Nice, he said appreciatively. Then, he blinked, as the ground started vibrating. Why'd I feel like there's a final boss coming? Then, the sky seemed to shatter, and shift like a Salvador Dali painting. Naruto gasped, falling onto his knees, then automatically shifted into his Shinigami form, and slowly looked up. Hisoka coldly stared across at him, before holding up one finger. Kaha negation. Then, the sky trembled, before going black. Naruto looked around, panicking. Huh? What is this? Then, the entire place became eerily illuminated, and Naruto was facing Hisoka, with Hisoka's sword in his hand. You might want to use your Bankai. Naruto blinked, as Hisoka slowly raised his sword. Unless of course, you want to die immediately. I'm here to test your powers. Growling, but still obviously affected by Hisoka's massive Ryotsu, Naruto muttered, Bankai. There was a gargantuan black pulse of energy, and Naruto roared, rushing at Hisoka insanely quickly, slashing with his left knuckle blade. Akuma Issei. Hisoka twirled his blade idly, then the blow struck him. He was pushed about a yard back, and he grimaced. Pitiable. I do hope that isn't your strongest attack, or else I might just accidentally kill you after all. Then, he blinked, Naruto having appeared behind him. Akuma Yari. Hisoka hissed, as the spear pierced into his side, 1 inch deep. Cocky little vermin. He yelled, slicing into Naruto with his sword. Naruto choked, as a large laceration appeared on his chest, and he leapt back, Akuma Senku. Also pushing Hisoka back a little. Hisoka's side almost instantly regenerated, and he glared at Naruto. Weakling. Filth. I can't understand how Aizen sees anything in you, honestly. Naruto panted, blood dripping from his side. Shit. Blood slowly dripped down, constantly falling. Naruto growled. What the hell is wrong with this place? Hisoka then leapt at him, slamming him down with his blade, Naruto screaming as he fell down through the negation realm, not slowing down. He yelled, then, flashed back to where Hisoka was, aiming a well-placed spinning kick to Hisoka's face. He leaned back, then punched at Naruto's chest, just as he spun to the side, blades, yelling, Akuma Issei. A powerful explosion shoved Hisoka back, albeit unharmed, and Hisoka then leapt back into the fray, backhand slapping Naruto a football field away. Naruto growled. Damn. Shouldn't have gotten that cut so early, he muttered, before leaping forwards. Akuma Issei. He roared, sending another blast of energy forwards, slamming into Hisoka, who just pushed the wave of Reishi aside with his fist, before dashing forwards and horizontally slicing at Naruto, who flipped back, then punched at Hisoka, his knuckle blades bouncing off of Hisoka, barely touching him. Grinning, Hisoka then slashed vertically, and Naruto howled, as the Zanpakuto sliced into his shoulder. Hisoka then grabbed Naruto's head with his free hand, and held up one finger on the hand holding his Zanpakuto. Sero. A gray light burst into existence, then shrunk, then grew, then shrunk, then grew, slowly growing darker and darker, before Hisoka pointed it at Naruto. I'll always believe in you. No, Naruto yelled, suddenly bursting with vitality, as he viciously flensed Hisoka's torso with a massive, Ryotsu-covered blow. He screamed, as Hisoka flew back in a shower of blood, startled. He just focused every drop of his spirit pressure into that blade, Hisoka thought, as his chest very slowly started to stitch itself together. Impressive. If that had hit my neck, I would be dead. Naruto panted, his skin steaming as his Ryotsu started building up again, and as his Bankai flickered, then turned into his Shikai. Hisoka grinned. Perfect. Now, let's see it. Naruto swallowed, pale as a ghost. No. He whispered. I'm your only hope, Naruto, hollow Naruto teased. Naruto violently shook his head, but then, choked, coughing up blood. Shit. My turn. The air exploded with Ryotsu, as Naruto rose, his wounds cauterizing themselves just as Hisoka finished healing. Then, white, opaque tears poured from Naruto's eyes yet again, forming a mask. It was white, with a black slash for a smile, and 2 slits for his black, hollow eyes. They were outlined in red, and 2 thick black lines, slowly starting to taper near the bottom, intersected them. Hisoka cracked his neck. Can't even handle his own hollow, he darkly thought. Then, he instantly appeared in front of Naruto, his sword tucked behind Naruto's neck. Time to die. Then, the hollow Naruto shoved his right fist through Hisoka's chest. He blinked. What? Then, he looked into Naruto's eyes, he gasped. They weren't hollow, yellow and black eyes. They were vivid, clear, blue and white. Then, they flickered black for a moment, and Naruto shuddered, shivering as his Ryotsu fluctuated downwards, then back up again. Stop fucking resisting. Hollow Naruto screamed from Naruto's mouth. Naruto shook his head. No, I don't need you, he yelled, withdrawing his fist, and backhanding Hisoka back, cracking the thin line of bone on his jaw. Hisoka yelled violently, steadying himself, and grabbing some blood. Gran Rei Sero. Naruto then ripped off the mask, throwing it at Hisoka. The white Sero halted, then broke through, then stopped inches in front of Naruto. Hisoka panted, falling to his knees. Need to recover. He'll likely also need to. Then, he leapt back painfully, as Naruto sliced at him with his Bankai, which he had just reactivated. Hisoka snarled. Little shit, just 5 more seconds. 5. Naruto leapt at Hisoka, angrily charging up Reishi. 4. Akuma Ise. 3. Hisoka growled, the attack just inches from his face. 2. The attack suddenly vanished as it hit him, not even moving him. Hisoka blinked. What? 1. Naruto screamed, his eyes suddenly flooding with white tears of hollowification, as he seized violently in a maddening dance. Hisoka stood up, transfixed. That hollow of his. I'm not done yet. Hollow Naruto screamed, lunging at Hisoka again. Hisoka grimaced, then leapt back, slashing with his sword at hollow Naruto. Barehanded, Naruto caught it, then clenched his fist, shattering the blade. Hisoka barely had time to breathe in before hollow Naruto then punched him so hard the air pressure created an explosion. Hisoka screamed, his ribs shattering. Shit, he flipped back, then threw aside his sword, before rushing back at hollow Naruto, charging up a Sero. As hollow Naruto slashed, Hisoka disappeared in a Sonido. Hollow Naruto looked around, then, Hisoka appeared in his blind spot. Farewell, he muttered. Then, a gray light engulfed Naruto completely. Hisoka grinned, leaping back, just as the light vanished, to reveal hollow Naruto, slightly burnt, with his mask cracked on the edges. Blinking, Hisoka then raised his finger again, to create another Sero, just as the hollow turned to face him, and rushed at him again. Sero. There was another giant ray of gray light, but this time, Hisoka choked, his neck being grabbed by the now severely burnt Naruto. His head cocked to the side, and then in an explosion of red reishi, Hisoka was shoved back, screaming. Blood spurting from his mouth, until he gasped, hollow Naruto behind him again, a crimson sphere in hand. Hisoka snarled, then slashed at the Sero. Red spirit pressure sprayed everywhere, engulfing both of them. Flying back with Sonido, Hisoka angrily formed a white Sero in his hand again, Gran Rei Sero. Then, a white light shot at Naruto, about a kilometer away. He simply put his hands together. Kutai. Hisoka's eyes flashed open. This it. Kamikaze. Then, there was an ashen flash of Ryotsu, before the Sero enclosed over the Shinigami. Hisoka blinked. What? Then, the Sero dissipated to reveal Naruto screaming towards Hisoka, a thin black blade in hand. Hisoka smirked. Little shit. Then, a sword stabbed into his back. He flashed around, to see a hollow's mask staring at him. He blinked. Let's see. Kutai means shift. Kamikaze is still divine wind. What the hell is this? Then, the blade disappeared from his back, and so did the Naruto. Blinking, he turned back to face front only to get sliced by hollow Naruto across the chest, followed by a second cut to the neck. Growling, he kicked at Naruto before slicing with his Zanpakuto, only for hollow Naruto to raise his sword, and vanish. Hisoka snarled. Enough of this shit. He slashed directly below him, catching Naruto's blade. He grinned. Teleportation? Super enhanced speed? Hollow Naruto blankly looked at him, then shook his head, dead wrong. Hisoka blinked, before yelling, being stabbed dozens of times in the back. He turned, only to be sliced across his front again, before Naruto disappeared. Instead, I shift and change what's real, and what's fake. Hisoka snarled. Bullshit. That would be on the same level as Aizen, and it doesn't seem like his kind of power at all. What happened to the unsophisticated slashing and slicing? Then, he grinned. But, something like that would take a lot of reishi, he smirked. Quite a bit. Hollow Naruto was panting, one of his eyes flickering to blue. Then, his mask chipped. Hisoka laughed. Pathetic. That powerful of an ability. What is it? You already showed me your Bankai. I already said. It's my Shikai. A different voice yelled, charging at Hisoka, his blade glowing, before he did one swift slash. Hisoka choked, the blade creating a humongous gash across his chest. Blood sprayed in all directions, and suddenly, the air shattered, revealing the blue skies of before. He shattered my Kaha negation? Impossible, he blinked. Completely impossible. He swung back, slashing at Naruto, who was right behind him. Hollow Naruto yelled, as the Kaha negation flashed back, but the wound on Hisoka remained. Hisoka glared at Hollow Naruto, as the mask chipped again, then cracked down the middle, and shattered, revealing Naruto breathing heavily, his sword changing back to his Shikai. Hisoka blinked, then coughed up blood, the Kaha negation actually falling apart. Fair enough. He then swiped his finger in the sky. You'll need to try harder next time, I'm afraid. He muttered, opening up a negation to go back. He turned. But, I did get what I'll let you live. He stepped through, then vanished. Naruto laid there on the ground, not breathing, unmoving. Naruto. Sasuke yelled, running to where Naruto was. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. Can't feel a pulse. Angrily, Sasuke picked him up. What the hell could have done this to him? Ichigo yelled, slashing violently at Shinji, who simply grinned, before lacerating him across his chest. Ah, come on, Ichigo, you can do better than that. Shut up, Ichigo screamed. Then, one of his eyes turned black. Shinji's lips pursed together. Now for the tricky part. He donned his own hollow mask, as Ichigo screamed, a white mask enveloping his face. Shinji groaned. Man, that spirit pressure is a pain in the ass. Might have to use my Shikai. Then, Ichigo rushed at him, laughing, and Shinji raised his sword, blocking Ichigo's Bankai. Nah. Not yet. Then, with one slash, Ichigo flew 10 feet back, followed by Shinji, who attacked again, only to be blocked barehandedly by the hollow. Shinji's sweat dropped. Troublesome. Hisoka walked towards Hueco Mundo slowly, only to be stopped in his path by a very large, arrogant-looking Ajukas. Where are you going, Arrancar? It hissed, its snake tongue twitching. Hisoka cracked his neck. Out of my way, you insect. The hollow's eyes widened. What did you just call me, you vermin? Hisoka dryly unbuttoned the first button on his coat. Do you see this, hollow? It snickered, looking at the small 10 engraved on Hisoka's neck. Please. I've fought people of your level before. And now, I'll eat you as well, it screamed, rushing at Hisoka. Hisoka sneered, blood still dripping from his lips. Bala. The entire cobra-like hollow exploded in one gray flash, spraying blood around for 200 yards. The nearby tiger Ajukas shuddered. What? Then, Hisoka looked at it, motioning towards it with one finger. The tiger swallowed. If I leave, he'll kill me, if I don't. The tiger stepped forwards, and Hisoka wordlessly grabbed it, then shattered its neck with one shake, absorbing its reishi. Wiping the blood from his now partially healed wounds, he muttered, decent enough snack. Then, he vanished, and grabbed an Asura-shaped Ajukas, taking its lifeblood also, healing almost completely. Sir, he turned, to see a weak-looking Arrancar running towards him. Lord Aizen wants to see you, Hisoka grinned. Number 84, huh? Said number nodded weakly, obviously trembling in his presence. Why yes? Hisoka's grin grew even wider and darker. Yeah, you'll do nicely. Aizen calmly sat upon his throne, staring at Hisoka as he walked in, seemingly completely unharmed. Where is the Arrancar I sent with you? Hisoka shrugged. Eaten or something, Aizen's eyes narrowed. You can't just be so selfish. You must have eaten 5 of my soldiers. 6 if you can count that one Jillian, the Arankar replied. Barely enough for one of my ballas in that one. Aizen growled, raising his spirit pressure. Hisoka remained grinning. The E-captain looked puzzled, still raising the spirit pressure. Hisoka laughed. Is that all you've got? Honestly, the Naruto kid had more Ryotsu. Aizen's eyes flashed open. And when did you last see him? Hisoka smiled. Just about 5 minutes ago, actually. Aizen sat back down. I see. He cocked his neck. Prepare yourself. Hisoka blinked. What? Then, a giant slash appeared across his side, with Aizen right behind him, swiftly swiveling to cut him across the back also. Hisoka screamed, and then Aizen kicked him into a pillar, before raising one of his fingers to the sky. Hado 90 Kurohitsugi. A large black box enveloped Hisoka just as he stood up, then all of the spears on the outside slammed in, blood spurting out. Aizen walked away slowly, the box still there. And, Hisoka? He turned, still walking towards the exit. Don't test me. Naruto laid on the ground, blood surging with every dull heartbeat. Thump air barely seeped in through his unmoving mouth, his jaws wide open in disbelief, his eyes blank and cold. Thump his limbs were unmoving, and slowly getting colder. Thump croaking, a slow breath went through his nostrils, barely filling his lungs, his voice cracking as he managed a tiny, bloody cough. Shit. He whispered, blacking out. Sasuke screamed in agony, grasping his arm, as the man in front of him panted, grinning. Finally. The man whispered. Sasuke snarled, then kicked at him vainly, only for the man to grab his foot, laughing. Well, won't Orochimaru-sama be pleased? Saken said, laughing. Grimacing, he turned, looking around. Wish he hadn't incapacitated everyone else, though. Shrugging, he grabbed Sasuke. Well, time to be heading off, now. Really? Then, Saken screamed, shivering, before falling to his knees before the massive amount of killing intent before him. I don't think so. Raspily, Sasuke muttered, Jiraiya. Come on. Let's go. Jiraiya coldly replied. Sasuke blinked. There was a limp body in Jiraiya's arms. Naruto. What happened? Did I black out while fighting? He half thought, half whispered. Jiraiya sighed. Wish I knew. Felt some insane remnants of spirit pressure in the area though. Felt like what I imagined a Vasto Lord to feel like, Jiraiya replied. Honestly. How old is this guy? Sasuke mused. Then he blacked out. A monitor slowly beeped beside Sasuke, who grimly looked at Naruto. Only 30 beats per minute. Damn, he thought. Well, all the less competition, huh? He absent-mindedly thought, staring out of the window. The clear blue Konoha sky looked darker to him. So, the old lady Tsunade came with us, and now she's set to become Hokage, huh? He half muttered. The door opened, and he flashed around, only to see Hinata swallow, then hurriedly place a get-well-soon card and some fruit on Naruto's bedside table. That made 20 cards, and 20 baskets of fruit. Sasuke growled, then threw his blanket off, leaping out of bed. I don't have time for this, he growled. Hey. Where are you going? Sasuke glanced up to see Kakashi staring at him. Sasuke snarled. Nowhere. Kakashi allowed Sasuke to jump past him, before heaving a deep sigh. Is he too far gone now? Glancing at Naruto, he walked up to him, patting him on the head. Good job, kid. He whispered, vanishing in a whirlwind of leaves. -10 days later Sasuke screamed in anger, smashing his Chidori into yet another tree. It blew up, the sap vaporizing, then turning into a mist around Sasuke, who was panting, his right arm twitching violently. 5. Barely. Heaving in another breath, he redid the seals, and his arm faintly flickered, then sizzled. Sasuke yelled in impatience. That Dobi probably could do 1,000,000 of these. Naruto's eyes cracked open, and he sniffed the air. Rotted fruit? Cocking his head, the door opened again, and he beamed, Hinata. Hinata dropped the large flower basket she was holding, laughing, hugging Naruto in a warm embrace. You're awake. Grinning, Naruto nodded. Yeah. Hey, what happened? Hinata blinked. I'm not sure. You seem to have blacked out around a month ago. Naruto yelped. A month. He jumped out of bed. Man, I must be out of shape. Sorry, but I've got to go. He yelled, dashing out of the door. Hinata sighed. There he goes again, she said, softly smiling. Sasuke growled, then turned, facing the village. My chakra has been charging up faster ever since I became a Shinigami. But it still needs to be stronger. He punched a nearby sapling in frustration, shattering it. How can I ever beat Itachi? As a shinobi. He paused, then a dark grin crept over his face. Let's see now. All I need to do is cause a large enough commotion. Then he should come and get me. He laughed, turning 180 degrees around, walking away, to the boundaries of the village. Naruto gasped, panting and sweating. He leapt down again, scraping his fingers against the hard rock face to slow his descent, then landed on the ground, before looking up at the Hokage monument, grinning, and leaping up again. Seriously, you overwork yourself. Arashi commented, Ast's nose with jumps alone. Minato laughed. Honestly, he's right. You need to take a break sometime. Naruto shook his head. No way. As future Hokage, and current Chunin, I have to work this hard. I can think of Jonin less athletic than you, Minato thought, sweat dropping. Hey, Naruto. Naruto blinked, turning, then grinned. Haku. He fell down, twirling in midair, before smashing into the ground. Dusting himself off, he smiled brilliantly at her. What's up? Haku grinned. Well, we haven't hung out in a while, have we? Naruto blinked. I guess not. Haku's smile grew wider. Well then, let's go hang out. Naruto yelped, being dragged along by her, before a shrill voice yelled out, wait. Haku frowned. So close. Hinata panted, flush, I'm coming too. So much for an encore performance by not so little Naruto. Naruto swallowed. The atmosphere somehow feels heavier. Arashi laughed. Man, are you in for it? Code Hawk, Code Hawk. Tsunade twitched. Stop yelling already. What the hell is Code Hawk? Sasuke Uchiha, he's escaped. Tsunade paled. What? She swallowed. Oh god. She straightened up. Send all available Jonin to. No Jonin are available, ma'am. All Chunin. No Chunin either, aside from Shikamaru Nara. Figures. Fine, send him and Naruto Uzumaki to lead any available genin. The assistant paused. But, Naruto Uzumaki is terribly injured, due to unknown causes. Tsunade waved him off. Trust me, he's better. Send Shizune to find him. The man weakly nodded. Shikamaru weakly gazed up at the sun. Troublesome. He muttered, clutching the message about Sasuke in his hand. He stood up. Can't help but feel I need to do this. Immediately, Kiba snarled. What the hell is he doing? Why's he need to leave the village? Choji just stared in disbelief. I knew he was a bit of a loner, but what is he doing? Neji just calmly stared into the distance, tapping his fingers against the grass. Naruto uneasily laughed, sitting between Hinata and Haku. What did I ever do to deserve this? He pleaded with himself, the air growing tenser and tenser. Hinata paused, then whispered, Does she need to be here? Haku sighed. Well, I asked first. The waiter frowned. This seems bad, he thought, the air growing tenser and tenser. May I take your orders? Shikamaru grimly looked at his comrades. Neji is great, and Choji will be a big help, he thought. Then he turned, facing the member of the group he hadn't complimented, on the other hand. Kiba growled. Come on. We have to go now. Shikamaru coldly shook his head. Guys, I think it's fairly obvious that Sasuke, while he falls before us in individual skills, his overall strength far exceeds ours. We need a plan. Kiba snarled, with Akamaru snapping. Are you crazy? Sasuke is like a brother to Naruto. We need to get him back. One strange brother. Shikamaru pursed his lips. Yeah, and it is 4-on-1. Can't possibly be any risk. Especially with that new jutsu Asuma taught me. He nodded. All right. Mission Sasuke Uchiha retrieval is now in motion. Sasuke laughed, his hand smashing into the trees in the surrounding forest, some exploding, some sap overheating. Then, the forest abruptly ended, leaving Sasuke to walk unsteadily towards a humongous waterfall. He gazed up at it. Madara Uchida, he thought. He paused. Why does that name come to mind? Glancing the other way, his lips tightened, and the first Hokage. He cracked his neck, rolling his toned shoulders back and forth. Well now. This seems noticeable enough. Wonder when he'll show up. Then, he leapt up onto the head of Madara's statue, breathing a gargantuan cloud of fire to the sky. He gasped, then grasped his knees to stop from falling, panting. That took a lot of chakra. You had better show up soon. Kiba blinked, his hair tensing as the heat rose in the surrounding area. Did you guys feel that? No, Shikamaru dryly said. Kiba sneered. The temperature here. It rose at least a degree for a second. Neji scowled. Byakugan, after his eyes changed, he focused, still leaping through the trees. There was a huge mass of chakra to the north of us. Just keep moving in the same direction, that couldn't have been Sasuke. Choji blinked. Why's that? Neji tensed, scowling even deeper. Because that chakra. It's as great as Naruto's was during the match. Choji paused, munching on some chips. Well, whatever. Then, he froze, gasping. Kiba laughed. What, you aren't that out of shape, are you? He stopped laughing when Choji fell from the tree, Sasuke coldly stretching behind him. Kiba snarled. How did he get behind us? I didn't. Kiba froze, as he turned, only to get stabbed from behind. What? Neji panted, grasping the ground, sweating. My Byakugan. It feels like it is suffocating under this pressure. He glanced up. This is Genjutsu. Sasuke sneered, glaring at them. Struggling, Neji slowly lifted himself up. The background was fading in and out with the real surroundings. Sasuke. You are a genius, aren't you? Sasuke chuckled, his Sharingan spinning. This is all a Genjutsu. We thought we were headed somewhere else, but instead, you led us right to you. And you even had my Byakugan fooled. Making a seal, Sasuke's chakra spiked again, then he sharply inhaled, before sending a roaring flame at the three of them. Sasuke twitched. Where did? Then, Sasuke gasped, bending forwards, his eyes no longer gazing at Neji and the others. Shikamaru was behind him, remarkable composed, even while sweating and struggling. Shadow imitation technique. Then, his seal shifted, and the shadows shifted, crawling up Sasuke's neck. Shadow neckbind technique. Sasuke growled, the shadows creeping up his neck. Bastard. Then, he angrily lifted an arm up, aiming it toward Shikamaru. A kunai flew at Shikamaru, and he snarled, grabbing his own kunai and deflect it. Damn, he can move. Neji then leapt up to them, swiftly taking aim with his gentle fist technique. I apologize, Sasuke-san. But this is necessary. Sasuke laughed, then, without using a seal, sent out another roaring flame. Neji hissed. 8 trigrams empty palm. A blast of air slammed into the fireball, dissipating it. Sasuke blinked. Quite a high-level technique. I'm surprised you were taught that. Choji roared, leaping into the air. Sasuke. Sasuke grinned. Might as well try it. With one burst of his chakra, the shadows covering him ripped, and Sasuke stood up, holding his palm out. Choji winced. Damn, he was using his Sharingan. Sasuke crouched down, chakra building up in his hand. Choji's supersized arm was already almost fully extended, and about to impact Sasuke's chakra-loaded hand. Then, Choji smirked. Gotcha. He opened his palm, and Kiba and Akamaru leapt out, yelling, dual-piercing fang. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock, and his hand collided with the titanic force behind Kiba and Akamaru's jutsu, shoving him into the back of the waterfall. Sasuke sighed, his hand bleeding slightly. Well, I suppose that I might have to get a little bit serious then. His eyes looked up at the 4 combat-ready former comrades of his. But tell me, who taught you those techniques? You have definitely trained far more than I would have expected too. Neji coldly looked at him. No one taught us the techniques we used. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Kiba grinned. Naruto could be credited with it though, he made us want to learn. Sasuke looked even more puzzled. Choji nodded. He was insanely inspiring. I don't think that anyone can really imagine what he's had to do to get so far. From Dobi to one of the first Chunin. Sasuke's eye twitched. Shikamaru tensed. Something's wrong. Then, Sasuke screamed, his chakra pouring off of him in lightning-like bursts. He panted, then glared at all of them. They halted, frozen on the spot from his Sharingan. Sasuke grinned evilly, then ran at Choji, screaming. Shikamaru wanted to yell, to help, to do anything. Damn it. Just a few inches off. Choji buckled, the chirping ch's abdomen, before spitting up blood and collapsing. Then, Sasuke turned towards Neji, rushing at him through the air, before also spearing him with the same Chidori in the shoulder, discharging the electricity. Shikamaru swore, "Come on." Then, as Neji fell, Sasuke turned his attention to Kiba, leaping up to him, and spin-kicking him into a slab of granite. Shikamaru growled, as Sasuke finally looked at him, walking up to him with a new Chidori in hand. "Just one more inch," he pleaded, straining. Then, Sasuke started sprinting to him. Shikamaru suddenly relaxed. "Now." Sasuke choked, realizing what was going on. Shikamaru had placed explosive tags around the forest before assailing him. And he had just used his shadow tentacles to grab all of them, and they were all headed towards Sasuke's back. He furiously turned, starting to throw a giant shuriken he had just summoned, before Shikamaru suddenly grabbed him in a bear hug. The sticky tags wrapped around the two of them, and Shikamaru gritted his teeth. "Shikamaru. I needed to talk to you privately," Tsunade said quietly. Shikamaru nodded. "Yeah? What's up?" Tsunade sighed. "Sasuke may not be able to be easily captured." Shikamaru blinked. "Well, yeah, I knew that. I already had a strategy planned." "It won't work." Shikamaru paused. "Why?" Tsunade coldly looked up. "Because everything you knew about Sasuke's strength is null and void." Shikamaru took a second to process this, before the Hokage continued. "If necessary, you must kill Sasuke Uchiha." Shikamaru bit his tongue. "Understood." Shikamaru braced himself. "This is the end. Sorry, Tamari." Of all of the people to think about when dying, why her again? Then, he made the seal for detonation. Naruto uneasily held hands with both Haku and Hinata as they walked out of the theater. Geez. These girls disagreed with everything except about which movie to watch. Naruto. Uzumaki-san. Naruto. Naruto blinked. A huge amount of Anbu elite seemed to be looking for him. Crap. What did I do recently again? In here. Naruto and company yelped, before being dragged inside of a small shop. Naruto instantly perked up. "Tenten," Haku frowned. "You have got to be kidding me." Hinata just trembled, looking at all of the weapons adorning the shop. Tenten worriedly stared back at him, but still couldn't hold back the slightest blush. "Listen, Naruto, there's no time. Sasuke is missing." And Lee went off to find him. Naruto paused. All was silent for what seemed like an eternity. He swallowed. "What?" Arashi growled. "Damn it, we need to find him." "May I speak?" Minato inquired. Naruto replied, "Yes," and a shadow clone came into existence, before turning into Minato. Tenten, Hinata, and Haku alike couldn't help but be awed by his presence. He was the only recorded person to have ninja stats over 38, after all. Minato cracked his neck, before sitting down, staring at Naruto coolly. Naruto couldn't meet his gaze, his fists were trembling. Sighing, Minato nodded. "I agree." He turned to the girls. "This isn't something that you will want to see. I would advise that you stay here." Naruto stood up, his fists clenched. His face was dark and ominous in a way that had never graced Naruto's face before. He heaved in a breath, before walking out of the door. Sasuke coughed, his clothes somewhat charred, Shikamaru unconscious and on the ground. My Chidori was able to nullify all of the tags but one. How lucky, he thought dully. He rolled his shoulders, looking around. That chakra that I emitted. It should have attracted his attention, shouldn't it? How much chakra will I need? Halt. Sasuke flinched, before rotating to see Rock Lee glaring at him. Rock Lee had never looked so serious before. Without even waiting, Lee threw his weights off, dashing at Sasuke. Sasuke grinned, Sharingan spinning. You should do the trick. Rock Lee's speed was magnificent. He was literally the second man in all of Konoha to run a mile in under a minute without using chakra. After Guy, of course. So why can't I hit you? Sasuke-san. Rock Lee internally snarled, kicking at Sasuke with all of his might and speed. Sasuke darkly grinned, weaving and bobbing and spinning to dodge all of the kicks. Lee yelled in fury, Sasuke-san. Then, his eyes flashed with life, and Sasuke swallowed, leaping back, as one of Lee's kicks cracked a tree with sheer wind pressure. That's one gate. He smiled darkly, however. I still see you. Lee shuddered. I can feel his chakra. It is the most malevolent thing I have ever dealt with. It feels darker than black. Sasuke cracked his neck. Two can play at that game. With a quick kick off of the ground, Sasuke rushed at Lee, performing a violent spinning kick. Lee cringed, pushing himself back, before rushing forwards again, roaring. Sasuke smiled, making a seal. Great fireball. Gate of healing, front lotus. Sasuke paused. What? Then, he screamed, as a foot slammed into the small of his back, before Lee appeared behind him again, elbowing him towards the statue, until Sasuke turned. His Sharingan spinning even more violently. Hold still. Then, he screamed, as he was rapidly pummeled, before Lee viciously grabbed him, then slammed him head first into the ground. Lee panted, his sweat steaming. There. Then, Sasuke laughed. Lee collapsed to his knees. What? Sasuke stood up, grinning maniacally. He turned to his left side, staring at Lee. Finished yet? Lee paused. Well, only about a third finished, actually. Then, Lee scowled, and his skin flushed red. Third gate, open. Sasuke snarled. So, his speed will increase again, then? Fine. I'll just watch his feet and muscles. Then, Lee ran right at him. Sasuke paused. He's going awfully slowly. Then, he choked, being hit. What? He suddenly realized it. That was an afterimage. Sasuke sneered. Little bastard. You little, pathetic, worthless bastard. Sasuke howled, his chakra spiking in frustration. Lee froze, completely pinned down. Sasuke knelt down, forming seals on the ground. A Chidori formed, but as Sasuke looked up, Lee gasped, completely frightened. His chakra. It doesn't feel that large compared to some others, but its dark, immense intensity. He gaped into the Chidori, as it started to blacken from how dense the chakra was. It feels like it wants to consume me. Lunging forwards, Sasuke sliced at Lee. Shocked, Lee unconsciously leapt back just in time. Thank you, muscle memory, Lee thought, his head clearing. He panted, looking at the still active Chidori. If I get even scratched by that, I'm dead. Sasuke growled, his eyes blank and dull. Die? Sasuke lunged forwards again, but this time, Lee quickly sidestepped, kicking Sasuke hard enough in the abdominals to tear his clothes to ribbons. Lee swiveled around. How was that? Sasuke simply turned again, looking even angrier than before. Well, he's been working out. Lee dully thought. Then, he made another seal. Guy-sensei, give me strength. Fifth gate. Sasuke darkly glared at him, his chakra rising up to swell over his entire body. Lee yelled viciously, delivering a kick that could disintegrate muscle fibers. Sasuke's legs moved on their own, ducking underneath Lee, before backhanding him into a tree. The sap exploded from the sheer heat energy radiating off of Lee, as he roared even louder, shaking the leaves in the trees. Hisoka darkly stared into the nighttime sky, a cut still healing across his face. I heard you were defeated by the human Naruto Uzumaki. Hisoka snarled. Shut the hell up, Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra calmly stood next to him, also looking into the sky. Pissed off, Hisoka slowly increased his spirit pressure. Ulquiorra didn't react, still gazing into the night. Hisoka snarled, his spirit pressure now cracking the walls. It was still rising, and the pillars in the room were starting to crumble. Hisoka screamed. React, damn it. Ulquiorra swiftly turned, his spirit pressure instantly doubled Hisoka's, who choked, before Ulquiorra slashed at his torso, reopening all of the closed cuts on his chest. Ulquio smoothly. Hisoka, there is no doubt you are easily in the top 4 Arankars, power-wise. He stepped away, walking to the door. However, I was not assigned the fourth position at first. I chose it. Hisoka panted, lying on the ground. Damn it. Grimmjow laughed, glaring at Hisoka while swallowing huge plates of food. So Aizen and Ulquiorra kicked your ass? What a joke. Hisoka scowled. Bullshit. That Naruto boy was the only one to defeat me, using hollow powers. Aizen and Ulquiorra just opened up my scars. Grimmjow paused. Then, he started cackling in glee. Oh, you got beat by a little kid, huh? That's just hilarious. Hisoka's eyes narrowed. He isn't ordinary. He can use Bankai and hollow powers. And something else I don't recognize. It's almost like he has another Zanpakuto's power. He called it his Shikai, but another voice claimed it. Grimmjow shrugged, then looked around, sniffing the air. Ah, I see. He stood up, rolling his shoulders. Well, I have to pick up a package. Hisoka rolled his eyes. Oh, so now you're Aizen's errand boy? Grimmjow growled, walking away. Lee picked himself up, then dashed at nearly the speed of sound toward Sasuke, sliding and aiming a tremendous kick. Sasuke leapt forwards also, Chidori still humming in hand. Hehehe. Right where I want you. Lee angrily gripped a kunai, throwing it at Sasuke nearly at the speed of sound. Sasuke grimly blocked the kunai with his left hand, then threw it aside, his hand bloodied. Come on. Sasuke whispered, as Lee dashed past him, before he was kicked viciously in the stomach. Being smashed into the ground at over 100 miles an hour is never a pleasant feeling, Sasuke realized, his ribs nearly being shattered. Sasuke dryly looked at Lee, a feat which is rather hard to accomplish with blood streaming from your mouth, and being in unimaginable pain. Lee panted, then rolled his shoulders. I just need to get in. One more kick. Then, he should fall unconscious, and I can get him back to the village. Back to Sakura-chan. Lee paused, then lunged forwards again. Sasuke grimaced. Shit. Suddenly, Lee shuddered, halting and collapsing. No. No. He blinked, a single tear spouting in each eye. The limit to using the gates. I've reached it. Then, he screamed, his skin tearing as his muscles nearly shredded themselves to threads. Sasuke panted, his ribs sinking and lowering with every deep breath. Huh. I guess I'm the winner. Wincing, he dragged his soul out of his body, still gasping for breath as he clutched his sword, feeling a rift in spirit pressure. That must be him. Then, a large garganta opened, with a still scowling Grimmjow staring down Sasuke. Well, well. Look at what the cat dragged in. Seriously, you look completely wasted. Sasuke scowled deeper. Shut up. He turned back for a moment, grinning. I'm leaving my old body behind, I'm afraid, to be reborn. Grimmjow rolled his eyes. Who the hell do you think you're talking to? Sasuke paused. Nobody. He murmured, thoughtful. Naruto, Itachi. Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes flitted up, then his eyes grew dark. I see. He raised his head, angrily gesturing. Naruto. Naruto roared, leaping at Sasuke, and shifting into his Shinigami form. He viciously slashed at the air. What are you doing? There was silence. But then, Grimmjow laughed. What does it look like? He's going to join Aizen. Naruto paused, dead silent. He growled. Why? Grimmjow laughed. He doesn't need to tell you, shithead. Naruto paused. Then, he snarled. Well, I suppose I'll just beat it out of you. He made a fighting stance. Bankai. Grimmjow grinned. Not gonna hold back, huh? Well, let me just warn you. Me neither. And you could consider me Hisoka's senpai. Then, he roared, grabbing his Zanpakuto and slashing at Naruto, just as Naruto gripped his own knuckle blades tightly, blocking the slash. Naruto grimaced. Shit. What is this? Grimmjow smiled evilly, before hooking Naruto's blades with his own Zanpakuto and his body. Then, he slashed open his finger with his incisor, pointing it at Naruto. Then, a huge blue light gathered, and Grimmjow laughed. Gran Rey Sero. Naruto's eyes widened, as the blue ray shot forward. Grimmjow laughed, as the blast finally deadened, and Naruto gasped, his body already torn apart. Still laughing, Grimmjow flung down Naruto with one arm, sending him 6 feet under the crust instantly. Naruto swallowed, his skin already torn to shreds in places. Shit. Here we go again. Naruto scowled, then gingerly picked himself up. But, he choked, as Grimmjow appeared right next to him, kicking him in the diaphragm. Naruto flew 40 feet up, and Grimmjow laughed, leaping up with him, sword in hand. Naruto quickly did a 180 spin, slicing at Grimmjow. Akuma Issei. Grimmjow laughed, as the attack bounced off of him. Nice try, but I'm a little more thick-skinned than Hisoka was. Akuma Yari. Grimmjow yawned, slashing with his sword, dissipating the attack. You'll have to concentrate a lot more than that, if you want any chance of getting Sasuke back. Akuma Senku. Grimmjow blinked. Then, Naruto appeared behind him, a shockwave erupting from him, and Grimmjow howled, being shoved 10 feet forwards, flipping around. Grimmjow snarled. So, it's sneak attacks now, huh? Grimmjow kicked Naruto back, but Naruto blocked the attack, and charged forwards again, this time focusing. Akuma Issei. A razor-sharp, super-thin blade shot out this time, slashing at Grimmjow's Zanpakuto. Grimmjow's jaw dropped. He chipped it. Doing a barrel roll, he got behind Naruto, charging up another Sero, grinning. Sucks for you. Naruto quickly sliced Grimmjow's chest, but Grimmjow laughed, grabbing Naruto by the hair, and shooting the huge ray straight into Naruto's face. He let go, and Naruto fell, his face bloodied and raw. Shit, Naruto murmured. Grimmjow laughed. Pathetic. Naruto quickly rolled around, crossing his swords. Akuma Senku. Flashing away, a shockwave then hit Grimmjow, who gasped, the attack cracking one of his ribs. What? Naruto then quickly rushed at Grimmjow, his face steaming. Rolling his eyes, Grimmjow raised his Zanpakuto, slashing at Naruto's extended blade. Naruto grinned, then leaned forwards, slashing the Arrancar in the face with his other knuckle blade. Grimmjow snarled, a shallow cut now on his face. Naruto panted, as Grimmjow rushed at him. This isn't working. Akuma Yari was cut to bits. Akuma Issei barely did anything, and it's my most focused attack. Akuma Senku works, but only to surprise him. And Akuma Shippo is useless, it'd probably only blow him backwards a little bit. Minato darkly looked at Naruto inside of his mind. Couldn't you call on mine or Arashi's power? Naruto shook his head. No. Your powers only seem to work for chakra, and a jutsu, no matter how powerful it is, would probably be useless against this guy. Minato sighed. Well, what about my Hiroshin? No, we'd have needed to lay the seals first. Arashi darkly growled. Minato paused. Then, I suppose there isn't another way, huh? Grimmjow laughed, slashing at Naruto violently. Come on, fight back, you coward. Coward? The air seemed to explode with sheer spirit pressure. Naruto's face turned white, a mask forming on it. His eyes were still blue, staring down Grimmjow in determination. We'll see who the coward is. Grimmjow hesitated, and Naruto rushed forward, his blades growing a sword-shaped cloud of red spirit pressure. Akuma Issei. A gargantuan blast of reishi shot at Grimmjow instantaneously, slamming into his chest, ripping it apart. Grimmjow howled in agony. Fuck. Sasuke panted, watching in complete awe. Unbelievable. He grinned darkly. This is the power of a hollow. Grimmjow snarled in fury. You little shit. Then, he was punched in the stomach, leaving 4 little puncture wounds. Naruto darkly looked into his eyes as blood leaked from Grimmjow's lip. Akuma Issei. Another blade slashed deeply inside of Grimmjow's stomach, spraying blood all over the trees. He fell slowly, a 2-inch deso. No way. Should have used Resurrection. Then, a garganta swiftly opened. Aizen-sama does not have time for this. A cold voice whispered. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Who are you? Grimmjow hissed. I don't need you here. The new figure quietly disappeared, then reappeared with Sasuke's Shinigami form in his arms, and an unconscious Grimmjow on his back. We're leaving. Naruto leapt forward. No, you're not. The Arrancar calmly turned, taking out his Zanpakuto. Yes, we are. Naruto screamed, slashing at the new opponent. The man's green eyes narrowed. With one slice, he carved deep into Naruto's flesh, and Naruto choked, his mask falling to shards. The man turned back, cleaning his sword. My name is Ulquiorra. Remember it well. Naruto groaned, his eyes foggy. He heard a distant scream. He groaned, craning his neck. Blinking, he slowly rolled up, wincing, only to look down and see bandages all over his body. Huh? Sakura was weeping, knelt over a figure hidden by a dark shadow. Naruto swallowed. What's going on? Sakura turned, her eyes red. Naruto, did you do this? Naruto gingerly stood up. What? Then, he stopped, his breath taken away. Sasuke's body was lying on the ground, dark and bloody. Naruto swallowed, then vomited, heaving and gasping for breath. No. No. Oh, really? Naruto sharply turned, to see Anbu members surrounding him. He swallowed. What is this? One pointed a katana at him. Naruto Uzumaki, you are hereby under arrest for the murder of Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto swallowed. What? Then, a cloaked figure leapt down, standing up to remove his hood. You heard him, Naruto. Danzo coldly said. Naruto swallowed. No. You've got it all wrong, he isn't dead. Danzo smirked. He has not had brain activity for over an hour, and his heart stopped beating the same time period ago. People would agree that you have always been enemies with Sasuke, and you were very eager to prove your own power. Not to mention, you were the only one capable of killing him. But I wouldn't kill him, Naruto screamed. He's not dead, he's a Shinigami. And he was taken away by these evil guys, and... Danzo rolled his eye. As likely as that sounds, Naruto, I must eliminate you. Not if I have anything to say about it. Naruto looked up sharply, to see Jiraiya drop down on a 4-ton toad. Many of the Anbu members trembled in fear, as Jiraiya turned to Naruto. Kid, we're leaving. Naruto swallowed. Where to? Jiraiya shook his head. That isn't important, this will only be temporary, come on. Danzo gritted his teeth. Stop him. Then, Jiraiya vanished. 2 days later Tsunade wistfully looked outside. I've calmed Danzo down for now, Naruto. But, you aren't coming back for a while, are you? She sighed, looking down at her papers, a breeze rustling them. Hinata is worried, Naruto. Haku doesn't want to show it, but she's scared too. She swallowed, returning to her work. Sakura cried still, looking at Kakashi. How could Naruto have done such a thing? Kakashi shook his head. Somehow, I can't help but doubt that he did. Sakura swallowed, looking down. She shuddered. Do you think that he deserves forgiveness? Kakashi paused. Quite honestly, I have no better idea than you do. Hinata looked up into the sky, holding herself tightly. Naruto. 9 holograms appeared, standing in silence. Then, one glanced up. The 9 tails seemed to have disappeared along with the toad sage. Another stared into the distance, his purple eyes devoid of emotion. Perhaps it is for the best. Everyone sharply looked at Itachi's silhouette, who continued, we do, after all, need the remaining 8 beasts first. And this is a way to observe him. If we attack him now, he could easily bite his tongue and die in our confinement. We should wait and watch. There was silence until one nodded. Fine, Itachi. Naruto gasped, leaping up, heavily breathing. He turned around in shock. Where am I? Sanagakure. Your friend Gaara allowed us to be here. He quickly turned to see Jiraiya, along with Renji, Rukia, Ishida, Big Guy. He face-faulted. Wait. Then. Where's Ichigo? He went off by himself. Naruto paused. Where's the other girl? Renji frowned. She was taken by Ulquiorra. Naruto stopped. Ulquiorra? He was the one that took Sasuke too, Minato exclaimed. Naruto paused, the air seeming to grow heavier by the second. Please. Naruto-san. We need your strength. Ishida said. Naruto looked up quickly, noting that all of his wounds were healed. What do you mean? I mean, your friend, Sasuke, was taken to the same place that Orihime was. A place called Hueco Mundo. Naruto swallowed, as Ishida continued. We need your help to save Orihime. And we will help you with taking back Sasuke. The end. Now we will see you in the next video.